of the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprived the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, the better half of those in the legal profession gathered at several conferences and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to revoke the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanoro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the Joint Multi-Regional Vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba Land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship, as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, and LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Yet another interpretation of things you are seeing, which you need to understand, because they will come to haunt you in no time at all. There is a recent addition to the conditions the APC had placed on the pathway of their aspirants for who will become their candidate. That condition is that all aspirants on their platform, on the APC platform, will have to commit to preserving the 1999 Constitution if they manage to become candidate and win election. As innocuous as it may sound to you, because we all know that whoever wins the election will swear to defend and uphold the atrocious 1999 Constitution. But because of what Ninas has done, because of the onslaught against that Constitution by those who are choking under it, because of the determined push to take down that Constitution and end the unitary union anchored on it and go to transition, the proprietors of Nigeria, who also happen to be the proprietors of APC of now, are now trying to make assurance double that that Constitution will not suffer if we go to this election, because there's this, convergence of demand against that constitution. The first big success of the NINAS alliance is that a strong consensus has been built against the constitution that make the indigenous nationalities slaves in their land. The Jaw wants the constitution down. The Yoruba wants the constitution out. The Middle Belt wants the constitution defeated and removed. All of us, the owners of the lands that the world calls Nigeria, and the assets in the lands, those who have been choking from the unitary impositions of the caliphate against all by way of that constitution, which came through decree number 24 of 1999. And so, where we are now is that the apprehension has come to the point where the APC has put a condition that, people must say to them in private, must commit, must covenant with them that that constitution will not be touched if they become president. If we take it further, we will then see that all this talk about consensus, they can't even get to primaries. They don't know how to get to election because the owners of the land say they don't want election. So they are eroding everybody. And they really don't know what to expect. And so we have to build on our successes of having delegitimized that constitution successfully. That constitution is dead. All the people who are hanging on it, all the things built on it, all the institutions built on it, including the claim that we submitted as sovereignty that is in the preamble, all of them are going down. That claim is going down. The second claim that we wrote the constitution is going down. The 36 states that they were indiscriminately created, and the 704 local government areas carved out to suck revenue to people who bring nothing to the table. All of those things are going down. The 68 items of exclusive list that seize the assets of the owners of the land, the oil and gas of Niger Delta, the ports of Lagos, the bitumen of Ondo, the limestone of Benue, all of the rights to even generate electricity, which is now confiscated by that exclusive list, the right to elect who will govern us, all those things are going down with that constitution. And so those who are heading to that election with the people inviting them, let it be made clear that it is a contestation between our sovereign retrieval of our sovereignty. Look at the map you see behind.
There's a 90% chance your phone is already infected with this. There's a new groundbreaking discovery that's reversing planned obsolescence. And smartphone companies are trying their hardest to make it illegal in the U.S.
In our ancestral lands, holding us in bondage via that constitution, are the ones dragging you to go to election to renew the life of that constitution, which is why the forces of heaven has also opened their mouth to tell everybody that that is their paramount concern, that that constitution must be saved. APC says their candidate the aspirant that will become candidate must covenant, must swear to them that he will not touch that constitution when he gets there, if he becomes president. I'm sure in the PDP circle, there will also, because the same caliphate controls the two-party platforms, whether we want to tell ourselves the truth or not. And so I will not be surprised. This one is in the public space. I will not be surprised if there's a similar thing in PDP to say, assure us that you will not, touch the constitution when you get there. Whereas the people being represented by these candidates are only after one thing now. The East, the West, the Middle Belt, everybody wants that constitution out of their lives. So why is it now a condition for the candidates that will go to election? Can we now see that that election is a make or mass, is a rendezvous for determining what will happen to this union of Nigeria? If we are stupid enough, like we said in a previous video, if those who are choking, those who have been rendered slaves under the constitution imposed by the caliphate, by the Fulani, the rest of Nigeria will be stupid enough, will be reckless enough to go with them to election, you are being told by that condition, you are being told that we can give you power, but your sovereignty will remain detained. That's what the election of 2023 will represent if we go with them. Whereas our own salvation is in not going with them. Our own salvation is in saying to them, this constitution, whoever wins election will have to swear to govern by, to defend and govern by that constitution. Therefore, we will remain the slaves we are under that constitution. And so we are not going to any election. The salvation of the rest of Nigeria from the killings that are happening to them, from the mass expropriation that has happened to them, in which the federal government own all the federal government that is owned by the Fulani now own all their assets, in which their populace are being impoverished just by sheer, expropriation of all of what represents economic assets. We already know them: the ports, the oil and gas, the bitumen, and all the solid minerals in between. Even the power to refine, petroleum products have all been confiscated, because I can buy petrol, I can buy crude oil and refine, but the Constitution of Nigeria says it is only the federal government that has exclusive right to do that. I can organize my security. It's only that Constitution that says I cannot touch gun. So how am I going to organize security against invaders, Fulani invaders that are killing all around the place? So, and we now come to what do we do with the situation in which those who are going to election are now more or less going to trade away our freedom, our sovereignty, our self-determination, because they want power they will hold for 4 years. And then the Constitution is preserved, the union of death is preserved. A few people who are coronated will make a few billions. We saw Obasanjo was president for 8 years. What did he change for the Yoruba? Are they not on the streets now crying? Jonathan was president for 6 years. What did he change? And we hear all kinds of stories about how he's the one that they will have to put in power. We have defeated this constitution. We have defeated the caliphate that imposed it. And they're looking for how to get to election and how to control the day after the election. We know that their calculations around how Jonathan will suddenly become their candidate revolves around the goodwill that Jonathan has that may help them secure the journey to the election, which is already suffering. And more importantly, that if Jonathan is the one that becomes their candidate and the winner of election, he is done 4 years before, so he will only do 4 years. And of course, since they have secured a prior commitment that constitution will not be touched, they will retain they will get their strategic, they will achieve their strategic objective of preserving that constitution and the union of master and servant it imposes on the rest of us. Of course, those who become ministers and all kinds of things that the government share from Abuja will make some money, but that's where it ends. So our sovereignty, our freedom is now to be traded for our, for the power that a few will, hold for. If that's what's at issue. And so we needed to inform our people the meaning of that condition that was attached. The caliphate is now they're in a chokehold. The constitution is in a pinfall, and the only way they can maneuver is to drag us to election, so that they have made up their mind to, just let these people have power for a few years, 4 years, but at the expense of our sovereignty that is detained in that constitution that will stay. Peter Obi that have been invited to Downing Street in London, that is what it is. It is to firm up that commitment that in case you become, I was talking about PDP that might have that condition will be across board. That nobody will touch that. Anybody who is telling you he's going to do restructuring if he becomes president, including Atiku, we we've said it in a previous video, we engaged Abubakar Atiku Abubakar in 2016. If you want to see what we discussed with him, get on YouTube, search the title, the video title, Nigeria at the Valley of Decision. You will see the 2016 video on AIT, where we went to report what transpired between us and what we thought was the statesman speaking at the time. But it turned out he was just another politician, because what we concluded was not done. And then it became basis of going to become candidate for PDP in the convention ahead of 2019. That was how Atiku became. He was now advertising himself as the one that will come and do restructuring, and everybody became articulated, thinking he would do so. I inform you on behalf of NINAS that Atiku Abubakar's definition of restructuring begins and ends with the National Assembly. Not at all the restructuring we're talking about that will go to the foundation of whether we want to be in union or not. And so if you fall for that bogey that Atiku will do restructuring, you are just lying to yourself, because if you go to research what transpired and what he has done since that 2016 to now, has he lifted a finger in support of the efforts we're making to take down that constitution and go to the reconstruction that is needed? No. But he wants to ride on that again. Oh, I'm the one that will do restructuring for you. No restructuring will happen if Atiku becomes president. And we're not saying this, to make way for another candidate. Our position is clear. Let us not go to any further elections under this constitution. Let us go to transition while we can. Otherwise, this house will collapse on everybody. The people who are being killed across the length and breadth of Nigeria, the people whose assets have been detained, are not going to be clapping and cheering for those who are going to election to renew their enslavement against their will.
Drinking water before bed burns 46 pounds in 2 weeks. If you are struggling to lose weight and you're over 25, then you need to
election to renew their enslavement against their will. We better listen to ourselves now and put away this nauseating discussion about the election to govern where? The Nigeria is dead. The constitution that brings us together is gone. You can't hold it together by force. This alliance has become a bigger force. If you think you have guns to use to hold this union together, with all of what I've done across the last 22 years, we have set the table. The December 16 constitutional force majeure proclamation provides a framework within which we can solve this problem now. Those who are going into election are defying the rest of the people. They are defying the peoples of Nigeria. They are defying the indigenous nationalities of Nigeria. The political merchants from the South and Middle Belt who are going to election under the 1999 constitution that have been repudiated by your people, you are defying them. Let that day not come when they will wake up and begin to look for you for defying them, for selling them out, for dragging them back to slavery when they have worked their way out of slavery. We are already free of that union. The people trying to drag us back to that prison are the politicians from the South and Middle Belt that are now going to hold hands with their confederates from the North. Well, we have no quarrel with the ones from the Caliphate side who inherited what Uthman Danfodio and Ahmadu Bello left for them as the estate of their great-grandfather. We have no quarrel with them at all. The people we are going to hold accountable, the people we are going to unleash every available fury against are the politicians from the South and Middle Belt, whether they are of APC or PDP, now dragging us to election at a time we say, let us not go because of that constitution. Let us go and solve this problem before any further elections. And if we can't find common ground, because there are people who have chosen to embrace a civilization that requires them to kill us, to kill other people. We saw what happened to Deborah in Sokoto. We saw what has happened in Kano. We saw what's going on all over the place. And we see the complicity of our president and his federal government and his kinsmen and our borders that have been left open for the relations of Hakim Baba Ahmed to come. And the fellow who just came from Mauritania the other day is here insulting us to our faces. And we're all clapping and cheering. Let us realize that constitution cannot be saved by all these shenanigans.
That's it. Whether we seek independence as sovereign state entities, regional autonomy, so-called, restructuring or resource control, the first order of business is to take down the 1999 Constitution to end the unitary union we are trapped currently in. The focus on 1999 Constitution continues.
Since the December 2020 launch of the constitutional force majeure and the escalation of debates around the agitations in the land, the grievances that have led to demand for independence and self-determination, of course, all kinds of questions have now come to the arena, especially around the Constitution in question, the Constitution 1999. Many people are asking, what is it about this Constitution that connects with everything that, whether it's the killings that are happening to them or their assets that are detained, or all kinds of the security that has broken down all around them, and the hopelessness pervading the poverty that has swallowed the land. Nigeria is now the world poverty capital. 2 days ago, Nigeria became the country with the highest number of unemployed persons, and all of that. So all such negative things. People are asking, what are those things in that Constitution? Because at every turn, we say it is the Constitution 1999. What is the solution to the problem? It is taken down that Constitution. So we've come now to provide some general answers to some of those inquiries, particularly the specific provisions, so that people can see that there are provisions in that Constitution directly responsible for the shackles on their legs, the manacles on their hands, and all of what has brought about all the things they are talking about. So let's take it from the preamble and go all the way down to the end where you find the exclusive list, so that for every part they can see what is it that is responsible for what they want to escape from, to now realize that it is the taking down of that Constitution that is the beginning of the solution to their problem, whether they want out of the Union entirely or they want autonomy to a certain degree, which is not present at this time, or they want just good governance, whatever, or end to corruption, whatever it is you want different from what you are seeing. The starting point is to help now take down that Constitution. The preamble, for instance, is where the question of our sovereignty, how Nigeria took over our lands and called it Nigeria and refusing to talk with us. The preamble that says we the people have solemnly resolved to live in unity as one indivisible country called Nigeria is like the memo of a company. You know, the memo and article, because the preamble, the constitution to the country is like the memo and article to the company. The memo creates the company. That's where Johnson, Jude, and Jeremiah come together to form John Jude Limited. The articles is where the relationship between those three as the owners of the company are defined. Who brings what, who takes what, how will new people join them, how will they exit, how do they treat their profits or their debts, and how do they wind up or branch into other businesses. Everything they have to do as the owners of that company is what you find in the articles. In the same way, the Constitution sets out the general agreement of how we become the Union. And so that preamble that says we the people means we the Jaw, we the Ogoni, we the Fulani, we the Thief, having solemnly resolved, it means that is the point at which we submit our lands and our people into the Union. Then it comes to the closing part in that same preamble to say, do hereby make and give unto ourselves the following constitution. That is now the articles. Who is going to be governor, who is going to be senator, what tenure, or who is going to control what in that Union of Nigeria, assets, citizenship, right of this and left of that. And so it is that preamble that make you Nigerian. It is that preamble that brings your land into the union of death called Nigeria. And that is your signature right there, authorizing your own damnation. Everything you complain about in the rest of the Constitution, whether it is the 36 states into which the four regions were now fractured, or the seizure of the assets of those regions by the federal government, now compiled in those 68 items of exclusive list, or the corruption provision, the provisions that fuel corruption, that authorize corruption, and give immunity to the beneficiaries of corruption, or the infrastructural decay that is occasioned by the fact that those who are in need of the infrastructure are forbidden by that constitution from building them. In all of it, everything that has gone wrong, that is now responsible for all these outcomes we are seeing, flow from that authorization from you, that is how you want to live. If you want to understand how that preamble affects everything, just add to it that it is a lie that we the people have resolved to live together. If you add the word, it is a lie, that if you add those words, it is a lie, you will then see the full meaning. Then you come down to the do hereby make, you also say, it is also a lie that we make and give unto ourselves the following constitution. And that preamble applies to every single provision of that constitution. If you want to know the gravity of it, you come to oil and gas that is on the exclusive list, for instance. You take that preamble to say, we the Ijaw people have solemnly resolved to live with the Fulani in this manner, so that this oil and gas will also hereby accept that the oil and gas will belong to the Gawa people. That is what that preamble applies. You come to the appropriation provision that give the spare key to the president and the governors, the spare key to the treasury. You again bring the preamble to say, we have all agreed that this president should have the spare key to the treasury. We have all agreed that this governor should have the spare key to the treasury. You come to 308, you say, we have all agreed that those who are in control of this treasury should not be accountable to us. Even if they kill us, well, we have to endure it. That preamble applies to. We have all agreed that we will live in a formation of 36 states in which the federal government can be in charge of everything. We have all agreed. That's exclusive list. We have all agreed to be in 7 and 4 local government areas in which Kano can have 44 units and Bayelsa have 8 units, with all its implications for representation at the National Assembly and resource allocation. So when you hear about preamble, that is the point at which your signature has been put on a document that took all your assets. So when we invite you to come and join in taking that damn constitution, we're inviting you to come to retrieve your signature so that you can retrieve your sovereignty. It is that preamble that sees your sovereignty. Then you come to the next one of the formations in which we live, the 36 states, 7 and 4 local government areas, because they are all listed in those first few sections of the Constitution. You come to section 6, section 6C, that says that nullifies the whole of your benefit as citizens, listed in chapter 2. Every good thing that is your own share of the social contract. The Constitution is the social contract. There were things you looked forward to in submitting your sovereignty to a bigger union, so that you can get security, you can get welfare, you can get equal treatment in that union. You can get, all the things that are supposed to be for the citizen, healthcare, school system. Section 6, subsection 6C, nullifies it because it makes it discretionary to those in government. It says they can do only at their own, only as is convenient for them. So you do not have a legal recourse against them if they don't do. And so, bottom line, the government does not owe you any obligation. Everything listed for you is put at their discretion. If they don't do it, well, you only go and cry in your closet. If they do it, you have to kneel down and thank them. They are doing it out of make of human kindness, going by that. You come to section 6, subsection 6D. There's a period of 33 years listed from 15th of January 1966 to the 29th of May in 1999. 33 years of immunity. All atrocities committed by people who govern Nigeria, particularly in the military era, everything they did in that period to hijack everybody's assets that have now become oil blocks from Niger Delta or some of the big farms we have around today, including the one in Ota. It is Land Use Act that they use to take everybody's asset. Petroleum Act, we see people going to stand around in Abuja now talking about petroleum industry bill. All those things that were done by which these assets, economic assets, were confiscated and shared as allocations. That's how Dangote is in control of half of the port of Lagos. That's how Atiku through Intel is in control of half of the port in Port Harcourt. Allocations, all kinds of things. Everything done in that period. Section 6, subsection 60, grants immunity to the beneficiaries. Say, the jurisdiction.
And who is still hanging around waiting for 2023 to change Nigeria is a fool. Line 20 Daily Faro me up and ask them to become president of Nigeria. 20 of me, 20. Multiply their brain power by 10, factor of 10, and then force them to operate the 1999 Constitution with the governance system that is enshrined in it. We shall fail spectacularly. The problem of Nigeria can never be resolved by personnel changes. The system is designed with impunity undergirding it, and it can never deliver anything positive to the Nigerian peoples. Be those Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Fulani, whatever they care to be. Make an Igbo man president of Nigeria in 2023 and force him to operate the 1999 Constitution. Complete waste of time. Indi Igbo will continue to suffer the brunt of the wickedness of the Nigerian state. Every Nigerian is rendered stateless by the 1999 Constitution. It is an iniquitous, wicked, and evil document. It has nothing good for the Nigerian people. And this longer we continue to fool ourselves believing, and let me enter one quick caveat. Our rulers are actually very intelligent when they care to be, especially when it comes to their own preservation. And I know as a fact that they're already making noises about restructuring in Abuja. The Mace Snatcher and the Lawan and that one that calls himself Baja, all of them are sat there running helter-skelter, coupling together some lies that they intend to sell to us as constitutional, what do they call it, amendment. Let's be clear. You cannot continue to build on top of lies. You can't sustain that lie. And as long as justice is missing in a place, you continue to have strife. We need to tell ourselves the truth, and that truth is that the closest we can come to normalcy in Nigeria is to have a return to the original agreements that founded this country. Those agreements are very clear in their fundamentals. One of them, federal system. Nigeria is today not a federal system. Let's stop lying to ourselves. The word federal was brought to life by the American election. Each state has its own electoral body because it is essentially a country within a larger country. That was what our fathers agreed. No.
In other countries, even local governments, municipalities have their own electoral bodies. In case of municipal election, the electoral body of that municipality handles such elections. And then if it is provincial election, then the provincial electoral body handles it. And if there is federal election, the federal electoral body handles it. This is how it works.
Nobody agreed a situation where a clueless man will sit down inside a rock and begin to issue edicts and diktats to every other person. Nobody signed on for that in 1960. All the constitutional conferences, beginning from 1948 all the way to the 1951, all the way to 1960, each and every one of them was very clear and unambiguous. Nigeria was meant to be a federal system based on parliamentary democracy. It wasn't by accident that our fathers settled on parliamentary democracy. They wanted to make democracy as close to the people as it could be. So it simply meant that if you're a parliamentarian, you knew your people knew you. It was the aggregation of the parliamentarians that determined who became the prime minister, and they were also the ones at the regional level who determined who became the premier. So democracy was devolved. It was easier for the people to become involved. What we have today is not a democracy. What we have today is not a federation. We've just become a nation of liars who readily accept every lie that we are told.
That's a fraudulent country, Nigeria. Yes. To say that Nigeria is a fraudulent country or a joke is an understatement. Countries that produce just one resource or two are doing very well. Countries that are not producing anything, I mean, look at Hong Kong, for example. Hong Kong does not export anything, but Hong Kong is a trading hub. Different people from around the world go to Hong Kong to trade. They go there to buy goods, finished goods produced in China, of which Chinese cannot come to Hong Kong to sell, but Hong Kong-based citizens, they sell those products to people like from Nigeria who can get to to Hong Kong, but they can't enter into China. Hong Kong is a center for global stock exchanges, trades. Hong Kong is a tourist destination. Hong Kong is not known to be an oil producing or gold producing or any solid mineral producing place, but it's doing well. Same thing can be said about other countries. Singapore is as it is today because of oil and gas, until they attracted other technologies. And so Nigeria, that's supposed to be like United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia. Nigeria is borrowing money. Instead of lending money, Nigeria is borrowing. The beggars that are ruling Nigeria, the Fulani beggars that are ruling Nigeria, continue to go cap in hand, so much so that they cannot continue the rail project they are doing in other parts of the country except the East. They cannot even continue those projects because they are sharing money. They are sharing the oil money, the 3 million barrels that brings $90 as at yesterday, $92 per barrel. So Nigeria is getting so much money every day from oil and gas. They are doing nothing with it. They are sharing it. No development, no road, nothing. They go to Abuja to share money from the Niger Delta. And then the places in Niger Delta are consumed. The river state is burning on fire. Palm trees, you can see palm fronds are burnt in Port Harcourt. I saw it. They are flaming gas. Instead of capturing those gas to convert it into energy, Nigeria is burning it and it's heating up the atmosphere. If you are in Port Harcourt City, you know how hot it is for you. What is causing that? That is the gas they are flaring. In the night, step outside your house. Or if you are living in 2-story, 3-story, just go up. Look around Port Harcourt. You will see different flames going up in different locations. That's the country they want to bequeath us. That's the country they want us to bequeath to our children. A country of lawlessness. A country where criminals are leading. A country where terrorists are holding key positions in government without batting any eyelid because the commander-in-chief is the leader of the gang. That's the country we're talking about. That's the country we're talking about, referendum that it is unavoidable. And that's the country that is getting around it.
Now, a lot of things are there floating around from government sources, from neoliberal sources. We know that as we speak today, the IMF continues to pile pressure, the IMF and the World Bank continues to pile pressure on our government to remove subsidy, to devalue the naira, and so on and so forth. And so, our observations include our countering arguments
to the arguments that are being made by these elements as Nigerians, and should further underline the fact that our ruling class is very shameless, is that Nigeria is the only member of OPEC. Mind you, a Nigerian will be stepping down, has been the General Secretary of OPEC for the past 8 years. Will be stepping down in June of this year, okay, after completing his 2 terms. But Nigeria is the only member of OPEC country that imports more than 90 to 95% of refined petroleum products to meet our domestic needs and consumption. In other OPEC countries, the reverse is the case. All other OPEC countries meet their domestic requirements through domestic refining capacity, through their own domestic refineries, and then they export. We are the only country that our refineries have been, we have 4 refineries that have not been able to refine any product in the last 6 years. People are working, managements are there, and money is being spent. Another reason given by the regime and all previous regimes is the narrative around the price of fuel being much cheaper in Nigeria than in our neighboring countries in West Africa. And so they said that because of the subsidy that they have put there, the price is cheaper in Nigeria. And because it's cheaper in Nigeria, it encourages smuggling to other countries. We are going to show you now how fallacious that statement is. So let us examine this fallacious claim. Today, currently, the figures have been bandied around that Nigeria consumes between 54 million liters per day and 90 million liters per day. Sometimes the figure between what they say we consume and what is imported is also extremely very different. Now, in the last 6 months, of 2021, on the average, ruling class economists and apologists kept telling us that close to 50 million liters of PNS, petrol, was being smuggled across our borders on a daily basis. Now let us tell you why this figure is a complete lie. Now, 50 million liters of fuel will require 1,600 fuel tankers with a capacity of 33,000 liters. That means the biggest tankers, the long ones, not the small ones. It will require each 1,600 each to transport across our borders on a daily basis, 50 million liters. What this means is that you need 1,600 trucks to cross the border and come back into Nigeria every day. That's 2 trips. 2 trips a day to go, come back, so that they can go back tomorrow again and on a daily basis. And so we ask ourselves, tankers are not needles. Tankers are not spirits. They are not. So how can 1,600 tankers cross our borders? Even if we have a 1,600 kilometer border line, even if each one is positioned and they cross from each 1 kilometer apart, how can a ruling class actually justify the fact that 1,600 tankers cross its border every day, 2 trips every day? This requires a driver, at least 1 loader. That is 3,200 persons are involved in this trade. Just there. What about security? What about? So, it's simply a fallacious argument. It is either it is not true, or that the Nigerian state is complicit in the smuggling, and that the Nigerian state is actually providing protection for the smuggling. It's either of those two. It cannot be anything else. When in January 2012, the Goodluck Jonathan regime unconscionably hiked fuel prices in the name of removing fuel subsidy, there was a justifiable mass outrage, and it precipitated the January uprising of 2012, also known as Occupy Nigeria. Recall that the exact same reasons given by the Goodluck Jonathan regime also given. So they are saying our refineries are moribund. Jonathan said that 10 years ago, our refineries are moribund. Buhari is saying it 10 years after, our refineries are moribund. Okay? In 2012, Labour and Civil Society made demands. We put on the table, we said, look, how long does it take to build refineries, and how much does it cost? We agreed then that it will cost between $1.5 billion and $2 billion to build a refinery with a capacity of about 400,000 barrels per day. They said it will take 2 years. This is how many years? 10 years. Neither the 4 refineries that were moribund in 2012 are now bound in 2022, nor have new refineries been built since then. So the problem is really simple. As long as we don't have domestic refining capacity, as long as we continue to import, as long as our currency continues to be floated against the dollar, for so long shall we continue to have a differential between the landing cost and the pump price. Otherwise, what you are saying is that you are saying market forces to determine the pump price, which means that on a weekly basis, you are going to be having 10, 20, 30 naira difference increase in the price of fuel per liter. No responsible government or ruling class should be doing that. Now, what makes the matter even very sad is that in the 10 years since January uprising of 2012, the 4 public refineries have remained moribund. No new refineries have been built. Yet, Nigeria's government, the 2 governments since 2012, have spent $9.5 billion on turnaround maintenances of the 4 moribund refineries that are still not producing anything. The last one is the $1.5 billion that was approved by the National Assembly in 2021 for Port Harcourt refinery. Up to now, nothing. In addition to this $9.5 billion that has been wasted over turnaround maintenance in 2012, in the last 6 years, Nigeria's government has spent additional $6 billion on other people's investments. The NNPC has spent $2.7 billion to buy stake in Dangote refinery when Dangote was going to have a problem with debt repayment. We built Dangote out by buying stocks, $2.7 billion. Meanwhile, the Dangote refinery itself is being built because Nigeria's government offered very watery incentives, including tax, holidays, and so on, for that refinery to be built. Then, we all recall that under Jonathan, there was a phone fair in the last 2 years when the so-called Greenwich refineries were being contracted out. 4 of them. They signed memorandum of understanding for 3 of the contracts. Nigeria's government invested $1 billion each in 3 of those Greenwich refineries. Some of which you can no longer even trace where the supposed land, where the refineries is supposed to be built. One was supposed to be in Kogi State. $3 billion. Another private sector investment. Public revenue. And yet, in spite of all of this, we still import 95% of our refined products. What is even more intriguing and amazing is that despite all this investment and these failures, no one has been held accountable. The difference between failure and success in businesses is that managements are held accountable. It doesn't matter whether they are publicly owned or they are privately owned. quickly sack a failing management. Abi? So why can't we do the same thing for the public sector? We have invested 9.5 billion in failed turnaround maintenances. People have continued to be in the management, senior management of the refineries and NNPC since then. And what are they doing there? Now, another rules that the government has posited, particularly in 2019, was the rules of the transition to compressed natural gas, CNG. Abi? And the CBN set aside 250 billion naira to make that transition. The first question is, where is the 250 billion right now? The second question is that the transition to CNG requires a number of things. One, it requires that you invest in the infrastructure to convert the fuel combustion engines into the ones that are gas compression based. Okay? So you need to do that. You need to have that infrastructure across the country. The second is that you also need to have the infrastructure to dispense CNG instead of PMS across the country. So, does any Nigeria know any filling station that has been converted or new one that has been built to dispense CNG? Does any Nigeria know of anybody who owns a vehicle whose fuel combustion engine has been converted into CNG? So that's the issue. That's the questions that we must ask.
Nigeria's story is endless.
250 billion was voted in 2019.
And yet it is difficult to get the people on the street to demonstrate against this open crime. Nigeria's continued existence is a crime to humanity, especially Nigerians.
What is our problem with the gas crisis? The
That's
gas
very
crisis
sad.
is simply that we were supposed to make cooking gas available and accessible, and there's the liquefied petroleum gas programs and projects. Then those projects started becoming moribund, like the refineries. Then the government went to NNLG, which was set up for export of gas, to say, okay, bail us out, start earmarking a certain percentage for liquefied petroleum gas for the country. And then, of course, those ones said they would have to import the gas because the one that they are producing is not for that purpose. So they started importing, and it was okay until the federal government now increased custom and excise duties on imported gas. Then the price of gas went out of the market. So you can see that it's the same problem with the fuel crisis, that we don't have that capacity to produce and manufacture liquefied petroleum gas domestically. Again, with electricity. That's why we have combined all of this as energy crisis. Again, with electricity. With fanfare in 2013, the power sector was privatized, Abi? And then we had Gencos and Discos. Between 2013 and now, there's only been a marginal increase in what is called the available evacuation capacity, from 3,400 megawatts to 5,400 megawatts. And the transmission capacity has only been improved from 5,000 megawatts to 7,000 megawatts. The long and short of it is that all of us remain in darkness. But beyond that, federal authorities have invested not less than 2.7 trillion naira of public funds as intervention funds to discos and Gencos that are supposed to be privately owned. So let's ask ourselves, if we had retained Power Holding Company of Nigeria and we had invested 2.7 trillion naira in Power Holding, given the class for corruption amongst the ruling class, perhaps the result would not have been different from now.
Nigeria is fraud, and dismantling it is the best way. And Ninas has given us the steps to follow in getting rid of this cancer. Here's the part 2 of Nigeria, British Incorporated, Part 2, by Dr. Sonny Abi Madoka, DSM. Biafra was never conquered by the Nigerian government, but by the influential manipulations of the British government, with the secret connivance of a few highly placed United Nations officials and a few Biafran saboteurs. Until date, we have leaders who must pay allegiance to the Queen and British government. Those who try to change the status quo of Nigerian miseries in British Incorporated entity, Nigeria, usually end up as pioneers to the termites in their prime ages. If in doubt, I let you ask Pensara Wiwa and the 8th organ leaders how they ended up. After has collaboration and sabotage on the side of Nigeria during the Civil War. We may have all the PVs, do all the campaigns abracadabra, but the actual beneficiaries of our leadership enthronements are Britain, America, core Europeans, and even China now, and a few Nigerian saboteurs, especially our self-acclaimed but selfish past and present political leaders. In 2019, His Excellency Atiku went to U.S. with Senator Bukola Saraki to launder his already battered image, as it was rumored that Atiku had a case to answer in the U.S. The money laundering case of his wife and the huge dollars expended to obtain the franchise of American University located in Adamawa State when he was the Vice President of Nigeria. In that visit, one would have expected the corrupt Free Society, as claimed by America, to arrest Atiku. He wasn't arrested, but had free landing handshakes with American government officials. He had a secret meeting with both the American government officials, and Atiku smiled at the end of the meeting. Nigeria's economic sharing formula has been well detailed, and America has been shown her share of the national treasury. If he emerged as the president of Nigeria, and hence Atiku became the newly wedded wife of America, United States. The main problem of His Excellency Atiku Abubakar was that he was wrongly advised to go to America instead of Britain. By that visit, the British government became apprehensive of what was discussed and probably the agreements reached between the American government and His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. That was the beginning of the end for Atiku's campaign. British government goodwill for his ambition to be the president of Nigeria ended right there. I bet everyone that His Excellency Atiku could have been our president if he had gone to Britain to seek her blessing. PMB, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, capitalized on that wrong adventure of Atiku and dashed to UK. Actually, PMB utilized the opportunity and went to Chatham House to present a paper on how his regime intends handling its overall governance policies. Britain saw the paper and trickily met with him secretly, and there and then he gave the British government of his unalloyed loyalty if he became the president of Nigeria. A sealed agreement was signed that he will not tamper with the structural defects of Nigeria and all the British investments in Nigeria. The British government was happy and really found in PMB a person who can be manipulated in several deceitful ways. Of course, to Britain, it will be very difficult to manipulate Atiku, especially with his allegiance to the American government. More so, there are many odds, such as age and certificate falsifications against Muhammadu Buhari, that British could use to blackmail him if he reneged on his unalloyed commitment to Britain. When I told some friends that nothing will stop PMB from being crowned as our president in 2019 for his second term, certificate or no certificate, they doubted me, citing glaring failure of PMB to even present the concocted WAEC attestation certificate. The main reason why he was allowed to complete his tenure was because it was part of the British government's promise that must be fulfilled. PMB have not reneged on his promise, and Britain must not. You can now see why Britain will not come close to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu case with FGN, with the government of Nigeria. interference must be on the mutual trust, and bearing in mind that PMB has a task to keep the dysfunctional structure of Nigeria intact. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu arrest sues the British government's commitment to keeping Nigeria in a miserable disarray and under her control. PMB's vaunting and indispensability of Nigeria is a script written by Britain and the sad truth to submerge us into being their puppets or zombies forever. I add that. We were all aware of the proceedings that played out in the courts, and I was very much assured that the chief executive officers, that is Britain, their mandate will prevail despite clear postures of incoherent thoughts. PMB has great strategic advisors who understand the need to partner with Chief Executive Britain than a stakeholder, the United States. Hence, he has to go to London to speak for his ambition, despite all the deformities against his candidacy. He was elected president, and today, UK has benefited much more, both in medical tourism and in economic buoyancy, for cleverly hoisting and supporting PMB. Our next president, if we remain dumb, His Excellency Bola Tinubu, was hospitalized in London for many months and, of course, kick-started his presidential campaign from UK. I am not a prophet, but if he gets the nod of Her Majesty and British government's inner caucus, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be our president come 2023, irrespective of all odds against him, and irrespective of the fact that there is a call for constitutional rearrangement of Nigeria through referendum vote. It's not about his age or falsified variants, how he made his money, or his wealth conditions, or his health conditions, or recent Sahara reporters' damaging expository submission of a U.S. narcotic indictment and his forfeiture of thousands of dollars. Actually, it is on the Google. You can Google it, and you will find documents pointing to Tinubu's convictions in court over drug dealing. Ahmed Bola Tinubu is a drug dealer. He got sentenced in the United States. Just a Google search on his name will throw it up. It does happen. It's all about the crooks that will play the dirty game for the chief executive of Nigeria, Britain, America, Europe. Many Nigerian crooks in Nigeria will never allow any intelligent and principled person to rule Nigeria. The wars are the Nigerian crooks who have led this country. They crown themselves with our highest national honors, but vipers in their stewardships. I remain unprecedented and unrepentant to state that none of our presidents, ministers, and oil block embezzlers, both past and present, were or are ever patriotic Nigerians. They believed and lived in selfish ideologies, but publicly and because of their mental deformities or greedy insatiability, tend to tell us that Nigeria is indispensable. Fake people will always be pretenders. In 1999 elections, Mr. Bola Tinubu's educational attestations were all disputed by news magazine investigations that started with debunking the schools purportedly attended by Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu in INEC Form CF001. Even though the indefatigable legal luminary in the person of late Ganifa Ohimi of blessed memory lost the battle of exposing Tinubu's educational claims on technical ground in Supreme Court, one would have expected that His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu would repeat the same qualifications in 2003 INEC Form CF001. Rather, he chose to state not applicable in all areas where educational attestatements and names of institutions were required. Despite all the hulabaloo, INEC was satisfied, and His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu contested and got his second term in office as a Lagos State governor. When corruption is fundamentally embraced as a foundational norm by the institutions that ought to defend the people, any other processes are just mere rhetoric for the blinds in that society. By DSM. Did any Nigerian ask INET why not applicable should replace educational requirements in Fund CF001 for Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2003? He's probably going to replace the same thing in 2023 or even in 2022 as we are speaking. We are not talking about misstatement, misquoted, or verbalization, but verifiable documents written down. Did you see or feel the arrogant way His Excellency Tinubu vaunted that he is going to be the next president of Nigeria when he returned from his medical tourism in UK? He even told us that this is why that he was born for this. You know, he has all his life he has dreamed of being the president of Nigeria. His visit to PMB was a scheduled arrangement based on an unseen written statement or document by the chief executive Britain and Nigerian crooks. Tinubu must get the recommendation of PMB for British government rectification. No one is aware of the closed-door meeting of PMB and Tinubu. Has Tinubu been given the ugly template of the Britain support system that mandates him to continue from where PMB stopped, according to him? We are like a chess game where the players decide which soldiers, queens or kings are vulnerable for expulsions. The dice of Ludo game doesn't predict the winner, but the players. We are the dice, while Britain, America, China, Europe, and crooks in Nigeria are the players that decide who comes home first. You can believe me or not, Nigeria was and is still under the manipulations and mismanagement of foreign countries, especially Britain and few Nigerian saboteurs. It's a pathetic situation, more so when we have great minds that could turn this country into El Dorado. But we have allowed Britain and a few Nigerian saboteurs to wreck Nigeria, and we have become a beggar nation with poverty capital staring at our gloomy faces. Why must the worst rule the best in a country with the best of all resources? Is this not the lot of Nigeria? That's why Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination has never looked back in calling for cessation of all political activities, especially electing the next president, and instead pursue a binding multi-regional referendum to decide the future of Nigeria. Because the way Nigeria is, there is no other country like that. It's abnormal. Again, stay tuned for the continuation of part 3 of this work by DSM Nigeria British Incorporated. Part 3 will be next. Thanks for listening to the Radio Lower Niger Territory, the voice of freedom and liberty. To all our people across Africa, across Nigeria, across the world, have a nice day.
dịrị onye iru mma dịrị onye azụ mma dịrị nwoke nwaanyị okorobịa nwa agbọghọ ụmụaka ndị ụka ndị na-azụ afịa ndị ụmụ akwụkwọ ndị niile ezigbo ife dị mma n'obi ya gazie m ụbọchị taata asị m ka anyị kparịkwa ụbọchị taata bụ mkpụrụ ụbọchị 3 n'ime Febụwarị na afọ 2022 anyị sị ka anyị welukwe ozi ekene wee bịakwa ka anyị kọwakwala ụnụ ife ụfọdụ dị iche iche dị mkpa ka anyị malụ. Ọ ga-adị m mma ka m welu ife na-abọ kọwaa n'asụsụ Igbo ka anyị kọwalie onwe anyị maka na mma ha asị na mmacha ihe niile nke mma agwakwanụ m onye ikwu na ibe m gwa ndị enyi m nke ha makwa anụrụkwa m ọkwa ya bụ na njem a na-aga. So onwe ihe ndị bekee na-akpọ identity na nke a na-akpọ ideology. Ọkpụrụkpụ okwu na-aba ka m chọrọ ka anyị neba anya n'ime. So Igbo bụ identity, Biafra bụ ideology. So onye nwa ka nsị ka anyị kpalita n'efifi a ka anyị wee gwalitakwa onwe anyị okwu ka anyị gwa onwe anyị nke bụ eziokwu. Nke ahụ bụ eziokwu ya edufe anyị ebe anyị kwesịrị ịnọ, duje anyị ebe anyị kwesịrị ịnọ na ife anyị kwesịrị imere onwe anyị. Na mbụ, Igbo bụ identity anyị. Ọ dị ka akara birthmark. Igbo anyị bụ identity maka na anyị nwere omenala, anyị nwere asụsụ, anyị nwere nri anyị na-eri. Enwere nri eji malụ ndị Igbo, enwere ekike eji malụ ndị Igbo, enwere asụsụ eji malụ ndị Igbo, enwere ntọ na ana omenala eji malụ ndị Igbo, nke dị iche na ebe ndị ọzọ dị, dịka ndị Awụsa. Ndị Awụsa nwere nke ha, ndị Yoruba nwere nke ha, ndị Igbo nwere nke ha, ndị TV nwere nke ha. So ọ nkata ka nsị ka anyị kwuo. So ndị Igbo nwere identity, ada efichapụ ya efichapụ, ada apachi ya apachi, ka a sị ọ dịghị mma ebe a, ka a kụọ ya kụọ ya akụrụngwa, ka eme ya ịma anwe ka esi eme ya. Igbo kwụrụ onwe ya, Igbo jụrụ eju. Igbo bụ ndị nwere ana a na-akpọ Igbo land. Otu Yoruba si wee nwee Yoruba land, otu Hausa si nwee Hausa land, otu England si wee dị Ireland, Dutchland, Finland, Netherland, Switzerland. Ka unu wee ghọta mkpa ọ dị n'ihe gbasalụ ana land, Igbo land. Maka o nwere ndị Chineke kelu dobe ya na ana anwa a na-akpọ ancestral land. O nwere onye ya bịa ịzọsa ndị Igbo ebe anwa. Ndị Igbo ama m zọsakwa ndị ọzọ na ana nke ha. Ime nya ị na-emelụ ana. So ọ bụrụ na mmiri dị n'ala Igbo, ọ ndị Igbo nwe ya. Ọ bụrụ na mmanụ dị n'ala Igbo, ọ bụ ndị Igbo nwe ya. Ọnọdụ kịta ka nkwụ na-eto n'ala Igbo, ọ mmanụ ka ọ bụkwa. Ndị Igbo nwere enwejie ya aka. Then ngafeta n'akụkụ nke Biafra. Biafra bụ ideology. Ideology is not identity. Ideology, enwere ike ịpachi ideology ma ịma itinye akụkụ anụnwa okwe ha gị isi ka isi akụkụ nke ọzọ. Isi ka isi akụkụ nke ọzọ. Ka kpakwa ya aka, reshape onye, modify ya anya. Ideology na identity abụghị ofu ife ka fa bụ. Ọ bụrụkwa na ofu ife ka ha na-akọwa. Maka Biafra enweghị asụsụ, Biafra enweghị ntọnaanị, culture. Biafra enweghị ihe eji malụfa. Biafra enwero ekike ma ọ bụ ụdị ekike ha na-eke ma ụdị nnifa na-eri. Otu a ka ọ dịkwa iwelu Biafra ịbịa tikọ ya na Nigeria. Enwere ife a na-akpọ Biafra land, enwere ife a na-akpọ Nigeria land. Biafra nwere ihe dịka mmiri, otu Nigeria si nwee ihe dịka mmiri. Bight of Biafra, River Niger. Nigeria was imposed on us. Ofu nwanyị onye ọcha na-akpọ Flora Shaw bụ onye na-egide sị ka ya nyefe afọ anụnwa Nigeria, ka ha zaba Nigeria. Mana otu a ka ọ dịkwa, Chief Opigo wee kpanitekwa wee sị ka ya sọjestie Biafra, ka enwere identify ya ndị a na-egbu n'ugwu Awụsa oge afọ. Ha wee necha anya wee sị ọ dị mma. Ojukwu wee wenie wee mela afa. mana chetakwa na Ojukwu anwa n'oge anụcha anya bụ ọgụ ọ pụrụ mesịa nachiyata ihe ọ zakwa bụ ezi Igbo gburugburu ọzọ akwa eze Biafra gburugburu kochu na-adịkwa ya. Chief Frank Opigo onye nke wepụtara afọ a etufughọkwa ịjọ ọ bụ si n'ozi Biafra bụ identity ya. Ọ na-azakwa ịjọ, ndị ịjọ na-azakwa ịjọ, wele ịjọ na-eme ngala ka ezi ka onye esi bụrụzie ndị Igbo anyị ebe Ojukwu si na afa obodo anyị awụzi Biafra emegide ihe niile a wụọ naanị Ojukwu zaba eze Igbo gburugburu ọza ha eze Biafra gburugburu. So ụmụnne m ihe m ji ekwu akọwa ihe abụ ka anyị tụlee anya maka ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-apụta ha sị a na-agwa ụmụ ha na ha bụ ndị Biafra. Ụmụaka tokwa faga anyị ihe a na-akpọ identity crisis. Gwanụnụ ha na ha bụ ndị Igbo ebe ọ na-asụrụ ha Igbo maka nwatakịrị a nwere ike jụọ gị kedu asụsụ eji malụ ndị Biafra, gịnị ka ị ya agwa ya? Isi ya Igbo ka ya asị ya Ijọ ka ya asị ya Ishekiri ka ya asị ya Orobo? Kedu ihe o ji wee bụrụ ndị Igbo bụ ihe a n'isi? Enwelu ndị nwere ike faghọta ha na Biafra anụnwa bụ ihe eji egwu ha wayo. Enwelu ndị otu anyị si wee kọwalụ ha bụrụ otu anwa ha enweghị ike ige ndị ọzọ ntị ka ha ghọta cheki anya akụkụ a cheki anya akụkụ a ka ịmalụ nke ka mma maọbụ nke bụ eziokwu. Agwa gị Biafra, a ga-enye gị Biafra, ịjụghọzi kedu ka anyị esi wee nye anyị Biafra nwa. Wee welu ya na egwu ndị mmadụ wayo were na-anakọrọ ndị mmadụ ego. Ọkwa ụfọdụ ka a na-eme ya bụ ife mana ndị anwa a na-eme ihe a ka anyị na-asị ngwa kwụsịgodụnụ chie echiche cheba anya ime jụgere onwe gị abụ m onye Igbo kama abụ onye Biafra. Ka ya na-aghọtakị otu a ka ị na-aghatọkọ ya ka ị na-aghatọkọ na-eme ndị gị na ha na-arụkọ ọrụ a na-ene anya ma ndị a ọmakwa nke ha so kedu ebe ha kwụ kedu ebe ha so eso. Ewelu Biafra wee tiwaa ndị Igbo kewasịa ndị Igbo amaghịzi ebe ha kwụ. O nwere egwu nchọrọ ego a sị Igbo amaka mma o, Igbo amaka mma o, Igbo amaka mma mana ụfọdụ ụmụ Igbo mebiri Igbo. Igbo amaka mma o, ala Igbo amaka mma o, ụmụ Igbo amaka mma o mana ụfọdụ ụmụ Igbo mebiri Igbo. Mma ha asịzi Igbo ntọ mba mana ụfọdụ ndị a mebiri Igbo bụ ndị anyị na-ekwu ha amaghọ identity fa maka na abịa agwafa unu bụ Biafra ha welie nnukwu wee na-achụ Biafra na-agba a na-achụ ya. Ịma nwetakwanụ Biafra anwa ma ọ bụ na iso ebe ndị Igbo kwụ maka ndị Igbo na ndị Ijọ na ndị Urobo na ndị Yoruba na ndị TV na ndị Awụsa ha ncha niile si ndị Naijiria nọbidoro ha na anyị nwa bụ ndị nwe ana. Ha ncha niile wee jikọọ ọnụ wee nọdụ no Movement of the Owners of the Land a na-akpọ NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. And na NINAS abịa kewaa ngalaba ịtọ ahụ bụ ndị Middle Belt ma Awụsa ma TV ma Jukun ma Igbira ma Idoma ma Nupe. Ha ncha niile nọ na Middle Belt. Ha bịa nwekwa ngalaba nke ọzọ ndị Yoruba the Odua, Yoruba nation. Ufu asusu kafanwelu. Ufu omenala kafanwelu. Ufu di ekeke kafana eke. Na-akpọ ha ndị ofe mmanụ. Ikwura ndị ofe mmanụ amalugo ndị a na-ekwu maka fa. Ha nwa nọ na blọk ọzọ. Ndị nke anyị bụ ndị Fulani nyelu Caliphate nyelu South na South East. Bụ ndị nọ under Lower Niger block. Onye ka o ji abụ ị na-akpọ ị na-ekwu indigenous nationality, ethnic nationality. Igbo is an ethnic nation. Igbo bụ nation nke ya. Ijo bụ nation nke ya maka ha ncha niile nwere ancestral land a na-akpọ Ijo land, Igbo land, Ishekiri land, Ogoni land, Bini Kingdom, Asian land, Ibibio land, Efik land. Ha ncha niile nọ n'ime Lower Niger block. Unu ma ndị kele anyị kedisi anyị ha ọkwa ndị Caliphate ndị Fulani na-ejelu ndị Britain ozi wee kelicha anyị were ụmụnne anyị ndị Igbo tinye na nke ha kpọrọ Rivers, were ụmụnne anyị ndị Igbo tinye na nke ha kpọrọ Delta. Ọkwa ha gụchara anyị afọ a kpa anyị ndị Anambra, kpa anyị ndị Abia, kpa anyị ndị Ebonyi, kpa anyị ndị Enugu, kpa anyị ndị Imo. Wee weluzie akwụkwọ eji achị a na-akpọ constitution wezie ya na-emezi nke ha na-akpọkwa election. Unu nwere ike chọọ onye a ezigbo mmadụ ka ọ chịa, ha nwa achọ onye na-ejelu ha ozi tinye ebe ahụ, o nwere ife ị ga-eme ịma mgbanwe ya. Ejekwa n'ụlọ ikpe, ndị ụlọ ikpe ya ejikwa akwụkwọ ikike ahụ a na-akpọ constitution welukwa etinye onye ha chọrọ. Gịnị ka ị ga-eme? Imesịa mkpọtụ ịba ime ụlọ. Ọnọdụ ka nke a melụ n'Imo. Mana o nwere ka Chineke si eme ife maka na akwa anyị eruo onye a ntị. Ekpere anyị na-ekpe elugo n'ebe ọ nọ. O wee wepụta ndị nwere ọgụgụ isi, wepụta ndị ma ka anyị esi wee nụọ nya bụ ọgụ na-eji ha mma na-eji ha egbe kama na ọgụgụ isi ka anyị eji nụọ nya bụ ọgụ. Wee wepụta ndị a wee bido na-akọnya bụ ife wee lụzie oge falulu wee sị ngwa onye ọbụla tinye n'isi. Ọ gbalụ
nke a bụ ala dị mma ka nwanne anyị nwaanyị na gụrụ anyị n'olu Igbo. Ala dị mma epistu ozi ọma nke ndị ala dị mma, otu ọ ga-adị wee dịrị anyị mma. Udo dịrị unu ka unu na-ege. Nke a bụ nkeji mbụ ya, ọ ga-adị ụzọ ịbụọ ụzọ ịtọ ka ọ ga-adị tupu ọ na-agwụ. Nọdụ n'ọfụma. Udo dịrị Igbo.
ndị ọma na-ege m ntị ugbu a, ekele dịrị onye ọbụla. Ụbọchị ọma na ekene udo ya dịrị onye iru mma, dịrị onye azụ mma, dịrị nwoke, nwaanyị, okorobịa, nwa agbọghọ, ụmụaka, ndị ụka, ndị na-azụ afịa, ndị ụmụ akwụkwọ, ndị niile ezigbo ife dị mma n'obi ya gazie m. Ụbọchị taata asị m ka anyị kparịkwa. Ụbọchị taata bụ mkpụrụ ụbọchị 3 n'ime Febụwarị na afọ 2022. Anyị sị ka anyị welukwe ozi ekene wee bịakwa ka anyị kọwakwala ụnụ ife ụfọdụ dị iche iche dị mkpa ka anyị malụ. Ọ ga-adị m mma ka m welu ife na-abụ kọwaa n'asụsụ Igbo ka anyị kọwalie onwe anyị maka na mma ha sị na mmacha ihe niile nke mma agwakwanụ m onye ikwu na ibe m gwa ndị enyi m nke ha makwa anụrụkwa m ọkwa ya bụ na njem a na-aga so onwe ihe ndị bekee na-akpọ identity na nke a na-akpọ ideology ọkpụrụkpụ okwu na-aba ka m chọrọ ka anyị neba anya n'ime so Igbo bụ identity, Biafra bụ ideology. So onye nwa ka nsị ka anyị kpalita n'efifi a ka anyị wee gwalitakwa onwe anyị okwu ka anyị gwa onwe anyị nke bụ eziokwu nke ahụ bụ eziokwu ya edufe anyị ebe anyị kwesịrị ịnọ duje anyị ebe anyị kwesịrị ịnọ na ife anyị kwesịrị imele onwe anyị na mbụ Igbo bụ identity anyị ọ dị ka akara birthmark Igbo anyị bụ identity maka na anyị nwere omenala anyị nwere asụsụ anyị nwere nri anyị na-eri enwere nri eji malụ ndị Igbo enwere ekike eji malụ ndị Igbo enwere asụsụ eji malụ ndị Igbo enwere ntọ na ana omenala eji malụ ndị Igbo nke dị iche na ebe ndị ọzọ dị ka ndị Awụsa nwere nke ha ndị Yoruba nwere nke ha ndị Igbo nwere nke ha ndị TV nwere nke ha so ọ nkata ka nsị ka anyị kwuo so ndị Igbo nwere identity ada efichapụ ada apachi ka asị ọ dịghị mma ebe a ka akụọ ya kụọ ya akụrụngwa ka eme ya ịma anwe ka esi eme ya Igbo kwụrụ onwe ya Igbo jụrụ eju Igbo bụ ndị nwere ana a na-akpọ Igbo land otu Yoruba si wee nwee Yoruba land otu Hausa si nwee Hausa land otu England si wee dị Ireland Dutchland Finland Netherland Switzerland ka unu wee ghọta mkpa ọ dị n'ihe gbasalụ ana land Igbo land maka o nwere ndị Chineke kelu dobe ya na ana anwa a na-akpọ ancestral land o nwere onye ya bịa ịzọsa ndị Igbo ebe anwa ndị Igbo ama m zọsakwa ndị ọzọ na ana nke ha ime nya ị na-emelụ ana so ọ bụrụ na mmiri dị n'ala Igbo ọ ndị Igbo nwe ya ọ bụrụ na mmanụ dị n'ala Igbo ọ bụ ndị Igbo nwe ya ọnọdụ kịta ka nkwụ na-eto n'ala Igbo ọ mmanụ ka ọ bụkwa ndị Igbo nwere enwejie ya aka then ngafeta n'akụkụ nke Biafra bụ ideology is not identity ideology enwere ike ịpachi ideology ma ịma itinye akụkụ anụnwa okwe ha gị isi ka isi akụkụ nke ọzọ ka kpakwa ya aka reshape onye modify ya anya ideology na identity abụghị ofu ife ka fa bụ ọ bụrụkwa na ofu ife ka ha na-akọwa maka Biafra enweghị asụsụ Biafra enweghị ntọnaanị culture Biafra enweghị ihe eji malụfa Biafra enwero ekike ma ọ bụ ụdị ekike ha na-eke ma ụdị nnifa na-eri otu a ka ọ dịkwa iwelu Biafra ịbịa tikọ ya na Naịjirịa enwere ife a na-akpọ Biafra land enwere ife a na-akpọ Naịjirịa land Biafra nwere ihe dịka mmiri otu Naịjirịa si nwee ihe dịka mmiri height of Biafra, River Niger. Nigeria was imposed on us. Ofu nwanyi onye ọcha na-akpọ Flora Shaw bụ onye na-egide sị ka ya nyefe afọ anụnwa Nigeria, ka ha zaba Nigeria. Mana otu ahụ ka ọ dịkwa, Chief Opigo wee kpanitekwa wee sị ka ya suggest Biafra, ka enwere identify ya ndị a na-egbu n'ugwu Awụsa oge afọ. Ha wee necha anya wee sị ọ dị mma. Ojukwu wee wenie wee mela afa. Mana chetakwa na Ojukwu anwa n'oge anụcha anya bụ ọgụ ọ pụrụ mesịa nachiyata. Ihe ọ zakwa bụ ezi Igbo gburugburu, ọzọ akwa eze Biafra gburugburu. Kuchu na-adịkwa ya. Chief Frank Opigo, onye nke wepụtara afa a, etufughọkwa ịjọ ọ bụ si n'ozi Biafra bụ identity ya. Ọ na-azakwa ịjọ. Ndị ịjọ na-azakwa ịjọ. Wele ịjọ na-eme ngala. Ka ezi ka onye esi bụrụzie ndị Igbo anyị, ebe Ojukwu si na afa obodo anyị awụzi Biafra, emegide ihe niile a wụọ naanị. Ojukwu zaba eze Igbo gburugburu, ọzaha eze Biafra gburugburu. So ụmụnne m, ihe m ji akọwa ihe a bụ ka anyị tụlee anya. Maka ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-apụta ha sị a na-agwa ụmụ ha na ha bụ ndị Biafra. Ụmụaka tokwa faga anya ihe a na-akpọ identity crisis. Gwanụnụ ha na ha bụ ndị Igbo ebe ọ na-asụrụ ha Igbo. Maka nwatakịrị a nwere ike jụọ gị kedu asụsụ eji malụ ndị Biafra. Gịnị ka ị ya agwa ya? Isi ya Igbo, ka ya asị ya Ịjọ, ka ya asị ya Ishekiri, ka ya asị ya Urobo. Kedu ihe o ji wee bụrụ ndị Igbo bụ ihe a n'isi? Enwelu ndị nwere ike faghọta ha na Biafra anụnwa bụ ihe eji egwu ha wayo. Enwelu ndị otu anyị si wee kọwalụ ha bụrụ otu anwa. Ha enweghị ike ige ndị ọzọ ntị ka ha ghọta cheki anya akụkụ a, cheki anya akụkụ a, ka ịmalụ nke ka mma maọbụ nke bụ eziokwu. Agwa gị Biafra, a ga-enye gị Biafra. Ịjụ hozi kedu ka anyị esi wee nye anyị Biafra nwa. Wee welu ya na egwu ndị mmadụ wayo. Wunye na-anakọlụ ndị mmadụ ego. Ọkwa ụfọdụ ka a na-eme ya bụ ife. Mana ndị anwa a na-eme ihe a ka anyị na-asị ngwa kwụsịgodụnụ, chee echiche chebe anya ime. Jụgere onwe gị, abụ m onye Igbo ka m abụ onye Biafra? Ka ya na-aghọtakị otu a, ka ị na-aghatọkị ya, ka ị na-aghatọkọ na-eme ndị gị na ha na-arụkọ ọrụ a na-ene anya ma ndị a ọmakwa nke ha so. Kedu ebe ha kwụ? Kedu ebe ha so eso? Ewelu Biafra wee tiwaa ndị Igbo, kewasịa ndị Igbo. Ndị Igbo amaghịzi ebe ha kwụ. O nwere egwu nchọrọ ego. A sị Igbo amaka mma o, Igbo amaka mma o, Igbo amaka mma, mana ụfọdụ ụmụ Igbo mebiri Igbo. Igbo amaka mma o, ala Igbo amaka mma o, ụmụ Igbo amaka mma o, mana ụfọdụ ụmụ Igbo mebiri Igbo. Mma ha asịzi Igbo ntọ mba. Mana ụfọdụ ndị a mebiri Igbo bụ ndị anyị na-ekwu ha amaghọ identity fa. Maka na abịa agwafa unu bụ Biafra, ha welie nnukwu wee na-achụ Biafra a na-achụ ya. Ịma nwetakwanụ Biafra anwa ma ọ bụrụ na iso ebe ndị Igbo kwụ. Maka ndị Igbo na ndị Ịjọ na ndị Urobo na ndị Yoruba na ndị TV na ndị Awụsa, ha ncha niile si ndị Naijiria nọbidoro ha na anyị nwa bụ ndị nwe ana. ha ncha niile wee jikọọ ọnụ wee nọdụ no movement of the owners of the land a na-akpọ NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. And na NINAS a bịa kewaa ngalaba ịtọ ahụ bụ ndị Middle Belt, ma Awụsa, ma TV, ma Jukun, ma Igbira, ma Idoma, ma Nupe. Ha ncha niile nọ na Middle Belt. Ha bịa nwekwa ngalaba nke ọzọ ndị Yoruba, the Odua, Yoruba Nation. Ofu asụsụ ka fa nwelu, ofu omenala ka fa nwelu, ofu ụdị ekike ka fa na-eke. Na-akpọ ha ndị ofe mmanụ. Ikwura ndị ofe mmanụ amalụgo ndị a na-ekwu maka fa. Ha nwa nọ na blọk ọzọ. Ndị nke anyị bụ ndị Fulani nyelu Caliphate nyelu South na South East, bụ ndị nọ under Lower Niger block. Onye ka o ji abụ ị na-ekwu indigenous nationality, ethnic nationality. Igbo is an ethnic nation. Igbo bụ nation nke ya. Ijo bụ nation nke ya, maka ha ncha niile nwere ancestral land a na-akpọ Ijo land, Igbo land, Ishekiri land, Ogoni land, Bini Kingdom, Asian land, Ibibio land, Efik land. Ha ncha niile nọ n'ime Lower Niger block. Unu ma ndị kele anyị kedisi anyị ha, ọkwa ndị Caliphate, ndị Fulani na-ejelu ndị Britain ozi wee kelicha anyị, were ụmụnne anyị ndị Igbo tinye na nke ha kpọrọ Rivers, were ụmụnne anyị ndị Igbo tinye na nke ha kpọrọ Delta. Ọkwa ha gụchara anyị afọ a, kpọọ anyị ndị Anambra, kpọọ anyị ndị Abia, kpọọ anyị ndị Ebonyi, kpọọ anyị ndị Enugu, kpọọ anyị ndị Imo. Wee weluzie akwụkwọ eji achị a na-akpọ constitution, wezie ya na-emezi nke ha na-akpọkwa election. Unu nwere ike chọọ onye a ezigbo mmadụ ka ọ chịa, ha nwa chọọ onye na-ejelu ha ozi tinye ebe ahụ, o nwere ife ị ga-eme ịma mgbanwe ya. Ejekwa n'ụlọ ikpe, ndị ụlọ ikpe ya ejikwa akwụkwọ ikike ahụ a na-akpọ constitution welukwa etinye onye ha chọrọ. Gịnị ka ị ga-eme? Imesịa mkpọtụ ịba ime ụlọ. Ọnọdụ ka nke a melụ n'Imo. Mana o nwere ka Chineke si eme ife, maka na akwa anyị eruo onye a ntị. Ekpere anyị na-ekpe elugo n'ebe ọ nọ. O wee wepụta ndị nwere ọgụgụ isi, wepụta ndị ma ka anyị esi wee nụọ nya bụ ọgụ, na-eji ha mma, na-eji ha egbe, kama na ọgụgụ isi ka anyị eji nụọ nya bụ ọgụ. Wee wepụta ndị a wee bido na-akọnya bụ ife, wee lụzie oge falulu wee sị ngwa onye ọbụla tinye n'isi. Ọ gbalụ
nke a bụ ala dị mma ka nwanne anyị nwaanyị na-agụrụ anyị n'olu Igbo. Ala dị mma epist oziọma nke ndị ala dị mma, otu ọ ga-adị wee dịrị anyị mma. Udo dịrị unu ka unu na-ege. Nke a bụ nkeji mbụ ya, ọ ga-adị ụzọ abụọ ụzọ ịtọ ka ọ ga-adị tupu ọ na-agwụ. Nọdụ n'ọfụma. Udo dịrị Igbo. Ọ ka bụkwa maka oziọma ala dị mma ka o wee dịrị Igbo mma. N'asụsụ Igbo ka a na-ekwu ya. Nwanne anyị nwaanyị na-enyere ya ka wee na-eme ya ka ọ dị mma. Nwanne anyị nwaanyị ọmachi, gere ya nke ọma, tinye uche gị na ya, maka ihe gbasara ndị be anyị ala dị mma ọ bara onye ọbụla uru.
Referendum bụ ebe anyị na-eje nina asịsị na ha ya anyagide anyị n'ụgbọ anwa muvulu anyị. Ebe ọ ya bụ isi rice ma ọ white gịnị ka ihe eji tinye ka ihe ya etinye ewe dị ya sọsọ rice ana-eko obodo ndị ọzọ na-efidi their citizens ị na-anụ ka ha na ifunugo ebe ha lụrụ piramid. Ọ bụghị iberibe ka ọ bụ. Ihe anyị na-ekwu n'ụbọchị taata bụ ndị Igbo sonye na ibe ụnọ sonye na ndị ọzọ ethnic nationality sonye na ndị ọzọ na ninas ọkwụ ụgbọ ninas ka a na-ekwu okwu ya. Ninas na-asị na selection maọbụ election under this current fraudulent constitution of 1999 na ha jụrụ ajụ na fasị na a ga-anọdụ ana wee kpaa kedu ka anyị si ebikọ ọnụ kedu ka anyị si ebi ọ bụrụ na o kwere anyị onye ọbụla na saa and anyị eme na referendum bụ ebe anyị na-eje nina asịsị na ha ya anyagide anyị n'ụgbọ anwa muvulu anyị kweta na referendum. Ịtụnye nke gị ntụnye nke m onye ọzọ atụnye nke ya. Ịtụọ sị na ị ka chọrọ ịnọ na Naịjirịa ịnọdụ. Ịtụọ sị na ị chọghị ịpụ na Naịjirịa ịpụọ je dozie ebe gị. Ọ bụ ihe eji egbe ọ bụ ihe eji mma ọ bụ ihe eji mizaịl eme. And otu ọ dị kịta ama m na ndị Igbo si na ọnịnas ka ha kwụnyelụ maka anọ na ya bụ ọgụ anyị achọzi ya. So biko ndị IPOB ihe anyị na-agwa unu bụ solunu ụmụ Igbo ndị ọzọ chebee echiche rethink kenen unu egbuzina onwe unu atazina anụ mmadụ unu anọzina n'ime ọfịa unu erepụzina onwe unu emebọzina ndị Igbo solunu ndị Igbo ndị ọzọ join on na ninas banyenụ na ninas banyenụ ninas ọkwụ ụgbọ ndị nwaana ka ọ bụ ụgbọ ndị nwaana the movement of the owners of the land. Banyenụ ninas nke taa nke echi banyenụ ninas join ninas IPOB rethink unu edestroys na obodo anyị ana Igbo unu edestroys na unu emebizina ya unu akpazina arụ a ma ọ bụ ndị ọzọ onye ọbụla kwụsị unu emezina ya ma ọ bụgodo ndị politishan na-eyuzu unu si na ha mba anyị ncha niile chọrọ nnwere onwe mana o nwere usoro ka mma usoro ịma mwenitere egbe. Ụfọdụ n'ime unu ya na-asị he tigbuo ụzọ ndị ninas dị quiet ndị ninas anaghị emegharị ahụ ndị ninas hey ọ bụghị tigbuo ụzọ ka eji eme akọ na uche agha uche nwe ihe ndị Igbo na-akpọ agha uche. Ịma njekwuru onye iro gị ji egbe jide mma jide mmiza isi n'ihu bịakwute ya ọgụ ihe esi n'azụ. And ndị Igbo ụmụkwara ihe ọzọ dị mkpa mma alụtụrụ n'aka ndị Igbo ama ihe a na-akpọ long term plan. Ndị Igbo enweghị ihe a na-akpọ reading culture ya eweta information egụọ ya gụba ya chebegharị ya echiche n'ime anyị ebido mebi ya. Ndị Fulani na-atụ plan ha 20 years ha ejizie nwayọ na-arụ ya. Nke anyị bụ cham gwedin tigbuo zọgbuo achọrọ m ya kịta mma enye unu Biafra echi mma enye unu freedom tata. Ọ bụrụ na m enyeghị unu freedom tata ihe dị bụ na-eme. Ọ bụrụ na m enyeghị unu Biafra today Somalia ya aka na Igbo mma. Hey, bikozienụ onye ọbụla kunite onye ọbụla chebala onwe ya echiche ma nwoke ma nwaanyị ndị ụka ụmụ okorobịa ụmụ akwụkwọ ndị na-azụ afịa ndị na-akwụ ụgbọala ndị na-asị duru anyị ebe anwa anyị atụọ referendum okwu agwụ maka ama m na ihe m tụrụ ka ya atụ ọnọdụ anyị nọ n'ime Naijiria adụrọ m mma, ọ dụrọ onye Igbo mma. Sọọsọ ndị ọ dị mma bụ ndị politishan. Isizikwe na ihe eji ịtụnye binye aka ha nwa akwadochagokwa onye ya achị no imesikwali na ha akwadosigokwa onye ya achị. So ọ ka mma na ịjụlụ jụọ ekwensu, jụ ma otutu ya ma nlafu ya niile, jụọ ihe niile gbasara ekwensu. Ịjụ ihe niile gbasara ekwensu ịma na ihe ajụ Naijiria, jụkwuo ma INEC, jụkwuo ma elekshọn ha na selekshọn ha, jụkwuo ma ndị politishan, jụgbado ha ka ị kwụrụ n'ụkwụ gị na-abọ wee zaa afa gị, zaa onye Igbo, onye Yoruba zaa onye Yoruba, onye Ijo azaa onye Ijo, onye TV azaa onye TV. Maka ndị anyị akwala ụnụ si ha na-eweta religion, na-eweta ethnicity into politics. Ọkwa ahụ ka ha na-aghọ ụnụ, ọkwa ahụ ka fa na-aghọ ụnụ. Ha na-egwukwe ụnụ wayo chandum. Ọhịa ha na-egwu ụnụ na-eme ụnụ. The more you look, the less you see. Don't be part of those who they play ping pong. Ping pong, table tennis, ping pong, don't be part of them. Go see that you are full of wisdom. That Chineke nyelu gị onyinye amamife were rụọ ọrụ. So ndị Igbo, ife nji jide asụsụ Igbo wee na-asụrụ ụnụ bụ ka m gwa ụnụ nekwe ebe a na-eje, nekwe ebe akwụ, nekwe nke na-akpọtụ, Ninas na-akpọtụ, Ninas na-akpọtụ. Ndị mba ofesi pụta chọọ ndị ha ya emit na ihe a na-akpọ self-determination, ọkwa ndị Ninas ka ha ya afụ. Ya bụ tinye n'isi na Ninas nke taa nke echi, tinye n'isi. Nwanne anyị nwoke bụ Tony Nnadi, ọ na-agba mbọ, ọ na-ekwu eziokwu, ọnkwụ n'ụkwụ ya na-abọ. Ụfọdụ apụtago bịa gwa ụnụ si na ọ na-eme ihe Naijiria asị. Ihe ọ na-eme bụ ụzọ o ya ese dịrị ndị Igbo mma, dịrị ndị ọzọ mma. Ndị Yoruba fụrụ ya fụ na nwoke a intelijensi ya na wisdom ya dị too much, ha akpọrọ ya, ọkọwala ha. Ndị Ijo akpọ ọnya, ọkọwalụfa. Ndị TV akpọ ọnya, ọkọwalụfa. Ndị Igbo ewere na-asịrị anyị asị, anyị wee na-egbu anyị, na-emebi ana Igbo, na-emebi afịa ndị mmadụ na-azụ. Ụfọdụ ndị ya n'obodo oyibo asị gị sit at home. If you come out, you are a dead person. Egwu a na-atụ gị. Onye na-etinye egwu n'ime mmadụ bụ ekwensu. Nachiyata nka Chineke nye unu power, nye unu ike. Join on Ninas. Ninas bụ freedom movement. And Chineke bụ onye si, I am the truth. Ụmụkwa ndị ọzọ way and life. Mana ọ sị na ịmala eziokwu inwere onwe gị. Only truth will set you free. Ninas na-ekwu eziokwu. Tony Nnadi bụ Secretary General na-ekwu eziokwu. Ihe okwu taa ka ọ ga-ekwu echi. Ihe o kwuru afọ one gara aga ka ọ ya ekwu taa, ya ka ọ ya ekwukwa echi. Ka unu wee ghọta na ndị na-eso ya ma ebe fa na-aga. Ndị na-eso ya ma ebe fa na-aga. Okwu na tie kwa ndị Igbo na ebe na-ebe ụzọ dị, na ebe ụzọ dị. Unu si na Biafra ka ụzọ dị. Ndị so Biafra a na-etigbu ha. Ndị Igbo so ụzọ eziokwu, ụzọ Ninas na-aga, a na-aga n'ikem. Ọkwanye ya bụ ihe a Jesu kwuru sị na ya bụ way. I am the life, I am the truth, I am the way. Well, these three words mere ife bara unu uru. Nke ọbụla nwere ihe nke o ji aga. Way, truth, life. Eziokwu bụ ndụ. Ndị Igbo kwuru ya, eziokwu bụ ndụ. Ndị Igbo sị eziokwu bụ ndụ. Eziokwu bụ ogu na ọfọ. Oji ọfọ ga-ana. Ojiofo Ghana. Ndị Igbo, mgbe ọzọ anyị ka ya akpakwanya bụ nkata. Inweta ozi a, biko, tụsa anya ebe niile. Ekene dịrị onye ọbụla. Mee ka onye Igbo ghọta ihe anyị na-ekwu. Onye Igbo ọbụla ka ghọta ihe anyị na-ekwu. Na anyị nwekpezi azụ. Ọbịa bụ anyị bụ ụzọ na-achọ ya bụ nwere onwe. Mana anyị bụzi ndị nọzi n'azụ. Biko, wenite n'ụkwụ ya jụzuru n'oyi, wenite n'ụkwụ na-eje na Ninas. Ndị Igbo wenite n'ụkwụ na-eje na Ninas. Ndị aghọtabeghị, biko kọwalụ ndị ọzọ. Ọ ga-adịrị anyị ncha niile mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Igbo mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Ijaw mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Yoruba mma. Ọ ga-adịrị ndị Ishekiri, Urobo, TV, Hausa. Ọ ga-adịrị ha ncha niile mma. It is well with all of us. Ekene dịrị onye ọbụla. Chukwu gọzielu m ụnụ ndị Igbo, gọzielu m ụnụ ọfụma. Anyị ga-emeri. Anyị nọdụ nọsie ike, jikọta onwe anyị ọnụ. We shall overcome. Together, we shall overcome. Together, we shall win. Udo dịrị onye ọbụla. Chukwu gọzielu m ụnụ ọzọ. Ngwa ka ọ dị na mgbe ọzọ. Bye.
You've been listening to Aladimma epistle being read in Igbo to all our people out there around the world. The message of Aladimma is the good news about what lies ahead of us in a free nation state of Igbo nation within the Lower Niger Territory. Same message goes to all other language groups within our territory. Aladimma, peace to our land, peace to our families, peace to our communities, stability to our nation that is emerging. Long live the Igbo nation state. Nina's Extraordinary Urgent Alerts Parts 1 through 4. Battlefield Instructions, April 27, 2022. As the Nina's Constitutional Force Majeure implementation moved from enlightenment and mobilization towards enforcement in the Union Dispute declared December 16, 2020. Be it known to all that Alliance of the Rest of Nigeria's South and Middle Belt has defeated the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution. It has also intensified, isolated, and paralyzed the hitherto unseen proprietors of that rogue constitution beyond tenured office holders. This 4-point broadcast gives an overview of the battlefield and provides a guide on how the victory already secured over the obnoxious 1999 Constitution and its proprietors is being operationalized and transformed into liberation for the trapped constituent components of the distressed Federation of Nigeria. You are encouraged to share this good news with your friends and family members, as much as it lies within you to do.
If the urgent alerts that have to come out at this time concerning the things that are happening to us and the things that are about to happen to us. Only a few days ago, in the aftermath of the train terror, the Kaduna-Abuja train terror attack, and the demands of the terrorists who are holding on to most of the passengers, we did raise an alarm that from the tone of their demand about not wanting money, it's not money they were asking for. We then began to imagine what it could be, because if it's not money, we also said it's not anything money could buy. And we began looking back at what we already knew on the subject matter. We began to ask whether it had to do with land or our sovereignty. As we raised those questions, other things happened. And one of the victims, whom they later put on video, from the place of captivity. Alhaji Kabir Muhammad Adamu, the managing director of Bank of Agriculture also, who then conveyed their demand. Say the federal government knew what the demands were, and therefore, from what was in the video, they didn't name what that demand was. But when the captive got home, and people came commiserating, media people came trying to find out, he then, told everybody what he was told by his captors about what the demands were. It then turned out to confirm our worst fears, that it is the land of Nigeria. I want everybody to listen carefully so that we can understand what situation we're caught in now. The lands of Nigeria, and there's a video we can verify on YouTube titled Ahead of 2015 Election. It was on STV. It was a 2014 interview when these deployments, when these terror merchants, mercenaries that have been hired by those who wanted to grab power by all means in 2015. That interview happened in the very period they were rampaging and doing all kinds of things. And we had gone to TV at the time to say that this is what is behind the insurgency we were seeing on an unprecedented scale at the time. People who say either they get to power or the place will be made ungovernable. People who said the blood of the baboon and that of the dog will mix up. These were the people who hired these machineries. El Rufai himself told us how he went, later. We were piecing, we were bringing the pieces together to form a complete picture. That there was a promise to hand over the lands of Nigeria to these marauders in return for their services of providing the quantum of violence that was required to push out Goodluck Jonathan from office in 2015 electoral round. And so, if we go back to that video titled Ahead of 2015 Elections, that's the title on YouTube. We can click it and find out today. It's on STV. We will see that it was all about election that was coming. It was all about power. So there was election that was the rendezvous, the point of exchange on the matter. And the gladiators and what they were doing to carry the day. Subsequent, we saw El Rufai confirming on national TV how he went to 14 different countries to give these mercenaries money for whatever they were killing people in his domain, and all he could do as sitting governor was to go to give them money. But the picture is getting clearer now that it was El Rufai that actually interfaced with them in that contract of bringing them in. Of course, it's on behalf of his principal, who then emerged as president and commander-in-chief. These are I'm just giving our own readings of what we see. If anybody has a better account of what it is, particularly the ones who are named in that that government, I don't see anybody that they could be referring to as government than the president and commander-in-chief, who was their champion all these years. We remember when Jonathan and the Hejrika was struggling with Boko Haram. It was the same Buhari that came out to say that the attack on Boko Haram was an attack on the north. He was always their spokesman. He has not ceased being the patron of Mieti Allah, that have been taking credit and, proudly too, for the, murderous onslaught by Fulani herdsmen, the fourth most deadly terror group on the face of the earth. So we are connecting, we are bringing together who is playing what role in this sordid drama that has now become an existential threat to the indigenous nationalities of Nigeria across the south and middle belt looking at this map. So this invasion we have seen, everything we have seen that came as insurgency, that came as Boko Haram, that came as Fulani herdsmen, that came as ethnic cleansing, from that 2012, 13, 14, particularly from 2015, has to do, everything we saw had to do with that promise of come and help me to power so that you can take the land for yourselves. And it is within the context of that interpretation that we begin to see the complicity of our own president and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces that was supposed to be defending us from this invasion. How did we come to the conclusion of complicity? We saw, apart from the utterances, oh, give up your land or your life, from his spokesman, we saw the defense, his minister of defense asking the states that were passing anti-open grazing laws to do away with those laws. Otherwise, they will have to contend with the cows that have to find their way. We saw the many attempts of trying to, reverse the laws to recreate, to bring about open grazing. The Ruga thing that we have always talked about, all of those were attempts to fulfill that promise, to hand over the land of Nigeria to these people that will now become the permanent owners. And further on that question of complicity of our president, we saw when the borders of Nigeria were thrown open, compromising our sovereignty. And we saw the numbers that poured in terms of the Fulani that had to come from everywhere in the sub-region into our space. We saw during the COVID-19 lockdown how they were moved into the southern territories using Dangote trucks. We saw the governor in Bauchi that came to national TV to tell us that Fulani from everywhere belong to Nigeria. We saw what Pantami and the immigration people have been doing in documenting them as Nigerians, since that was the policy of the so-called federal government. I say so-called because Nigeria ceased to be a federation. The Federation of Nigeria collapsed in 1966, and all of the federal governments that have been operating in Nigeria since 1967 are illicit federal government, because we couldn't have a federal government in the absence of a federation. We still have a country, but it is anomalous to be talking about federal government. And so we for the purpose of this broadcast, we will then say the rogue federal government that emerged from 1967 upon the collapse of the Federation of Nigeria had been the one dictating to everybody what will happen to everybody. And the Fulani, as we have seen, had hijacked that rogue federal government. So it's just a matter of mechanism for conquest. And the whole purpose of what they were doing all the while, if we look back at Ahmadu Bello's battle script of 1960, in which he was talking about the estate of their great-grandfather, everybody's familiar with that now. We now begin to look at the Buhari that contested elections 4 times. It was for the purpose of, we allege that it was all for the purpose of bringing Fulani from everywhere to resettle them in our space.
That he kept coming out.
Killing off the owners of the land, the indigenous nationalities that own the land. The title deed, the reason we are talking to our people now, so that they can see what they can do to reverse the situation, because that whole gambit has collapsed. Nobody is going to be able to hand over any land to anybody in the circumstances they've planned. If out of 8 years, 7 years gone, particularly after the attempt to smuggle the Ruga into the amendment, proceedings they were having, pretending they were talking about local government autonomy. But we monitored them to the point where we busted it. Again, we hear that there are some nocturnal movements to try to smuggle that amendment to the state assemblies. Those whose lands will be taken in all those states, if those amendments sail through, are waiting for whoever will bring those amendments to state. We don't even want to bother with that, because the people who own the land are already waiting for people who want to bring those amendments for any kind of consideration. Because it is just the formal handing over of everybody's land to these Fulani invaders. That is what that Ruga, that amendment that has to do with local government autonomy wanted to achieve. If NINAS did not block that amendment in the way we did, it would have been the point of fulfillment of that promise made before 2015 to these invaders, because they would just have called them aside to say, look, the land is now yours. Constitutionally so. The governors will have been shut out because the local government will now become the business of federal government in terms of INEC conducting election, in terms of allocations going directly to them, and in terms of what the traditional rulers could be doing with them to set up Ruga everywhere they want to set up Ruga. It will have just been a matter of the 704 local government areas, the communities, not just the communities, the lands of the communities will have been in the hands of these Fulani invaders by the manipulation of that illicit federal government through the National Assembly, so-called because until we resolve the union dispute around the constitution under which all this are being done, we do not have a union really. People are just imposing themselves on other people. Look at this map. I want us to look at this map again. The alliance, the entire portion.
Here's the second part of this recording from the NINAS Secretariat by the Secretary General, Attorney Tony Nnadi. Enjoy listening.
That is the basis of what everybody's doing. And so, the purpose of this broadcast, so that we don't lose a track, is to say that from what has now emerged, from the direct witness of the one who sat with the bandits, we can say authoritatively that our president and commander-in-chief is at the center of the terror that we have suffered across the last 10 years, so to say, because it began, way before the 2015 election itself. We remember it was in 2012 or so that after the 2011 election, that the same candidate Buhari had boasted that if the kind of thing that happened in 2011 happened again in the next election, that the blood of the baboon will mix with that of the monkey on the street. And we have seen it happen. If Jonathan who won the 2015 election, did not pick up the phone to concede at that hour, he did, it would have been a festival of blood. And it was these same elements that were procured to come to force things through that would have been the killers of everybody at the time. And the whole purpose had not changed from taking the land of the owners and becoming the new owners. So that there is a country called Nigeria still in place, but the demographics would have been altered radically. They have not given up that plan. And that's the reason we are telling everybody now what is left of their rickety plan, what is left of that plan at this time, and what those in that danger of extermination could do.
These people in their unreasonable commitment to getting back to power through this insurgency as a card to play. Unfortunately, they lost control of it, and we are now getting to where that game which they were preparing for has to be played. And in the face of all of this, that contest for which that insurgency was set up is actually going to play out in form of election. And we're saying that from what had proceeded from the two camps of those who are going into that contestation, we are assured that it is blood either way. If Party A wins, it is blood. If Party B wins, it is blood. And the country has been through it in the past, in the 1964-65 election, that was loaded on top of the unsettled constitutional situation that developed from the collapse of Western Region's constitution. And we're saying that if we go to this election, the other time we had only 3.5 million deaths in the battlefields of Biafra, arising from that stubbornness. If we go to this election today, we will have no less than 10 million people dying from the outcome. And we say, let the election be shelved and put away.
This thing could have been finished in 2 years from the time they emerged in 2015. But because we were ahead of them in telling everybody what was coming, they couldn't proceed. The National Assembly, of course, they didn't have the kind of control they now have. And, of course, somebody took ill and everything got slowed down. But it now became very necessary
to get another 4 years. That was what shaped the 2019 election, to get 4 years to continue the onslaught. Unfortunately for them, in that second coming, we already made a breakthrough in the international arena to tell the global community that the terror networks in the Middle East, particularly ISIS, had formed a joint venture with their local networks and the proprietors of that illicit federal government of Nigeria in what became ASWAP. And so we saw how that joint venture began to sweep through in the name of Fulani herdsmen. And the pretense then was climate change and farmers and herders, clashing. Of course, we managed in the period leading to the 2019 election, we had a breakthrough in being able to get to Washington to tell those who have been deceived by that false narrative of farmers and herders clashing. I was privileged to have led that interface with the U.S. government and other stakeholders on the global stage who were concerned with the terror that was migrating from the Middle East into the West African sub-region. And we told them what we knew about what our government was doing in bringing that terror network to reinforce them in West Africa for further engagement with the rest of the world. And it became a huge impediment to that plan of taking the land by force. We saw what El Rufai was doing in Kaduna, particularly southern Kaduna, where the owners of the land were always the ones to be arrested. When people from afar, people they could identify, Fulani, were invading them and killing them off. We saw the Adara Kingdom, the incident there. We see what's going on in northern Kaduna even now. That Muslim, indigenous, communities who are also Muslims. So it's not even a matter of jihad or anything religious. It is an ethnic campaign by the Fulani to create a homeland for their people from all over the West African and the Sahel sub-region. And so we are in that situation in which they couldn't finish, because we remember when Buhari himself said that Trump asked him in their private meeting, why are you killing Christians in your country? It was because there was an interface going on at the highest levels in the US and elsewhere, that information became available to them. The deceit of farmers and herdsmen clashing over climate change got overtaken. We saw when they sent Oshibajo to go to lie on their behalf in Washington that no killings were taking place. And Oshibajo actually came. And he got the embarrassment of his life when he was called a shameless liar to his face. That his people were being killed, and he was sent to come to lie that it was not happening. And he actually boarded the plane to come to tell them, being a pastor, being a professor of law, being Yoruba, that he came to tell the America that was providing the satellite support for what the Nigerian military was using to pursue after the terrorists were within the view of the U.S. So this vice president turns up, coming to say that, trying to use his credibility as pastor and Christian, who is vice president, to say that no killings were taking place. Of course, the U.S. already had superior information on the subject matter. So we're just putting all this together to say that there is an orchestration, there was a suppression of the truth of what was going on, and now, as it has pleased the forces of heaven, that truth has been forced out, because these people who were not able to deliver, having played all pranks. You saw when it was grazing reserve in National Assembly, it didn't go. A grazing route, he didn't go. He came to where the Buhari wanted to resort to executive order. He wanted to bypass the National Assembly to say, by executive order, bring me all the files pre-independence about grazing reserves, and so that they can be reopened. People actually went into people's land. In Benue, I can remember, to try to begin to set up ranches. The people chased them away. And so it didn't work. They came back, national waterway, whatever. It failed because people were now alive to that attempt. Eventually, they went on, they called the same Oshibajo to go and launch national livestock, whatever they called it. Again, it failed because as long as it involved people's land
that will be occupied by Fulani and their cow, nobody was going to take it. And then the state governors joined in, they managed to pass anti-open grazing laws sufficiently to at least. So now, the 8 years that will be available is in the 7th year, in fact, less than 1 year to election. That promise has not been fulfilled. It appears, this is our reading, it appears that the El-Rufai that was at the center, the people who have done their own part of delivering the violence that delivered the power, are now feeling defrauded. We are explaining this so that we who are who will be at the receiving end of that triangular fight will know exactly what's going on. They are in our forests all the way to Bonny and Badagry, from where they came in the northern flank. They have weapons. We see them using them, very generously. We have also seen that nobody was challenging them in Nigeria's military. We have seen retired military officers go to national TV to say that the military of Nigeria has capacity to, circle them up and do away with them. But that their commander-in-chief is the reason why it's not happening. Captain Umar Babangida at Rice TV and AIT inside April of 2022, in the first week or so. So when we put all this together, we'll then see the complicity of our commander-in-chief in what is happening to us. We'll then see the options still open to all the sides. The ones who are feeling a sense of entitlement and being defrauded by the ones who promised them other people's land. Because the land that El-Rufai and his principals promised them belong to the indigenous nationalities of Nigeria. And if it is to come to kill them off and now make the lands Fulani land, that Nigeria will become Fulani country, populated by the millions of Fulani people they are bringing, by brigandage, then those who are in that danger must now wake up to the reality of their situation. Unfortunately for them, and this is where the matter will end, unfortunately for them, unless they get another extension of time, they will not be able to hand over by any mechanism the lands of Nigerian people to these third parties, these murderous invaders, these Fulani invaders. Unless they are able to get that more time can only be gotten by dragging us to election in 2023. That is the only way, that is the only mechanism left for them to find any way to maneuver to be able to get any further than where they've gotten now in handing over anybody's land to anybody. And so, if we are stupid enough, the South and the Middle Belt, if we are stupid enough, if we are careless enough to join them in that voyage to 2023, why are we going to that election when the constitution by which the winner will govern is already makes us the slave they want us to be, is continuing to empower them to pretend they are providing governance, to pretend they are taking care of us. When an issue, a sovereignty dispute has been raised within which we can solve that problem now instead of going to election, what's the purpose of this next election? Because the winner, whoever he is, will have to swear to defend and uphold and govern by that federal government in 2015 electoral round. And so, if we go back to that video titled Ahead of 2015 Elections, that's the title on YouTube. We can click it and find out today. It's on STV. We will see that it was all about election that was coming. It was all about power. So there was election that was the rendezvous, the point of exchange on the matter. And the gladiators and what they were doing to carry the day. Subsequent, we saw El-Rufai confirming on national TV how he went to 14 different countries to give these mercenaries money for whatever they were killing people in his domain, and all he could do as sitting governor was to go to give them money. But the picture is getting clearer now that it was El-Rufai that actually interfaced with them in that contract of bringing them in. Of course, it's on behalf of his principal, who then emerged, as president and commander-in-chief. These are, I'm just giving our own readings of what we see. If anybody has a better account of what it is, particularly the ones who are named in that, that government, I don't see anybody that they could be referring to as government than the president and commander-in-chief, who was their champion all these years. We remember when Jonathan and Ihejirika was struggling with Boko Haram. It was the same Buhari that came out to say that the attack on Boko Haram was an attack on the north. He was always their spokesman. He has not ceased being the patron of Miyetti Allah, that have been taking credit and, proudly too, for the, murderous onslaught by Fulani herdsmen, the fourth most deadly terror group on the face of the earth. So we are connecting, we are bringing together who is playing what role in this sordid drama that has now become an existential threat to the indigenous nationalities of Nigeria across the south and middle belt, looking at this map. So this invasion we have seen, everything we have seen that came as insurgency, that came as Boko Haram, that came as Fulani herdsmen, that came as ethnic cleansing, from that 2012, 13, 14, particularly from 2015, has to do, everything we saw had to do with that promise of come and help me to power so that you can take the land for yourself. And it is within the context of that interpretation that we begin to see the complicity of our own president and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces that was supposed to be defending us from this invasion. How did we come to the conclusion of complicity? We saw, apart from the utterances, oh, give up your land or your life, from his spokesman. We saw the defense, his minister of defense asking the states that were passing anti-open grazing laws to do away with those laws. Otherwise, they will have to contend with the cows that have to find their way. We saw the many attempts of trying to, reverse the laws to the Federation of Nigeria. Walu Yadudu that processed that constitution for the military, for the Salama Baka, who was, he used to be, what's it called, Abacha's chief legal advisor. Walu Yadudu, to tell us when we say we have defeated the 1999 constitution, Walu Yadudu got wind of the constitutional force majeure before it was activated. He went to the media. Guardian newspaper reported, I'm sure if somebody researches, they will find it. Guardian newspaper reported that Professor Walu Yadudu, the chief midwife of the 1999 constitution, did raise alarm that if this constitutional force majeure thing is allowed to go, he was hoping that government could go and stop the people, the owners of the land, from exercising their sovereignty. He was saying that if that constitutional force majeure was allowed to go on, that it will unhinge the legal basis of the Federation of Nigeria. I'm reporting to you now as co-convener of that NINAS with a whole number of people. You saw their names in the advertorial we took when we put out the 128 statesmen cutting across the length and breadth of this alliance territory. I report to you today that that force majeure was rolled out. It has met all the objectives. The consultations that needed to be done had been done. All of the preparations that had to be done in one place or the other are in place. And the legal basis of the Federation of Nigeria stands unhinged. And that brings us to the point where we now begin to ask what will happen. We are not anarchists, and therefore in that force majeure, we also made provision for the transition. We say, look, those in government house are not our problem at all. It is the constitution by which our lives are being ruined that we are quarreling with. That's what we have been working to dislodge. And we've come to the point where there's consensus to get rid of it. The few people that gather to swear to defend and uphold that constitution, waving one party flag or the other, are just too few. They are not the kind of people you begin to worry about what to do because the owners of the land are going to ignore them and take their land. If you now stand in Ibadan and say it is because somebody in Abuja told you that that constitution is the only thing that will prevail, the Ibadan people are going to show you what they do with people like you if you are from their part. The same thing as in Ijo, the same thing as in Igbo, the same thing as Thief. We are proud of Governor Samuel Otom in what he's been able to do in the place, in recognizing that that constitution is dead, and that the reason they could not carry arms before is defeated, and therefore signing into law, a bill that had been approved by his assembly for people who are surrounded by armed invaders to carry arms. So the Benue is able to issue fire. All the governors of the South and Middle Belt, anybody who is not doing exactly the same thing, to pass a law, send a bill to your state assembly, get them to pass the bill, sign that bill into law, to issue firearms to those, especially the states that have passed anti-open grazing bill into law. By what means are you going to enforce all of that if you do not, give the people who are going to enforce it guns to, the weapons to match the kind of people, the kind of weapons that those who are invading them are carrying? So it is within your reach now. That constitution is dead and defeated. Now, where does 2023 election come in this discussion? Those who that title deed by which these invaders are prevailing, by which that illicit federal government is now the owner of everybody and their assets, holding on to the oil and gas assets of the Niger Delta, holding on to the ports of Lagos and other things, that constitution having been defeated, these people who want to reconquer you are looking for more time. They have to get more time by all means to continue what they are doing to get somewhere. They've not gotten anywhere now. They are just being stymied. They've been stopped by this campaign of organizing those who own the sovereignty. That's why they've not been able to succeed. And so they require more time. And their only hope for getting that more time is to drag us to another election under this constitution we have repudiated, we've defeated. And so for them, if they're able to drag us towards that election, even now, getting people to be buying form and waving flag of whose turn it is or whose turn it is not, if they're able to bring us to if we're able to put us in that tunnel of going to election, they already bought the balance of this, that's the 1 year to the time that the election should be happening next year, to continue their onslaught. They are not stopping in the onslaught. They are not stopping in the invasion. They are not stopping in the attempt to conquer us by the invasion. They also have another plan B. In one of the recent broadcast alerts, we talked about plan A, plan B, and plan C, in which the election is plan C. The election is playing two roles: to keep the South and Middle Belt busy, talking about who will govern, whereas the invasion is continuing. We saw it in the train attack and what they say the land has to be handed over to them now. They've become impatient. They're feeling defrauded. And so it is only in dragging us to that, pushing us into that tunnel of election. And I think it was yesterday that I saw on TV, what's his name, the one chairing INEC for them, Mahmoud, or whatever he's called, saying that no matter what the situation is, they will go to election. That caliphate is desperate now to go to election. I also saw the National Security Advisor trying to lend Monguno also, trying to lend his voice to it, that it is the duty of all of us to make sure we go to election. Again, we remember Baba Ahmed. These are now the caliphate proprietors of what they are doing. Hakim Baba Ahmed was telling us the other time that it is only by all of us joining hands that we can get to election that will ease out the Buhari who doesn't agree with the restructuring. These are all gimmicks. The caliphate wants to get more time to continue their conquest. The outcome of the election is already predetermined. They don't even know how to get there based on what is coming at them from all sides. They didn't anticipate anybody could defeat that constitution. They didn't anticipate anybody could organize the kind of alliance we have now. They didn't anticipate anybody could get could get to Washington and push them out from where they used to be in the inner workings of things. They are now strangers in that place. And so the other side of the coin is that the people who have done all these efforts to defeat that title deed, that constitution by which they are bound into Nigeria and made slaves there by this caliphate, they also have a chance to finally get rid of this enslavement. If the only task is stopping the journey to that election as a demonstration of their resolve, as a demonstration of their rejection of that constitution. The international community is waiting for us to do just that. There's no other thing left between us and our freedom. It is to demonstrate by rejecting the journey to election in 2023 that we have repudiated that constitution and we're interested, we are desirous of, we are now very anxious to recover our sovereignty. If we don't, these people to whom these lands have been promised for helping kill off other people to bring those who came to power in 2015, these people are waiting in your forests all the way to Boni, all the way to Badagry. From the point they entered in the upper part, they have mapped out all the Nigerian land. The Fulani from Mali, the Fulani from Senegal, they all know where it have been mapped. The people you call Fulani herdsmen are the advanced teams, that came ahead of the others to kill off the owners and become the new owners. And that was why the documentation to make them citizen and to make them indigene after 5 years were all being smuggled through the National Assembly of Lawan. Vigorously. And Bajabi Abila, his handmaid. And so it is our task now to stop that journey so that that constitution will go down. If you want to research how it will all happen, set for what we call domino 2. You see the graphics that the rejection of the constitution is now supported by rejection of election. If that election is taken down, the constitution goes down and the union standing on it goes, and we go to transition. Everything we are doing now will end in transition. That's why we put the 5-point proposition in that constitutional force majeure. I would think the summary of it all is that if we join, especially the politicians from the South and Middle Belt, across party lines, we are not talking about PDP and APC now, if we join, if the South and the Middle Belt will join in the journey to election, pretending they are going to get a better day tomorrow, they are just lining themselves up for extermination. If the South and Middle Belt join at the invitation of Ninas to stop the journey to election, your freedom and your sovereignty is back in your hand. The caliphate has no other opportunity, has no other mechanism for prevailing in this matter. They've been defeated comprehensively. Their title deed is defeated, and there's nothing they can do about it. Everything is now in your hand to do. Do you want to perish? Then go to election. Do you want to survive? Then stop the journey to the election. We'll have to end it there. Thank you.
This has been from the Lower Niger Territory Radio, Voice of Lower Niger Territory. Conflicts for Jihad. In May 2021, a 96-year-old businessman died in Rome, Italy. In his lifetime, Ahmed Idris Nasreddin might have amassed a personal fortune of close to $500 million. But the death of NASCO Group's multimillionaire founder barely made the news. At first glance, the only extraordinary thing about his life story was that it embodied the African entrepreneurship dream. Nasreddin was an Eritrean who moved to Jos in Plateau State and grew his business, small manufacturing business, into a $460 million conglomerate involved in everything from breakfast cereal and confectionery to pharmaceuticals, real estate, and energy. After many years of growth and success, he eventually handed his sprawling business empire over to his son, Atia Nasreddin, and retired at an old, satisfied age. In an official statement released after Nasreddin's death in May, Plateau State Governor Simon Lalong said, NASCO has over the years remained a major employer of labor in Plateau and continues to contribute to economic prosperity of the state and Nigeria at large through tax revenue and corporate social responsibility. Well, that was the cover story anyway. In reality, as it is so often the case in Nigeria, the gap between the facts and the information released to the public is so wide as to be scarcely believable. What on earth could this shrewd, respectable businessman who looked like he could not hurt a fly have done to put him in the same article as a story about the world's deadliest terrorist organization? Why would the brand he built, which to many Nigerians evokes memories of a beloved childhood breakfast staple, appear in the same sentence as Boko Haram? To answer these questions, our story begins on another continent in 1955, some 8 years before his father would move to Nigeria and establish NASCO Group. A scholar from Zamfara. The year is 1955, and a 33-year-old Islamic scholar from Gumin in modern-day Zamfara state has made his way to Mecca for his first Hajj pilgrimage. Alongside him is a certain Ahmadu Bello, who is the premier of northern Nigeria. During this trip, the scholar impresses both Ahmadu Bello and the Saudi king Saud with his Arabic translation skills. He rapidly makes a big impression on many locals and clerics in Mecca. These relationships will later become his most valuable asset following the events that take place after his subsequent return to Nigeria. Upon returning to Nigeria, he takes up positions teaching Arabic studies at Islamic schools in Kano and Kaduna. His style of teaching focuses on educating his students about the differences between Islamic religious doctrine and local customs. Based on his strict Sunni understanding of the Quran, he teaches his students to adopt a pure Islamic identity at the expense of practices that he considered bid'ah, roughly translated as innovation or corruption. Bid'ah is further broken down to mean the Sharia definition of bid'ah is a newly invented way, beliefs or actions in the religion in imitation of the Sharia prescribed law by which nearness to Allah is sought, but not being supported by any authentic proof, neither in its foundations nor in the manner in which it is performed. He also becomes the first Islamic scholar to translate the Quran from Arabic into Hausa, which puts him in a uniquely influential position comparable to that of Ajayi Crowther in 19th century southwestern Nigeria. Using this leverage, he becomes an increasingly powerful figure in northern Nigeria, with his essentialist view on Islamic doctrine gaining popularity. To him, the existing Sufi orders of northern Nigeria are polluted with bid'ah and unfit for purpose. He becomes well known for attacking the Tijana and Qadriya brotherhoods during his appearances on Radio Kaduna, while advocating for a return to Islamic purity. Following the death of his friend and the benefactor Ahmadu Bello, the scholar finds himself in a precarious situation. The new Nigerian federal government, led by soldiers, has a motive to crack down on anyone who is outspoken and influential. He may be a giant in northern Nigeria, but he is a giant with feet of clay. His solution is to seek financial, doctrinal, and political help from his friends in Mecca. The Saudis, as always, are ready to help. And let me add here that the Saudi Arabia and the United States knew all along about this, that Saudi-based charities raise money to fund Islamic uprising in countries like Nigeria. Saudi-based charities were supportive of those that bombed the 9/11, the Twin Towers in New York. Those in Saudi Arabia were behind Osama bin Laden, and they are still supporting Islamic uprising that is going on in Nigeria by the Fulani and current government of Nigeria. The United States knows all about this. They are not responding to it. Instead, they think it is to stoke up war, tension, proxy war against Russia in Ukraine. His Saudi backers are keen to use him to espouse the Saudi Arabian state's official interpretation of Islam, which is based on the work of 18th century Islamic scholar Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. His fundamentalist doctrine, often known as Wahhabism, fits very closely with the teachings of our hero in northern Nigeria, and he enthusiastically sets about gathering support for this new Saudi-funded project. In the 2009 book, The Wahhabi Mission and Saudi Arabia, historian David Cummins says, the Saudi-funded Muslim World League, also sent missionaries to West Africa, where it funded schools, distributed religious literature, and gave scholarships to attend Saudi religious universities. These efforts bore fruit in Nigeria's Muslim northern region, with the creation of a movement, the Izala Society, dedicated to wiping out ritual innovations. Essential texts for members of the Izala Society are Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab's treatise of God's unity and commentaries by his grandsons. Reaching out to his elsewise students across Kaduna and Kano over the course of the 1970s, the scholar-turned-politician slowly builds a coalition of strategically aligned individuals who will someday become very powerful people in northern Nigeria. In 1978, one of his prominent students, Sheikh Ismaila Idris, takes charge of this increasingly powerful but somewhat unofficial movement and calls it Jamal Istatio Bidar wa Ikamatus Sunnah, Society of Renewal of Innovation and Re-establishment of the Sunnah, also known as JIBWIS. JJBWIS, based in Jos and known colloquially as the Izala movement. This organization will go on to become the most influential Islamic body in Nigeria over the next few decades. Its members will become some of Nigeria's most revered imams and clerics. They will achieve high ranks in the Nigerian armed forces. Sheikh Gumi, the one that is meeting with terrorists across the north, the spokesperson of the jihad, the Islamization and jihadi movement sweeping across Nigeria, he is of this school of thought, the Izala movement. The current Minister of Communication, Issa Pantami, is of the Izala movement. JIBWIS will come to exert a level of influence over Nigeria's national politics, national security, and governance that is unprecedented for a religious body in Nigeria. Soon it will become almost impossible to achieve power in many parts of northern Nigeria without identifying with the Izala movement. Among other things, the scholar states that Muslims should never accept a non-Muslim as ruler, which can be interpreted as a call for insurrection against a Christian Nigerian president. He is never held to account for this statement. In any case, He no longer believes that writing books or teaching people about Islam will on their own lead to an Islamic renaissance in northern Nigeria. Now he is all about partnership and politicking. He maintains his membership in northern Nigeria's legacy Islamic group, Jamal Nasrul Islam Group for the Victory of Islam. But he is unmistakably the beating heart of the new Izala movement. To all intents and purposes, this is the birth of modern Salafist Islam in Nigeria, and they are in government as we speak. Without firing a shot or winning an election, this Islamic scholar has become one of the most powerful men in northern Nigeria. His name is Abubakar Mahmoud Gumi. That's the person I was talking about. Abubakar Gumi, a former captain in the Nigerian military turned Islamic scholar, being funded by Saudi Arabia. The clerics, the Saudis, and what happened in Algeria. By the way, this is a footnote, editor's note. Sheikh Ahmad Abubakar Gumi is the son of Abubakar Mahmoud Gumi, the close friend of Ahmadu Bello. Keep track of this whole development. The clerics, the Saudis, and what happened in Algeria. This will be in series. This will be part 1. Fast forward 33 years. It is Christmas Day in 2011, and Abubakar Gumi has been dead for over 19 years. A bomb suddenly goes off at St. Teresa Catholic Church, Madala, on the outskirts of Abuja, killing 35 people and wounding a further 52. Almost simultaneously, a series of coordinated bomb attacks and shootings take place at churches in Jos, Gadaka, and Damaturu. An obscure Islamist group calling itself Boko Haram claims responsibility for the attacks. You see Abubakar Gumi's connection? During the trial of the main suspect, Kabiru Umar, aka Kabiru Sokoto, 2 years later, a masked witness claims that an Algerian Islamist group provided funding and support worth 40 million naira or $250,000 then, at the time, to carry out the attacks. To the general public, it is unclear what the link is between Islamists in northern Nigeria and well-funded terror groups in North Africa. To those in the know, however, the incidents of December 25, 2011 are not only expected, but are likely to intensify and become more regular. This is because while the Nigerian public up to this point has been fed with what amounts to a tiny percentage of the actual story behind the Boko Haram group, this group has in fact been incubating and nurtured on the highest level of theological, economic, political spaces in northern Nigeria. Boko Haram in reality is so much bigger than Mohammed Yusuf and Abubakar Shekau that reducing it to those two men serves to miss the actual story spectacularly. Mind you, this is 2022. ISIS moved into northern Nigeria about the time United States and its allies chased them out of northern Syria and Iraq. They relocated to West Africa. And in fact, I think it was last year that ISIS executed Shekau. They killed him and took over the structures, took over the management of Boko Haram. So ISIS is in charge of Boko Haram, and ISIS has a foothold in Nigeria today. Okay, to start to get some of the picture of what Boko Haram is, and including Fulani herdsmen terrorists, and where it came from, let us retreat from 2011 to 2006 to read an excerpt from a letter written by the permanent representative of Nigeria to the United Nations, Aminu B. Wali, addressed to the chairman of the Counter-Terrorism Committee. This letter is available in full online. You can get it, just search it on Facebook. and I'm going to be sharing it again. This has been shared many times. From the official repository for UN documents, written by the Nigerian government to the UN, it lays out the measures it has taken to fight terrorism in Nigeria. Take special note of the names mentioned in bold letters. It will end here. We will try part 2, but again, it probably will not exhaust, so you have to read it more online. It's titled Conflicts for Jihad, the Boko Haram Origin, Add Fulani herdsmen and other terrorists that this Abubakar Gumi has been going to the bush to visit with. If you add them up, you know where we are, how far they are out to take over Nigeria, and why you must go for referendum. Have a great day. It's Lower Niger Radio reaching out to you. It's been Stephen, your guy.
Yes, next in our alert series, and these are extraordinary alerts now, extraordinarily urgent alerts. The one that everybody must put aside what they were thinking before now and evaluate is the 2023 election. The centrality of the 2023 election in this union dispute. What is it about the 2023 election that connects with the terror we are seeing? What is it about 2023 election that connects with the constitution which we have already defeated, but which some people are trying to drag us to go to revalidate in some way by way of election? And so there's a triangle there in which the two sides, according to this map, are on two opposite sides in the battlefield we are caught in, the battlefield called Nigeria. From where things are, the constitution that enabled the caliphate owners of Nigeria, the constitution that seized all the assets of everybody by way of the 68 items on the exclusive list, the economic assets, the constitution that confiscated the guns in the land into the hands of an illicit federal government, now hijacked by the Fulani, the constitution that has our signature as authorization for the union itself, in which, in the preamble, let the lawyers in the land listen carefully. Let those who know where to find them, ask them, confront them with this video and ask them whether it's not so. The senior advocates, the professors of law, and all of those who go running their mouth all over the place about free and fair election. The NGO people, let people confront them with these revelations. The question of whether we have submitted our lands and our people into the Union of Nigeria as defined by the 1999 Constitution, as claimed in that preamble, is what is central in this union dispute. Because we say we have not met, we have not agreed to form a union, and we've not written any constitution as claimed in the preamble to the 1999 Constitution, because that is what is holding onto our land in the name of a federal government of Nigeria, in the name of the Federation of Nigeria that died in 1966. It is that preamble to that Constitution that is holding our various lands into the union that the Fulani is now about to, trying to appropriate for themselves, albeit in our name. So, if it is that Constitution that is responsible for all of that, for locking us down into a union of death, for seizing all our economic assets, for confiscating all the guns and putting in the hands of those who are bent on exterminating us, for making it impossible for us to generate electricity for ourselves or build our infrastructure by ourselves, that make it impossible for us to elect who will govern us, so that people in Abuja pretending to be INEC can decide for everybody what will happen in every locality. That is what that constitution is doing. And the intervention of this Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which began right after Nadeko, playing out as Pronaco at the point we were having a meeting of the nationalities to say, look, let us put aside all of what happened before and agree. 2005, 2006, Buhari was part of the Fulani delegation that came to that discussion, 164 ethnic delegations, sitting for 2 years. We sat in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, Kano, and back in Lagos at plenaries. There's nobody among those who are parading themselves in Abuja that didn't get involved at one point or the other, and the US and EU sent observer missions in all those times. We called a meeting of the owners of Nigeria to decide whether we want to carry on in the union, and if we say yes, on what terms, and it had an outcome. So when you hear about NINAS, it is the culmination of all those years, almost 22 years of continuous action involving large numbers of people, cutting across all the ethnic, identifiable ethnic nations across Nigeria, the ones who are locked in here by the mischief of 1914, by the British in their colonial venture. And it is in our collective quest to rescue ourselves from the worse than apartheid union Nigeria has become for all of us. The Fulani imposed constitution of Nigeria is why we are slaves in our land, is why we are being killed, is why we are being impoverished to become the global poverty capital for a country as endowed as we are. That constitution is the reason why our people are living in exile, economic exile all across the world. Go to the US, go to Asia, go to Europe. It is that constitution that makes life impossible here. And so our intervention was to work out the alternative to it. Since it is our signature that was implanted on it, again illicitly, by the people who imposed it by decree, Absalom Abaka and his co-travelers in 1999. And so, having done all of what we did from after Nadeko, by way of Pronaco, the MNN that went to court in 2007, to provide a framework within which Nigeria could ease out that constitution and get the owners of the land to decide where they want to go with their sovereignties. We went on from there to the joint multi-regional actions that began with the solemn assemblies to repudiate that constitution formally after we had gone to court in 2007 to say we did not make that constitution. And if you file such a case after having a countrywide meeting, by the way, at Pronaco, all the groups that were already carrying arms against the Nigerian state, Asari Dokuba and his Niger Delta Volunteer Force, the Guardian Adams and his OPC, the Masob of Wazirika of the time, and all kinds of other groups in between that were not too well known, all the groups that were carrying arms were persuaded by that process to come, put their guns aside, to discuss with the rest of Nigeria for what we do with our union that was failing. And so, what government could not do in calling a meeting that will discuss everything, starting with the first question of whether we want to carry on in the union, we didn't make. We were able to do it. And the consensus we built from there became basis of now launching an attack on the foundation of that constitution by which we have been enslaved, the 1999 constitution. That attack was rolled out in the May of 2007 with plaintiffs that included Nohoro and Sisiono and Ojoko, later joined by Shoyinka and all kinds of other, Bishop Bonigi, Bankole Oki, the senior advocate, and the two persons that were being held for treason at the time, Asari Dokuba and Wazirike, by Obasanjo, who grabbed them at the time. So we launched a formal engagement against that constitution so that we can ease it out like South Africa eased out the apartheid constitution. But those who felt they had all the guns and they could have their way and force everybody around insisted that it would not be addressed. They wobbled on to elections. And so we told the nationalities to go and make their constitutions ready, because when it comes to enforcement, the majority, and who is this majority? The whole of the South, the whole of the Middle Belt is in this alliance. I'm addressing this. I'm addressing us now in my capacity as co-convener of NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, the platform, the aegis under which all of us are struggling to retrieve our sovereignties that have been hijacked by this illicit federal government, in which we have no input, across the three arms, across all the points of control, because the constitutional arrangements that would have guaranteed that have been turned away, have been overtaken since 1966, 67. And so we come down to the solemn assemblies. I'm just letting us know what this NINAS is. NINAS didn't just come up 2 days ago. It's the culmination of a 22-year process that involved the peoples of the country across the length and breadth, including those who are carrying arms, that involved all of the international stakeholders, the owners of Shell and Mobil, because if it becomes a boxing bout, of course they will have to be called in. We saw it in 1967 to 1970, that they came to the battlefield. Whatever they did then, of course that was then. Now we have gone round to lay it before everybody. And so we got the nationalities in these three blocks we saw here. The Yoruba block here, the Lower Niger block here involving the South and Southeast as ethnic nationalities, and the Middle Belt in all of this, minus the ones who have seceded from our secular union, that have embraced the caliphate, that has embraced Sharia. So it is in this formation of 1, 2, 3 that we have this alliance, each repudiating by solemn assembly the 1999 Constitution for themselves. 27th of April 2015 was when it happened in Port Harcourt. Go to YouTube today, click Solemn Assembly of the Peoples of the Lower Niger. You will see when they came forward to say they are no longer going to live with this. The one of the Yoruba took place on the 7th of September in 2017 at Adamasingba Stadium. Their governors were all there, their traditional rulers were there, and all kinds of their chief political actors. The stadium was filled. That was the day the Yoruba told the global community they will not proceed with that fraud of a constitution. On the 18th of July in 2018, the Middle Belt gathered in Makodi and did the same. So with the three repudiating the 1999 Constitution as basis of union, at a time the Sharia Belt had seceded from the secular union we thought we were building. We're not, they've exercised their own right to self-determination a long time ago. They just regrouped and are trying to conquer us afresh, away from the constitution that we have defeated. What the reason for this broadcast is to let us know that that constitution had been completely defeated by the coordinated actions of the owners of the sovereignties that have been hijacked and confiscated by that constitution. Because it was after these three blocks had repudiated, in response to the secession of the bloc that imposed Sharia, in defiance and negation of our, of the union agreement that was already disputed. And so we now moved on to what we call the Freedom Park Proclamation, in which we notify the global community that matters have come to where we are going to have to, save ourselves from death. And it was from there that we moved on to the constitutional force majeure of December 16, 2020. That constitutional force majeure is an ongoing thing until it gets to its destination. That is, it is designed to wind down and wind up the operation of the 1999 Constitution, to terminate the union of death that it had imposed on all sides, to also provide the framework for working out peacefully the replacements, which will be in two stages, in which people will be voting in the first stage in referendum to recommit to a union, because the collapse of that constitution is the end of the union anchored on it. Anybody who doesn't understand this should go and ask Awalu Yadudu, the quota professor, that raised alarm in middle of 2020 that that action of force majeure was going to compromise, that was going to unhinge the legal basis of the Federation of Nigeria.
Because what you are asking, hold on 1 minute, is that this constitution should not be. And you expect that a total overhaul. Let me finish. You want a total overhaul of this constitution, and you liken it to the South African appetite. Okay, tell us the process to get into what you are saying, because the president also, do not forget, assumed office, or all the people you expect to do something about it, assumed office based on this document. So what is your practical step to getting this done?
South Africa in 1990 came to this bus stop where we have just arrived. The sitting government that was elected, and there was a parliament, Frederick de Klerk, he now, for the first time up to that time, accepted that the apartheid constitution could no longer be the basis of the South African society, because it was imposed by a white minority to take the lands and the rights of the blacks, and that is exactly what we have here. The Ijaw lost their land and their oil and gas to Nigeria because some military president under Gowa seized it by decree. The Lagos port belongs to Lagos people. Nigeria takes more than 2 trillion naira from this port every year. But from independence to date, not one controller general of custom of Yoruba origin. And therefore, if Gani Adams now say, how did we come to this? And he pick up and the discussion that should be holding is one in which the government of the day will have to accept that this apartheid constitution can no longer be the basis of Nigeria. We are not anarchists. In the suit we filed in 2007 against the constitution, we asked the court to give an order that will compel them within a period of 18 months to remain in office and work out that discussion that will lead to a new constitution. That's not too much to ask for, because South Africa did it. They accepted that the apartheid constitution had to go, and they called everybody.
Now, it's relying on them to work out a new constitution.
No, they are not saying so. In that terms of reference, they say how to incorporate whatever.
No, I'm asking you how you intend to arrive at a new constitution.
How it will arrive at is that the people, those who are trapped here, before going to make a central constitution, because a federation should have a federation of many constitutions. Up to 1966, we had 5 constitutions, because each of the federating units were like countries of their own that were now coming to cooperate, like Germany and France and Portugal doing European Union. That was the kind of constitution Awolowo had to manage Western region. That was the kind of constitution Obara had to manage Eastern region. But some people woke up in 1966, threw all of those things away, and now locked us into this unitary arrangement. So we're saying that the first step is to ask those who will come, because tomorrow morning they will now begin to announce the names of their friends who are going to meet. We are not going to pay any attention to whatever government does. The conference is already on, and steps are being taken to take a referendum from those who are working their way out of this union, because the union has collapsed. If we do not accept in good time that it has collapsed and go to sit down to discuss how we will revive it, I tell you that under the instruments available to those who are choked here, and 3.5 million people have been killed in eastern Nigeria on this same question. OD have been wiped out, Okerenkoko have been wiped out, Obakere have been wiped out. All kinds of things are going on. Just the other day, 78 students were massacred in their sleep, because some people must be in power in Nigeria. They say they will make the country ungovernable, and they are making it ungovernable to date. And we are still thinking that there's a Nigeria. That Nigeria that will include a Sharia belt, in which I cannot function in Sokoto or Kano or Maiduguri. I will not be part of that Nigeria. I will rather invest all my energy in how to take out my portion. If those who are saying they are conquered us and they are going to keep us by all means for all times insist that we cannot discuss, then we'll do whatever comes within our reach to do to take our portion.
Now, let me ask you, Mr. Nadi,
yes.
if at the end of the day we are having reactions from Afenifere, for instance, we are having reactions from Ohanes and Igbo, we are having reactions from Arewa Consultative Forum,
been with all
how
of them.
be it speaking, saying that they do not, they will not agree for the name sovereign to be added to whatever conference. Now, let me ask you, would you say that these groups do not represent the blocks which they say they represent?
They do not speak for
and
the people.
If you do not agree with their representation, who are the people that you are talking to at this at this point about
back to 75%? Tambuwa said that all of them politicians constitute only 25%. He said it on the floor of National Assembly the day they resumed last week or so.
that they constitute only 25% of the country's population. I'm here to speak on behalf of that unrepresented.
And the ROI is not speaking for anybody.
They all have vested interests. They all have things they share with their people in government. What we're saying is that let us accept that Nigeria was not our making in 1914. Let us accept that the little discussion we had all the way to 1960 got toppled in 1966. Let us then accept that the product of that toppling, which is the current constitution, because from 1966 to date, all the 36 states that were created, who created them? Now they call me Abia State or Imo State or somebody else, Bayelsa State. None of the people in those places, like Delta State, cannot, the people of Delta in some areas were agitating for some autonomy. You now create a state and put the capital in Asaba. From that time to date, Delta State had not been the project of Ijo, Urobo, Ishekiri, and all of
Mr.
them.
Nadi, would you not rather wait? Let's just see this process. No, because you have acknowledged that this is actually an act of statesmanship by Mr. President.
I commend him. I commend him.
At least to have you, to prove you right or wrong. Is it not a bit too early?
I was actually expecting to see your name in that list.
Of course, they know they will not put my name on any list of people who are going to be discussing, who are going to a meeting in which Nigeria is held sacrosanct, in which somebody will write in the terms of reference that the outcome of the conference will be integrated into a constitution, meaning that they want to preserve that constitution by all means. And we are saying we will not touch one alphabet from inside this constitution. So these are the two grounds, these are the two positions that will have to be married through the next few days.
But in the event that this conference is convoked,
yes,
in the event that the different nationalities meet and do discourse,
yes,
would you now throw away all of that? Because your view can be seen as extreme. Mm-hmm. It is either all or nothing.
Do you think there is no halfway? There's no halfway in a matter of reconstruction. If you want to put a 40-story structure on this ground now, you know it will take it. But the first thing that will happen is that bulldozers have to enter here to level it, to be able to put up a new structure. Anything that is built on this foundation of falsehood, and if you let us take it down to our people, in saying that we the people, we're saying that we have submitted by ourselves. So it's a forged signature by which Nigeria is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day and sharing the money, $250 million every single day in Abuja, to the exclusion of the owners. If you come to the provisions inside the constitution, you then begin to see a chapter 2 that provides for all the good things of life, but a clause in section 6C, and shame on the lawyers in Nigeria, including the justices up to the Supreme Court, that will hold this document up and say it's a constitution. Because those who wrote it had taken all of the content of the treasury as their own by that provision, to say that nothing is for the citizen except as they deem fit. That is the unjust.
Sanadi, before we let you go on this segment, like Victor asked, and yes, it's the heart of the matter.
The thing to do is to
allow
the ethnic nationalities
and have this discussion without what you are saying, and this scales through.
If somebody,
what does that
Abacha held a conference, but Obasanjo held a conference. What happened to them? Because somebody sat in Abuja, like David Mark is sitting, to tell us that it is how they do it that we have to accept. What we're saying is that they must accept that sovereignty belongs to the people and let them organize themselves and send those who they will truly wish to discuss their future for them in a conference that will end in a referendum.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We have been speaking to Mr. Tony Nadi, who is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and the convener Movement for New Nigeria. Thank you once again.
The story have never changed. It's the same thing. All the cosmetic measures being applied on Nigeria to make Nigeria, to get Nigeria going, is not working, because everything that is being done by the senators, by the members of the House, or even executive branch or the judiciary, they are all skirting around the fact that the foundation is faulty. Nigeria's foundation, rooted on 1999 Constitution, is a fraud, and you don't expect this fraud to fix itself. Nigeria needs a surgical operation. That's the only thing that will work. Here is the part 2 of Governor of Anambra State release today. May 25th, 2022, on the insecurity ravaging Anambra State, including Imo State. The two major heartland states of Ndibo is being systematically destroyed from people that are outside of these states, coming from outside of the state. Like in Anambra, more than 80% is said to come from Ebonyi by the state government. We have also had town hall meetings within the Anambra in Lagos and Abuja, and our people are united in their condemnation of the criminality going on in the state and the environs, and demonstrated their commitment to join hands with us in solving it. The list of the public engagements is long, with even a longer list of backroom plans and actions. I must also say that Governor Chukwuma Soludo had a meeting with Okada drivers, or is it Keke drivers? And these same people attacked that venue of the meeting. They went there and destroyed some of their vehicles and probably injured some people. This is a direct challenge to the very existence of our people. And there is no doubt that the current criminal Nigeria might be playing a part in all that is going on. Despite the above, the criminal gangs are unrelenting in their desperation to maintain their very lucrative criminal enterprise and expand their other agenda of domination. When the security agencies rooted them out of two of their numerous camps, their reprisals were to burn down the secretariats of two local governments, and that's Nnewi, I believe it was in Nnewi South and in Nnewi South, or not, or Agwata local government. It was in Nnewi and Agwata. They burned this local government. It's time for prayer. We need to pray for all of us individually and as communities, because Nigeria is gone. Okay. They also attacked these two local governments and police stations, police and soldiers. Routinely, they kidnap for ransom, rape, and murder their victims, as well as burn houses and properties. They also ate some. That's me saying it. They relish in shooting soft targets, including recently a poor woman frying akara in front of her house on a Monday. Can you imagine? This woman is only surviving by selling bean balls, akara, fried bean balls. Over the past 1 week, in the Anambra and indeed the nation have been treated to the gory stories of the kidnapping and subsequent beheading of Honorable Okechukwu Okoye, member of the State House of Assembly, and his aide, Cyril Chieboka, both from my community, Isuofia, in Agwata, as well as the brutal murder of Mrs. Harriet Jubril from Adamawa State, and her 4 children and 3 other Northerners. That's despicable. Anambra people have been in shock. This is not who we are at all. Our deepest condolences are with the families of the various victims. We are working around the clock with the security agencies, and the perpetrators must be brought to book. Let us be very clear. These criminals causing mayhem in Anambra are of disparate groups and gangs. They are Igbos, dominantly from other southeast states, whose real objective is lucrative criminality and foisting their idolatrous religion on the region. Unfortunately, every criminal gang, including cult groups, claims to be a liberation movement, making it difficult to differentiate between any genuine agitators from criminals. Unfortunately, also, the criminals now dominate the space. Anambra is the prime target because that is the most lucrative location for kidnapping for ransom in the southeast. With their immense propaganda machine funded largely by their sponsors abroad, they have tried everything to indoctrinate the people with all kinds of false emotive narratives and divert attention from their real objectives. They claim to be fighting for the people and yet randomly kill the same people, destroying their livelihood and stopping their children from going to school. These people are out to destroy Igbo by all means. They are worse than the Fulani and the Caliphate because they are from Igbo states. What has agitation to do with kidnappings, including kidnapping of priests of God? Invasion of churches and tabernacles, including desecration of the altars of God. Why is it that everywhere they gather and in every camp they operate, there is a deity idol to which they routinely offer blood in sacrifice? From accounts of those kidnapped and later freed, the stench of dead bodies in the camps cry up to heaven. We see the videos of them and their idol worship. We note their threats to priests and bishops, including threatening to take over some churches. Well, just this week already, they took 2 vehicles from a priest in Oga, Aguata. They went today and took 1 vehicle from him. The next day they went and took another vehicle, promising him that they will return it after they finish the operation with the car. Now everybody is facing attacks in our place. What did the Hausa woman do? I mean, she's from Middle Belt, from Adamawa, Middle Belt. Why kill her? In fact, why kill anybody? Why the beheading? If you are not of the devil. These people deserve more than what they are given, what they are doing to people. The truth is that this tiny minority, certainly far less than 0.1% of us, is bent upon challenging the foundation of the thing that makes us who we are. Enterprise. We are known for our enterprise, but these people are bent on killing our businesses by the forceful sit at home, kidnapping for ransom, forceful taxation of communities, businesses, and individuals, etc. They are terrorists. These people are worse than terrorists, actually, because terrorists in Gaza, they actually maintain their internal security. They provide services, local services in Gaza. You know, ISIS, the territory they manage, they were providing local services. ISIS, when they were in charge of northern Syria and northern Iraq, where US chased them before they ended up in Nigeria. Christianity. The people of the Southeast, especially Anambra, are predominantly Christians. But with this gang, idolatry is back with vengeance. They forcefully try to convert people, especially the young ones, to idolatry by initiating them into cults, swearing oaths to their deities, etc., with the promise of invisibility. Consequently, these youths join them as members and informants. Remember the group that is working to deliver us, that is taking oath of initiation under the Ibini Ubabi. Desecration of our culture, spilling of the blood of innocent is considered an abomination by our culture and by our Christian religion. Yes, the Bible forbids that we should kill each other. In fact, all extrajudicial killings is evil, including what Nigeria government does routinely. Like, they don't take prisoners, they just kill. We understand that they kill and harvest human organs for rituals and human sacrifices in their so-called camps. With their new religion of idolatry and deadly weapons which they use to kill at random, they have tried to create a culture of fear and silence. More recently, the people have begun to question their propaganda, motive, and means, and they know that they have lost the sympathy of the people. That explains why they desperately try to ignite a national interethnic crisis by killing some innocent Northerners who have lived peacefully in our state for decades, to divert attention from their criminality and then seek to rebrand themselves as defenders of the people. They have failed and will continue to fail. Millions of our people live in the north and others on the other parts of Nigeria, and a number of people are known for their uncommon hospitality. In most homes in Anambra, non-indigenous live happily as tenants or as landlords, pursuing their legitimate businesses, and this won't change. We pride ourselves as the light of the nation, and Anambra will continue to be a land of opportunity for every Nigerian as non-Nigerians. We will continue to work hard with security agencies to ensure security of life and property in our state. Ụmụnne ndị Anambra, the hour has come for us to step up our game and take back our state. The tiny but vicious gangs that have invaded our state and terrorized us are mostly in 8 local governments in Anambra and neighboring states, local governments in Imo State. They are in our forests, communities, and houses owned by individuals. They don't come from the air and hence are not unknown gunmen. They are known. You know them, but are either too scared to speak up or out of indifference. Mr. Governor, how can the people speak up when they are not secure? It is not the responsibility of the people to secure themselves to this level. It's actually the failure of Nigeria that is causing all this problem, because the policing of Nigerians should be from local. All crimes are said to be local. So start with state police. We can't do it. The Constitution doesn't contain that. Well, Nigeria is going to go down in flames. You know, it will happen. But for how long will you be silent while our people continue to be killed in the most cruel and barbaric manner? It is because we have remained ambivalent, opting to sit on the fence rather than take a stand against an obvious evil that has made a minor sore to fester so cancerously. The hour has come. The hour has come. And we must rise up to take our destiny in our hands. Everyone has a role to play while we continue to commit Anambra unto the hands of God. Actually, Anambra State is committed into your hand, Mr. Governor. We as a people must rise up to clean and cleanse our land. The security agencies will continue to do their part. I'm not reading anymore. Nigeria is never lacking in letters. It is in execution that we have problem. Let us go for referendum. That's the long and short of this story. Anambra State will not be secure until we go through referendum, because the criminals know that Nigeria will not respond appropriately. That's why they are doing what they are doing. Those trying to burn Anambra State down are doing what they are doing because they know that Nigeria would watch Ndibo self-destruct. And I recommend instant death to these people who are terrorizing our towns and villages in Anambra State and Imo State. I recommend instant liquidation for them. They don't deserve to be alive. They are not working for the freedom of Ndibo. They are enemies of Ndibo. These people need to be eliminated. Have a nice day. This article is online. The article is titled Peace and Security in Anambra State as Our Collective Responsibility. Indeed, it is our collective responsibility, but there needs to be a functioning system, and that functioning system cannot come from present Nigeria. We need to go through referendum so that the governor can have the power and the mandate, which he already got already. That mandate will become more useful in a free Igbo land, in a free Igbo nation. Through referendum. Let's go for referendum. Otherwise, everything that is written will not happen. I wish peace upon Anambra State and the all Igbo nation and all the indigenous nations, the Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa, and Middle Belt. It's exciting, looking forward to what could become a possibility in our place. And that is the end of Nigeria. It's not impossible. Nigeria is subject to go down. But the question is, how peaceful or how violently will this be? The Arewa seems to be pushing for violence. But the message of NINAS is to go through a peacefully organized, UN-monitored, binding multi-regional referendum. There lies a lot. A lot is riding on this. Messing with it is like destroying Nigeria further. Peace to the nations of these West African emerging nations. Peace unto them. The worst that could happen to Nigeria has actually happened to the country, and that is having a very bigoted mind sitting at the leadership position of the country in the person of Muhammadu Buhari. This guy is an Islamist, a tribalist. He's anything but a nationalist. He's a wrecker, like a destroyer. He doesn't build. We don't know how many of his 150 head cow remains now, because it was 150 as he claimed through his asset declaration back in 2014 before he contested the election of 2015. He claimed to have 150 heads of cows. We don't know how much it has depreciated or increased up to this point. A lot of things have been destroyed under this guy's watch. He's very, very nepotistic to the point that he thinks it's about him. He sees himself as the one that we measure loyalty, who is loyal to him. That has become the measure by which officials of state are nominated or appointed for being loyal to him. Nigeria is doomed. And Nigeria has always wobbled, but under this guy, Nigeria went down, like hit the iceberg, and the ship went under. And today he thinks it is by his will that Nigeria will continue to operate one corrupt, deeply corrupt, crime-sustaining national police. He doesn't see the need for state police. In fact, he's trying to take over local lands, local community lands, to bequeath to his Fulani terrorist kinsmen who are doing everything to destroy the country under his watch. In fact, like you are going to hear shortly, mass graves have been known to be in existence in Aba, Port Harcourt, military barracks across the east, across the southeast, Asaba, Onitsha, Enugu, Mbo, Nnewi, Agwata, Ekulobia. All these places, people have been killed and buried in mass graves. In fact, it is this government that criminalized the now outlawed indigenous people of Biafra. It is the current government that started killing members extrajudicially until things got to where it is today. Buhari never meant well for Nigeria. That's why Kaduna, where he resides, has been going through ethnic cleansing. The Fulani, after reducing the population of the Christian Southern Kaduna indigents, have now faced the Muslim Hausa indigenous communities in the northern part of Kaduna. They are killing them. The Shia members were killed in their hundreds in Zaria and Abuja. Muhammadu Buhari makes terrorists out of non-terrorists and then romance actual terrorists who happens to be his own kinsmen or the Kanuri owned and funded Boko Haram. ISIS has also found home in Nigeria. There are other emerging terrorists presently called bandits across the 12 Sharia states. Nigeria is now a foregone conclusion as a country that has gone. And so what we've been asking all this while is to have this thing done properly, like the interment of Nigeria to be done in a very peaceful way, so that each can go to their place and manage their affairs. I mean, a lot of people don't even understand what it means to maybe part ways with Nigeria. It doesn't mean that people will move from a house located at 123 so-and-so street, maybe in the north or in the west or in the anywhere. You don't have to move. It's just sovereignty for the regions to protect the citizens wherever they may be around the world. Because Nigeria has failed. Nigeria has failed the people. Nigeria has failed the citizens of the country, the indigenous nationalities. In fact, the Fulani's plan for Nigeria was to dubiously take over the country and render the people slaves, for them to end up in internally displaced people's camps, or IDP, in neighboring countries. This is what Muhammadu Buhari came to do. And that is what he's been using the military, every instrument of state, to pursue. He's given them millions of dollars, dedicated radio station, all kinds of policies, trying to take over shorelines and lands all over the place, forests, to accommodate terrorists who are hiding behind cows. Listen to this and be the judge.
Muhammadu Buhari was once Nigeria's military head of state. He took power in the mid-80s, overthrowing a democratically elected government, and went on to launch a brutal dictatorship which lasted till his own lieutenants removed him in a coup, citing corruption, his parochial approach, and a tanking economy as their reasons for toppling the draconian regime. 3 decades after his draconian reign in the mid-80s, General Buhari, working with some power-hungry sponges in an opposition party, railroaded himself into the office of President of Nigeria in 2015 through an election that human rights activists, civil society groups, local and foreign observers noted was marked by massive rigging, voter suppression, and irregularities. Some Nigerians assumed that President Buhari would come into office and run the country successfully. They suggested that Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the vice presidential candidate, would be in charge of the government, while Buhari would be a figurehead. They were sadly mistaken. Not only has Buhari locked Osinbajo out of crucial security meetings, the vice president from the south, a Christian clergy, has been completely undermined and sidelined by the Islamist cabals that have followed Buhari into Osinbajo. And the president is on a dangerous crusade to destroy the Nigerian economy, destroy her institutions, institutionalize nepotism, and discard the constitution of the country. The sum of Buhari's actions, since he took office in May 2015, threatens to break up the country. Here are 10 reasons why Buhari is a calamity for Nigeria. The economy. President Buhari has failed to set up a competent and credible economic team. Apparently Buhari is more interested in pursuing a personal agenda rather than a national one. In December 2015, Buhari prepared and presented a budget to the National Assembly amidst great fanfare, only for experts to shred the budget and point out irregularities, inflated costing, and outright corruption in Buhari's budget. On social media it was tagged #BudgetOfYams, that is to say that Buhari and his cronies intend to steal and loot Nigeria's resources in the course of implementing the budget.
That has continued till now.
Still on the economy, several companies in the country like Guinness, UBA, Diamond Bank, have either closed up or downsized. This has led to massive job losses and increased hardship in the country. Unemployment rate in Nigeria climbed to 12.1% in the first quarter of this year, Q1 of 2016. Inflation has risen to double digits under Buhari's leadership, 13.7% Q1 of 2016. JP Morgan Chase delisted Nigeria from its local currency emerging market bond indexes tracked by more than $200 billion of funds, after Buhari's restrictions on foreign exchange transactions prompted investor concerns about a shortage of liquidity. Corruption and round-tripping. For months Buhari has created a parallel market for the dollar in Nigeria. The astronomical margin between the dollar rate fixed by the federal government, then 197 to $1, and the parallel market, then 320 or N360 to $1, has been inimical to business operation. In the meantime, there are reports that Buhari's family and friends have received hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars at the low official rate, and they sell at the high market rate, making a killing. While this is going on, businesses are shutting down, employers are retrenching and laying off staff because they cannot access foreign exchange, and Buhari and his cronies feed fat through corruption. GDP has tanked. For the first time in 12 years, the country's GDP has dropped to a negative value, minus 0.36%, in Q1 of 2016. We have Muhammadu Buhari to thank for that. Crashes in the stock exchange. The seemingly endless losses recorded, 1.15 trillion lost in Q1, in the Nigerian stock exchange is not good news to local and foreign investors. Foreign investors have fled. Local investors have withdrawn. Power, power, power. Many commentators noted that Buhari wanted power for power's sake. He has proven them right. Muhammadu Buhari is only interested in being president. He has no interest in ensuring that the system works, institutions are built to remain strong, education and healthcare is strengthened, or that even competent people are appointed into his cabinet. He told the BBC Hausa service that he appoints friends because they are loyal. For a country of one to have this man as president is a calamity.
Oh yes.
An illiterate in Aso Rock.
He's a curse upon Nigeria.
World, secondary education is basic.
With his Fulani committee.
It is even compulsory in developed countries. The basic qualification a literate person is expected to have is a secondary school certificate. For some reason, the Nigerian constitution says that the basic qualification for the office of the president should be a secondary school certificate. It turns out that this former military ruler does not have one and has used every trick in the book to circumvent presenting one. He has played a fast one on the Nigerian people. Being a scam artiste is one thing, but not having the basic education to run the office is destroying the country. By the time Buhari leaves office, he would have pushed Nigeria 120 years back.
Of course.
And to think that Nigerians in Nigeria and the diaspora are so well educated. Human rights abuses. The human rights abuses by Buhari and his government have been alarming. Unarmed peaceful protesters have been shot and killed. Human rights activists uncover mass graves of victims of the Nigerian army brutality in Kaduna in the north, and in Aba and Onitsha in the southeast.
Yes.
Countless people have been arrested and jailed simply for daring to criticize Buhari. Buhari's enemies have been arrested and jailed on trumped-up charges. UK Telegraph has just published an article that reveals that the Nigerian president is using foreign aid meant for Nigeria to fight his political opponents. He lacks the presence of mind, credentials, education, and enlightenment to be president of Nigeria. It shows in his actions. You can rig yourself in, but you cannot scam your way into delivering good governance. Interfering with the judiciary and destroying it. Under Buhari, there has been flagrant disregard of court orders by agencies domiciled in the presidency, especially the EFCC, Nigeria's Anti-Graft Commission. Buhari has shown an interest in lining up judges who will try cases against his enemies and opponents. The attempt to beat the judiciary into submission is contrary to the principle of separation of powers. Buhari himself said in a presidential media chat that he doesn't obey court that go against his personal beliefs. If this is not a calamity to Nigeria, I don't know what is. Failing security situation. The inaction of the presidency towards the carnage committed by Fulani herdsmen around the country is sickening. Muhammadu Buhari's tribesmen go round the country killing, looting, and raping women, and taking over farmlands. The president has been silent. Is Nigeria about to turn into another Darfur? Buhari claims Boko Haram is technically defeated, yet they are still waging attacks on soft targets and controlling communities in the northeast. Buhari promised to rescue the Chibok schoolgirls within 3 months as president. He has failed woefully. The blame for the renewed hostilities in the oil-rich Niger Delta region can be put on Buhari. He has failed a leader. Buhari has destroyed Nigeria's national image. Nigeria's image globally has been adversely affected by the president's remarks during his foreign trips and during interviews by international press. It is a disgrace. During his visit to Benin Republic in August 2015, while addressing the Nigerian community in Benin Republic who asked if they could come home and contribute to moving the nation forward, he responded thus, "Stay where you are, don't come and add to our problems." In September 2015 he said that ministers are noisemakers that do not do any work. There have been too many gaffes. Each day with Buhari brings another gaffe that destroys Nigeria's image further. In summary, Buhari has destroyed Nigeria. He has set the country back. Before Buhari, Nigeria was a developing nation. Now under Buhari, Nigeria is a destroyed nation.
Yes.
He is a calamity to Nigeria.
Yes. It's sad. This is the reality of Nigeria, unfortunately. Join Ninas and look forward to freedom. Nothing else can surface in Nigeria as it is right now, except referendum, multi-regional referendum vote. That's what Ninas is making sure that everyone comes to this realization that multi-regional referendum is unavoidable. That's the only lifeline left for all the nationalities that are facing terrorist attacks, being powered by Muhammadu Buhari and the Fulani Committee in Nigeria.
I was on a gig or on a show as a musician, as a recording artist to one of my friend and my brother to Kogi State, Kaba. And we had a nice time. So I said, okay, should we travel by air? But I said, Kogi, if we travel by air, we have to go through Abuja and come by road. So by road from Abuja to Kogi is another few hours. So let's all of us just enjoy the ride. So we took a minibus for about 9 of us. We branched in Akure, everywhere, enjoyed ourselves, musicians, artists. So just 20 minutes to the town of Kaba. We saw like a road. In fact, I think a minute we passed a military checkpoint. So when we saw a military checkpoint, not even a police checkpoint. So when we saw the road, so we were moving, thinking that, look, this place should be safe. Just after like 2, 3, 4 minutes, it was a bit of a bumpy road, but everybody, is the normal road that people travel as, So I said to myself that, should we go? This road looks like, but we saw people passing the road. So we forged ahead and we were going. But I noticed like a Fulani man in front, by the roadside. So I didn't really know what it is exactly. But,
How would you know he was a Fulani man?
Yeah, first of all, I grew up in the north.
Okay.
Yeah, I started my primary school in Jos. No, in Kano, went to Jos. I went to Kaduna. So I'm a bit, familiar with the northern style and stuff like that. And, to crown it, I'm a musician that has traveled. I've traveled all over the country and all over the world. So I knew, I know that they rear their cattle and everything. So I was just going. The more I approached the man, the more I was uncomfortable. And I was looking at my mirror, looking at my back. So when we were almost close to the man, I stopped. The man double-crossed the road with an AK-47.
Wow.
Yep. So I looked at my mirror, my rear mirror, to look at my back. So as I was trying to reverse, 3 other people came from the back. So
were they in a car or they still on that bumpy road?
On the bumpy road, they came out from the bush. We're in Kaba already. So as I was trying to go back, I couldn't go back, couldn't go front because I noticed that they were carrying AK-47, cutlasses and machetes and everything. So they smashed, I was the one driving.
Wow.
They smashed my glass, both the screen and everything, with a big cutlass, and they cocked the gun. So at that point, we surrendered, and they marched 9 of us into the bush. 9. I've got 2 ladies, 2 female backups, so we were marched into the bush, and their faces were painted, 4 of them. So what they did was that they just say, you, and the first miracle God gave us was that the ladies were separated from us, and 3 others. So they marched 4 of us into the bush at around about past 4, quarter to 4. So that was how the whole thing started, like a joke. So they destroyed the car, So one of my boys went back to the military checkpoint that I talked about earlier on for help. They couldn't get help.
He was able to escape?
No, they just took 4 of us and left 5 of them.
Oh, they took 4 and left 5?
Yes. Me and 3 other inclusive, they took us, they kidnapped us. So we started trekking. So I was talking to them in Hausa, and you ask me, why do I know that they are Fulanis and Nijers? Because, in Hausas, you can differentiate some Hausa language from the other one.
Yes.
Like Yoruba and Ijebu. So I know because I lived in the north. So, but they can still speak Hausa, but not like so I started begging them, and, they were torturing us. That's even not the problem. So our first trekking was from that junction of that Kaba. We trekked for since about past 4, quarter to 4, we trekked till about 1 a.m. non-stop.
Wow.
Non-stop. And one of my backup, which I don't want to mention his name, is a male. As at that time, he is a bit on the big side. He was losing breath, trekking for, So he told me that, Sati, I would like to, let me just end it up here because my tongue is already, it's dried up. I can't manage everything. So they were telling me in Hausa that, look, meaning we will kill him. It doesn't cost us anything, that he's been delaying our movement, that we're supposed to be covering some miles at every point in time, that he's been delaying our movement. So I was begging them, they would smack me the gun on the head, on the hand. I was begging them so my talking drummer had to carry my backup singer because he's lost everything. He said he wants to die. So they told me in Hausa that, okay, what they want to do is that if this guy is going to delay their movement, that they will kill him and sell his body parts.
Are you serious?
Yep. They said they are going to sell his body part, that since he's just disturbing us, that now, in my presence, the people that will come to pick his body parts, they will come. They will sell. So they are not going to lose. So with faith, we didn't even know what we were doing. We were just doing everything with faith that, well, this is the end. Because 4 of them were carrying AK-47. As at that 1 a.m., they took us to a bush. We didn't even know where we are again, but we had trekked from about 4 till about 1 a.m. the next day. So when we got to where they had to, because it's late in the morning, very, very late very dark, in the bush, in the thick of the bush. So they lit up sticks for us to have lights and ray, bonfire. They tied us, 4 of us together. So my drummer now was telling me that, boss, you know what? We can overcome these 4 people. We are 4, they are 4. That this gun is not normal gun. The euphoria of the attacks and everything, we didn't even know whether it's a real gun or not. So they were telling me that, boss, let's run. I didn't know what came on me because naturally I'm not always afraid. But I was just relaxed that, we are 4. If we run, they know this bush. We don't even know where we are. And do you know where we are?
Where?
they took us from Kaba. We're already at the Ondo Bank.
What?
We trekked from Kaba to Ondo Bank because it was in the morning that we realized that we have trekked from Kogi to Kaba, to Ondo. You know, because when we woke up in the morning, I spoke to them in Hausa, where are we? They said we're in Ondo, that this is Ondo.
They were even interacting.
They were interacting. One was 24, one was like 26, one was like 28, one was like 29. And 4 of them, they don't live in the same states. One is staying at Ekiti, one stays in Kaduna, one stays in Kogi, and one stays in Ondo. They don't stay in the same place. Anyway, so as at that point, they tied the 4 of us, and one was in our front with the AK-47, one was in our back, one went into the bush, and one was cooking. I don't know what they were cooking. They were cooking some drugs.
Drugs? Wow.
I haven't seen the drugs. I'm 52 years old. I've played music for almost 37 years, if not more than. I have played with everybody in this country. I haven't seen such a drugs. They were high on drugs. And they were speaking their Niger language, because I understand a bit of Adausa, you know. Okay. So my drummer was telling me that, boss, let's run. I said, no, let's be calm. What if we run and we couldn't make it? So when we woke up in the morning, very early in the morning, we now saw the gun. Thank God we didn't run. We saw the gun. We discovered that it was real AK-47 that has several cartridges. When I mean cartridges, you know, some of these guns, when they load the cartridge, one can shoot this one shoot like 10. I saw it not because they're telling me. And I said, God, thank God that because if we had run, we are 4. Do you understand? We thought that the gun so that was how the journey started. So in the morning, they were beating us. As at that time, we already... They did. They said we should start. So they will go through all your phones, you know, and call your contact, ask you. They will give you the phone to call people. You know, one of the things I must say here, and honestly, I'm not afraid to say it, each time somebody ring our phone, they will take the number and they will dial some network to know who the person is.
Are you kidding?
Yep. So that tells us that they are not actually doing it on their own.
They're not illiterate either.
Well, they are not illiterate. They know what they're doing, even though they are not educated, but they understand what they're doing. And this is a cartel. This is a networking thing. They speak to the people in the communication world, in the network, you know, because they were telling me that, Allergy, all this money, they're asking me, because they started from 40 million until about 5 million on the 3rd day. They said that they are not the only one that are going to share the money. The military, the police people, the communication, because each time somebody calls me, you know, they will collect the number and they will speak to somebody in the network to know
where that person is calling from, who the person
is. In fact, when they took the 5 million,
how did you even come up? How did you even come up with the money being in that thing? How did they get it? Was it transferred?
That's another story. They brought it cash to them. They told me that they will know if there's a tracker following the money. You know, it's a serious thing. That's why when I heard about the Kaduna attack, you know, my spirit just went back to what I went through, because I know what the people will be going through now. It's something that is hell. There's nothing to define it than is hell. Now listen, you know, the funniest thing is that we were walking around. We trekked out of the almost 72 hours. We trekked for almost about 50 hours. Because each time you spend like 7-10 hours in a place, they will tell you to move to another location. They have people that is talking to them, monitoring their location. You know what I mean? So it's not just, it's something that is unheard of in this country. You know, because my 5 band boys that were left went to report to the military checkpoint. My immediate elder brother is a prince, is the king. So he too was already connecting people. You know, if you are, honestly, I'm sorry to say this, I don't have any other country, but if you are kidnapped, you're on your own. It takes God for you to come back. Let me tell you another thing that happened is online. After I was released, because our release was purely a miracle, the Oba, one of the Oba in Ondo, 3 days after I was released, was killed. The Oba of Ifon.
I saw that.
That's right. He went for a meeting, and on his way back, they shot him dead.
Just like that.
Just like that. So this thing is not just ordinary. They can't kidnap you without the help of some certain key people, communication, military, when they took the money, they flipped the money. Because there's a way they will know whether the money is being tracked.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's in my presence. They even gave me 5,000 allergic. Gashi. Shigamota deshi. Zakabinon. I will pass this place and pass this place and I will escape. I told them that how do they know the roadmap of the bush? They said that they can trek anywhere in Nigeria without getting to the express.
Wow.
Yes, because I experienced it for 3 days. Because they picked us from Kaba. Then we got to Ondo, we got to Auchi Bank, we got to Kogi Bank back. They brought us to Kogi Bank, trekking. Because it's shorter to trek from that end because they know all the roadmap, because they are naturally...
They are bandits. Their job actually is within the forest.
That's right. And you see why each time they are negotiating, they have people that they talk to. That this is the nature of the negotiation, this is everything. So it's not just ordinary. It is sad that the country that I belong to, that I'm serving, I've been playing music for over 3.5 decades in my country. I've had opportunity to stay in abroad with a green card, but I can't. This is where I belong. I feel great being in Nigeria. But guess what? Every of my friends all over the world now, they tell me, say, boss, you want to kill yourself in that country? Let me tell you, I just had a daughter 3 or 4 months before that kidnap. And I said that is this the last thing? Because it's not something that you can. As I'm talking to you, I'm already feeling traumatized.
I'm even having headache just listening to this.
Do you understand what I'm saying now? The second day, we were in Ekiti, the bank of Ekiti. They said, are we hungry? Another side of the story is that for about 28 hours, we didn't have anything to eat. So, but because we've been trekking, you needed water and fluids. So we don't have option than to, because they know everywhere within those states, 5-6 states of that area. So we had to drink water that they used to clean their cow. We drank it. I took it. So the second day they said, yeah. And they are used to it because they are on drugs. They are fetish, because while we are walking, I was asking them, aren't you guys tired? As a Yoruba boy, there's something we call kanoko. You might not know what it means.
What does that mean?
It means that you can decide to trek from here to Ibadan and the road will be shorter. And they told me that that's what they are. Because this guy, they jazz a lot. I was with them. At times I wish I didn't experience it, but at times I thank God experiencing it and God sparing our lives, because, you don't know the freedom you have sitting down. This is what you want, because we had to be forced to take such water. We were drinking it with happiness, because we lost fluids. We were passing out, basically, So the next day, they told us, when it was second day, they said, do we want to eat? What do you want to eat? So somebody went to the market in Ekiti State, because we've left Kogi. Kogi, Ekiti, Ondo, they share boundaries, yes. Auchi. So I said, where are you going? By the second day, they were talking to me a bit, because I can communicate a bit in Hausa. And yes. They too they are not fluent in Hausa, but you know what I mean? Yes. So they told me that their father owns the land. That's deep. They say their father owns the land, and since they are not getting what belongs to them, this is what they resulted in doing.
I don't understand it.
Okay, because they said Fulani owns Nigeria.
How is that?
Whether true or false, because I was just listening, and they said that This place belonged to them from whether 16th or 18th century, and all of a sudden, they are not getting what belongs to them. So they have resorted to kidnapping, adoption, and everything. And they said they only do 3 jobs. They kidnap, they join Boko Haram, and they do rituals. I said, what kind of rituals? Yeah. They said, what kind of rituals? They say, when they kidnap somebody and people can't really come to get them, or fortunately or unfortunately, it resulted into death. So they cut their body part and sell it. That was why they told me the first night that if one of my guys slowing them down, they are going to kill him and cut his body part. And now they will still make money. They are not going to run. They are not going to lose anything. So I wasn't arguing with them, because who dare you to argue? As at that time, we are already in heaven, because we already knew. In fact, we had zeroed our mind that, well, that's the last. Because, in fact, I remember we've said our last prayer more than 30 times.
Are you serious?
It's not something I would want my enemy to experience. So one of them went to the market for almost 5 hours, because they had to trek from the thick forest. So by the time he came back, he brought a gari and a palm oil and mixed it and said we should eat.
What? So they actually they do business in the same markets that we go to buy.
They live like normal humans amongst us. The guy went to the market and came back. He went to the market, bought the gari and the palm oil, and he came back to the forest about 5-6 hours later. So when he brought the palm oil, I told my guys, how do you eat? So some of them had to rush the gari. So we were just taking the gari, and they said we should start to trek. Now, every time they want us to trek, they will smack us with the gun, and everything. So we started. They've been prior to now. They've been negotiating. People will call in, and I remember my boss, my pastor, will call in, and he will be praying for them that leave my son. Each time he calls in, after 3 or 4 times that my Oga calls in, I'll be praying that he should not call in, because
are you serious? He's calling to pray.
He's calling to pray. They will beat us after his call. They will beat us mercilessly. Say that man, he's just praying. With faith that, look, leave my children. I have no money. They will beat the hell out of us. That your God that is always calling is praying that
Was there any time that the security operative even called, or did anybody reach out to the police, the army?
There are 2 of my adopted mom that I wouldn't want to mention their name. They've made several efforts to the government, and they called. They were able to locate where we are. But what was said was that if they attack where we are, because we are many, they might be able to rescue, but they might lose some of us.
That's what they said.
That's what they said, because one of my auntie, mother, adopted mom, I don't want to mention her name, and I want to thank her especially, and few of the first ladies, they tried. They did all what they could, because they couldn't believe that it's happening to Tosin, that they know. When you hear this thing, is a different thing.
When it happens to someone that is close to you.
And I think few days to that time, I spoke to the first lady, which I wouldn't want to mention her name. And she didn't know. Is it Tosin that they are talking about? And for months, she couldn't even talk to me. She told, is this my own Tosin, And I remember the first lady in Lagos, after I was released, she called me to Marina and said, Tosin, we need to talk about this thing. This is not tidy. We need to find a way to help people that it will happen to. I mean the first lady.
Okay, and after that, so before I even come to the aftermath, how did they collect the ransom?
Well, when they eventually said, okay, we should look for 5 million from 40 million, that was the last day, which is the 3rd day. So special thanks to friends, colleagues, pastor, everybody. There's nothing I can practically do. So they put the money together, my pastor, everybody that I wouldn't want to just mention them. I appreciate my colleagues. In fact, first of all, the gospel industry was thrown into pandemonium and chaos. I remember Samuel Opozo, Nathaniel Bassi, Big Bolaji, BJ Sachs, all of them. They didn't even know that 3 nights. They don't know where they are. They were just praying because by the grace of God, I mean, I'm not just one of the bottle in the industry in that regard. So Nathaniel, everybody was praying. Sam Opozo. I remember when they called Sammy, they told Sammy that they just kidnapped your friend. Sammy had to swear for the guy that called him that I think you are joking, because Tosin and I spoke 2 days ago. We're on a project. And the pastor called Sammy back and said, Sammy, we are not joking. Say, you guys must be mad. You can't joke with me that they just kidnapped Tosin because we spoke 2-3 days ago. So just for you to know the way it is, everybody was...
Were they speaking in English when they were making this call? Or you actually called them? Or they made the call?
I know. I reached out to my assistant in church, and God bless his soul. God bless his soul. Afolabi, okay, wonderful guy. He did a great job for that 3 nights because he was the one interfacing with these kidnappers and reaching out to my friends, family, and everything. He did a wonderful job. It will have been God too. So when we put the money together, they transferred the money. The people I was going to perform for, they had to transfer the money for them. They too, the event was just in a mess. That's another story for another day anyway. Because imagine they are preparing for events. So the event was just sorrow, pandemonium, and chaos. People, their blood pressure was skyrocketing. They took some people to hospital. Everything was upside down, And they transferred the money to somebody in Kogi. And, if I will bust, to my surprise, they said we had to rent somebody that will carry the money.
Yeah.
Because majority of the people that carry the money, they don't even come back alive. The kidnappers might kill them. So we got somebody, the guy charged us, and they brought the money. So the kidnapper said they only need the number of the person bringing the money. And they will know whether the money is tracked, whether the person is tracked, they will know. And I was chatting with them in Hausa that how would they know? They say I should keep quiet. They say their intelligence is higher than we that went to university.
Obviously, because from what you're just saying.
So when they were bringing the money, they collected the guy's number. They called the guy's number. There's a way they will call the number. There's a way they will speak their language to some network, and they will be tracking the person bringing the money, knowing how many people they are coming, because they can see all this. They are professionals. So when they brought the money, they instructed the guy where to put the money, where they will meet him. So they collected the money and brought the money to my presence from the guy, and they released the guy. When they realized that the guy
was practically neutral,
the money wasn't tracked, because even if they collect the money and the money is tracked, because there is something that they will use to track the naira, that you know the location. So they discovered that, in fact, we were already begging them, because the people in Kogi that we went to perform for, they said no, they will track the money. I said, we were begging them that, look, money, let the money just go. Let the money go, because we are with them. We've been with them for 3 days. We know how intelligent, how sharp, how connected they are. So we begged them that they should never track the money. Let the money go. So eventually, nobody tracked the money. We gave them the money. So they collected the money, checked the money. They flip one like this. I don't know how they track the money. So they flipped the money and said, hey. So they now came to me. They said they are sorry.
They now apologize after receiving the money.
They said it wasn't people like me they wanted on that particular day. That was when I knew that I wasn't set up. But they said that I was just their food for that day, and they had to just make money. They said, okay, you know what, Allergy, got 10,000. They were telling me the route to pass. Unfortunately, as they released me, another kidnapper wanted to kidnap us. I'm talking before God of my creator. That I'm telling you, because when they released me, when I got to the express, my guys were tired. They couldn't, because we have to walk from the bush, maybe another 45 minutes, 1 hour outside. So we're trying to look for a taxi, So we saw another bunch of kidnappers. They are everywhere. They have network everywhere. So I now said to God that, is this in Nigeria? Because I lived in the north.
How did you escape that? How did you know they were kidnappers?
Okay. So when we got out from the bush, we saw other people on the road, same road. And we were afraid because of our experience already. So we were looking for taxi. So the taxi couldn't come. So we were running on the road. We don't want to wait on one spot. As we were running, they were running after us. So a taxi came. And in fact, we were dragging one of my boys when we rushed into the taxi because the taxi didn't practically stop. So we were now asking the taxi guy that the people running after us, is it there are another set of bandits?
This is not good.
Absolutely. This is
worrisome.
I grew up in Kano, in North, in this Jos, Kano, especially Jos, is like London.
Yes, that was what Jos used to be.
About 47, 48 years ago, I practically grew up in Jos. I went to Baptist Primary School, Jos, Baptist Primary School, Nasarawa, Kano. So this is a different story entirely now.
Now, when you came out,
yes.
Did you have conversations? Did you approach the security arm of government, or you already gave up?
Well, like I said, I'm a prince. My elder brother, a king, was already talking to the king in Kaba, talking to everybody. Then, by the grace of God, my people in Lagos, my excellencies, they were already trying to see what they can do, which they did. To be candid, the only report was that place is dangerous. If they attack the place, because we are many, they need to attack the place wisely. And what if they can't get 4 of us out, and in the process of rescuing us, they lose other people? But you see, they are talked to security agents. But what I can categorically say is that those people are working not by themselves. They are working with the people giving them guns, with the security agent, with the networks. I experienced that. Do you understand? So even if my people are trying to help me, they are getting information from security agents and network.
Of course,
and that's why they change their location every few hours. We change location for about 5-6 times over 3 days. Changing location. And we might trek at 7, 8, 10 hours to just go to another place.
Yes. We go on to the next alert because we are in a battle. We are caught in a war, and these broadcasts are battlefield instructions. Those who listen may be able to save themselves and their own people from the damnation, from the carnage coming their way if nothing gets done. And so we come to the question of this 2023 election that everybody is throwing all over the place, the general overseers in the church asking their people to go and get a PVC, others saying there are millions of them who will vote in one direction, forgetting that the entry point is controlled by the enemy that has a dog in the fight. Now, we continue to dissect the things that are being done, but which many do not understand. The election 2023 is actually the third plan in the hierarchy of Plan A, Plan B, Plan C being executed simultaneously by the enemy in that fight. And if you want to know who that enemy is, look at this map again. Look at this map very closely. The caliphate that imposed that 1999 constitution, which tie up the rest of the country, the rest of the land, which confiscate the sovereignties of all, which seize the assets of everybody, which seize the right to work those assets, which seize all the guns in the land. That caliphate that imposed that enshackling constitution, that apartheid-like constitution, are the ones trying to take us to election to save the life of that constitution, which the rest of us in their liars have defeated by the constitutional force majeure activation of 16th of December in 2020, we have defeated the 1999 Constitution. Everything going on now is that those who were drawing governmental powers and authority, mark the words, powers and authority, and if you want to understand it, you go to section 14.2a to see the relationship between the two. Those who are illicitly drawing powers and authority from the Constitution, the fraud of a Constitution validated by our signature implanted without reference to us. They are the ones who are trying to save that Constitution by going to election that will validate the life of the Constitution one more time, that will renew the life of that Constitution. The rest of Nigeria, in that alliance of the South and Middle Belt, that want to save themselves from the damnation, from the extermination that is coming upon them, from the conquest that is being executed against them, the ethnic cleansing that has been unleashed against them, are the ones saying they will not go to another election under that Constitution, insisting that we must go to transition now to terminate the life of that Constitution and to restore the sovereignties of those whose sovereignties have been confiscated by sheer force under the code name Nigeria. The Nigeria we negotiated died in 1966. The Federation of Nigeria is no more, but there's a country still pretending to be Nigeria in place. There's that country in place, but there's no federation. And so the federal government all the federal governments that have operated since the collapse of the Union Agreement in 1966 have been illicit federal governments. We're not at all talking about the personnel who is president. No, we're talking about the federal government of Nigeria in a situation where the federation had collapsed and we are running a unitary system. And so we come back to what are the things, what is this enemy doing? What are the rest of us doing? Like I said before, there is a plan A, there is a plan B, and there is a plan C, which is where the elections come. This caliphate is already in full ferocious swing in their plan A of invasion and conquest. That's their plan A. That they will come upon everybody having laid claim to the entirety of Nigeria, saying that it belongs to them, that they are born to rule others, and that Fulani from everywhere all belong here. So that in the ethnic cleansing campaign we see, sweeping southwards, they want to conquer the place outside what that constitution permits, outside what they have gotten by way of the constitution they impose. Because if they conquer physically, their hold on the land will not be based on the constitution. They know that constitution has been defeated. Where it is the South and the Middle Belt that do not know. They are still hanging on to that constitution. The people who know have since moved on to Sharia in defiance of that constitution that says there should be no state religion. The people who know have since moved on to building, integrating. They know that the union is at an end. They are busy integrating their part of the country with Niger Republic. That's why the railways that are connecting Niger, that's why the refineries we don't have that are being built there, that's why the railways we don't have that are being built there, that's why the road networks we don't have that are being built there. That part of the country, that caliphate north, is being integrated with the Niger Republic. Of course, we know where the Buhari himself told the people that went with him in the cross-border operation at the time it was GOC, the 3rd Division in Jos, across the border. He told them that his family originally came from the Niger Republic. So we all know, there's no offense by being of Niger origin, or Abacha being from where he is from, or all the other ones in between. Now, the danger we are pointing out now is that the financing for the heavy infrastructure that is being put in place now is coming from loans obtained in the name of Nigeria by this sectional agenda. Billions and billions and billions of foreign loans that have been deployed to integrate the economy of the Caliphate North with Niger Republic. And those monies are being borrowed against the assets of the alliance. Some of those, agreements, loan agreements, especially one with China that's written in Mandarin language, also puts in a cost. I'm sure you will remember the controversy when it arose, that there's a cost to cede sovereignty to China if they do not pay the money. And these are all the things being signed over our heads by people who have their own agenda. They are not doing so on our behalf. They are doing so for themselves and to our own damnation. These are things we need to put on the table so that they know that we know. So that those who are giving them the money will also know that they're just putting their money at risk unnecessarily, because from the time in December of 2020, the force majeure that raised a caveat to the international lending community not to lend any more monies to this disputed project called Nigeria until we sort out the sovereignty dispute that have been raised. Some have listened, they are not offering any loans. Others are not listening, and they are throwing loans to people who may not be on the scene at the time they come for their monies. That's by the way. But back to the main issue of what are the three plans that are being pursued? Because our people know about only one, the election of 2023. That is number 3 in the hierarchy of, in the order of importance, in the order of execution. The first is the one that is going on now, raw conquest. Overrun them, become the owner of the place, everybody on their knees, and then other discussions will come. That's plan A. Plan B is one in which the same people that are pretending not to have the capacity to contain the terror that is going on are going to compromise our security further by this kind of thing they're already doing, to the point where they will assume martial powers. We saw when the Attorney General wrote a memo that leaked to his principal that they should suspend the Constitution. They will require more powers than currently available to them in the Constitution of now, so that they can advance their conquest more rapidly. And the way to assume that depth of power is compromise the security situation to crisis, to chaos level, such that they will say, oh, in the face of what has happened with security, we now declare martial law. They can launch a coup. They can do the kind of thing we saw in Afghanistan. They can just suspend their rights and all of that. That's plan B, and that is closer. The way they are going, the kind of carnage we see, may come to where they say, oh, on account of this level of insecurity, we now suspend, all the rights, like we saw in 1984, and all of that. So that is their plan B, and they're working around the clock to get to that, so that they can continue their conquest unchallenged by the inhibitions placed by this constitution, as bad as it is. The plan C, which is now again a decoy for driving the plan A and B, is the election of 2023, by which they have occupied the thinkers and political merchants of southern Nigeria and Middle Belt. Oh, whose turn it is. Meanwhile, even being the plan C, their third in the hierarchy of options, they already secured the outcome for themselves. They are in control. The caliphate is in control of the two parties. The caliphate is in control of INEC, and the military that will, police that will carry the ballot boxes, and the returning officer that will announce who won, those who will count the vote. They are the ones printing the PVC. They are the ones that will give whoever they give. They know the demographics. If you are 10 million in an area and they give you only 3 polling booths, there's a maximum number you can return from that area where you think you have those numbers. They may also give 50 polling booths to an area that has less than 3 million people. And so they get numbers that will outweigh the ones you got from. So these are all the kind of gerrymandering that have been going on in our electoral processes, which is why the results are always baffling. But we are now laying them bare on the table for those who are pinning their hopes on going to win election. And that is where the men of God in the land who are telling people to go and get their PVC. They are not listening to us now that the constitution by which the winner will govern will render the lives of their flock more unlivable. They are going to continue to be killed. They are going to be more impoverished the day after that election, no matter who wins. But the people who are inviting you to that contest, the APC, they have already abandoned this. The carcass of APC that they've left behind, like they left the carcass of PDP behind in 2015. They've all moved to where they want to go. PDP today, a Fulani candidate in the person of Atiku is likely to emerge in that PDP platform. So they drag you to the point where there's a semblance of election, and the world will think that there's been a contestation, but they're in control of the outcome. And that's why part of what they're doing is to make sure they keep throwing it up as the most urgent thing to do, and our people are jumping, buying form, waving PDP and APC flag, whereas the people they are contending with already settled the outcome of that election by seizing the two political party platforms and seizing control of INEC and the military and police. That's the security services. So whatever anybody is thinking, this broadcast should get to reach all of those who are inviting people to elections. The political merchants, if you know anybody in PDP, from the chairman to the national officers to the governors, all of those who are mobilizing you now, including women leader, church leader, let them see this video that the people they are coming to compete with already settled the outcome. Their strategic pursuit is to keep that constitution that killed the rest of us and impoverished the rest of us, alive. Whereas we have defeated that constitution by what we have done, and we can actually go to where we decommission it and free our people from the bondage. Take them to referendum in a transition so that they decide whether they want to continue in this union, and if yes, on what terms. That's where we now begin to talk about the degree of autonomy acceptable to them. But they first have to vote whether they want, by referendum, whether they want to remain in union with anybody or not. And then if the majority say they want to remain, then we go to that's when the question of the kind of constitution that will be used to moderate that union will come up. It's not now. And so let it be made clear to all that those those from the south and the middle belt, who in the face of this invasion, happening to us, these killings that are coming upon us, this ethnic cleansing that is already ongoing, are distracting everybody by talking about the election, which is something the outcome has been predetermined. There's nothing you can do about the caliphate has a dog in the fight. They have a candidate in the election. They are the ones who conduct the election. They are the ones who print the PVC. And whoever wins the election, when they do win, will have to swear to defend and uphold that constitution, meaning that we are back to where we are. Meanwhile, there's no slowing down in the conquest they are driving. And they need you to be talking about the election where they are overrunning you, like we have seen. You saw them in Kaduna Airport. You saw them in train station halfway to Abuja. You saw them the day after the train station attack that they blocked the road heading closer to Abuja. We hear that schools in Abuja have asked parents to keep their children at home because the security situation, that's now Abuja. The day they blocked the Lokoja highway, nobody's able to escape from Abuja. Let those who are thinking that it's far away from them listen now. Let those who see this video make sure it gets to the general overseers of the church and all of those doing party, whether it's APC or PDP or ABGA or Mega Party or Youth Party. All those things are in the plan C of this enemy that is determined to wipe us off and take over our lands.
Nigeria is finished. These are all warning signs. These are all warning signals that is being sent to Nigerians. Unfortunately, what Nigerians does with it is what will determine their future. Act now or it will be too late.
I suspect that very soon some states will be taken over by these Fulani men called bandits. I suspect that very soon the presidential villa will be handed over to them. This is a plan. Nobody should deceive me. I am more than 60 years. Nobody should deceive me that is just bandits are just coming here and making this thing. It is a plan to hand over to these Fulani men who are called bandits so that there will be no election. This federal government, not that it is insensitive, is working towards an agenda that they have planned to Fulanize this country and take over. It's not even about Islam. They are using religion as a shield to Fulanize. And this is not right.
What the governor of Benue State, Autumn, is saying is exactly what had actually taken place in Afghanistan right before our eyes. Afghanistan soldiers, while being armed and equipped by the Americans, were actually committed to the Islamic takeover of Afghanistan. And so, when the D-Day came, they all shifted sides and switched to the Mujahideens, the Islamic fighters. And that's how the entire country got subjected to Islamic takeover. Same thing is cooking and on its way to happening in Nigeria. Those who bombed the train from Kaduna to Abuja are the same terrorists that will take over the Asharok. The presidency of Nigeria is sitting on nothing but on a shifting sand. All their collaborations, all their collusion with terrorists will backfire. And that will be the final takedown that is coming up on Nigerians.
The recent urgent alerts by Ninas. We remember the Ruger alert by which we shut down the amendment targeted at so-called autonomy for local government areas. Then the 6-part alert in which we were looking at all the other game plans and, permutations, the things, the hidden things the enemy is doing to prevail. The alarm of today, the alert of today will be concerning the invasion and the conquest that is being driven. The caliphate invasion, the caliphate conquest designs. And we take our bearings from the attack on the train, the people abducted and the demands being made. We saw the videos making the rounds of one of the victims, the managing director of Bank of Agriculture, who is from that part. He's from because there's Nigeria is now one huge battlefield divided into 2 parts. And it is that Caliphate Sharia part and the rest of Nigeria in the alliance of the Nigerian indigenous nationalities operating together as Ninas. Now, that kidnapped victim, that abducted victim from that train attack, came speaking in a video organized by the terrorists. What we are reading from what was said, because he said that their demand is not about money, and that the government knows what those demands are. And since nobody is willing to talk to us, in the kind of event it is, the president and the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria should have been the one addressing us even on a daily basis on what they are doing about the situation. But nothing is forthcoming several days after. And so we are reading the situation as best as we can, and it is on account of what we can deduce. We're entitled to that because we are the ones in that danger. We are the ones being threatened by this onslaught, by that terror group. And we're coming to this alert session of today from the perspective of our deductions. What are we seeing? What is what can we perceive? what is our supposition in all of what we already knew before this new broadcast from their camp of terror. And so that question of making a demand that is known to the federal government, we are sure that people like Gumi, who used to be their state spokesman, whether he's still in that role or not, would know what those demands are. But our president certainly does know. He must know. If he doesn't know, he should tell us he doesn't know. But if they say that the government knows, and 3-4 days after nobody has said anything, we assume then that the government knows what those demands are. In the same vein, we saw Malam El-Rufai, the governor in Kaduna. We heard when he talked about going to 14 different countries to offer money to people who are coming in from across to kill people under his watch. Does that not tell us that Malam El-Rufai must be amongst those who know who these people are, where they are coming from, what their demands are? We allege that he must be one of those who know. And we know how close he was and he is to the ones in Abuja. And if we go back to Dr. Obede Mlafia and what he said about what they have gathered from those people in terms of what is happening now, are those now the things happening? Did Mlafia not tell us that one of the governors in the north is the commander of? So in all of that, somebody cannot pretend. People cannot continue to pretend that these things are not were not said or are not happening. Or is it the Pantami that we know his connections with all of that? He's the one in charge of our database, documenting people who have flooded into our space. His own people, the Fulani, documenting them as Nigerians. And we saw the recent attempt at amending the constitution to, liberalize the, indigenization. What you just after 5 years of being in an area, you can just be registered to become indigenous of the place. At a time, INEC will be conducting elections in the local government areas. At a time, the federal government will be, sending money straight to the local government areas. But we suspect that those demands will have to do with land and our sovereignty. Land in the sense that we've been told repeatedly by all of those who should have been managing the crisis, who should have been helping push back the armed forces, their commander-in-chief, President Buhari, the ministers, the defense people, the military people, all of those, the spokesman of the president, they've all told us repeatedly that if we want peace, we must give up our land. And our land in this sense is not one small patch of farmland. Our land here is our sovereignty. They already said that this place belongs to them. We saw the governor in Bauchi on national TV saying that Fulani from all over Africa belong here. And we know what Pantami is doing, how they are documenting them. We saw our president throw our borders open, compromising our sovereignty in the sense that all of those people who poured in to Nigeria at the time, people who already declared, in the conquest march they have been carrying out, there's no doubt that it's an ethnic cleansing operation that is being done. And when you ask, where's the federal government in all of this? Where is the military in all of this? You go back to General T.Y. Danjuma, who told us in March of 2018 that what he sees is a collusion, with this invading force by the government of the day and the military of Nigeria. Let us put the two and two of it all together to see the danger of the fall that emerges, that we are being invaded in a manner that is self-evidently being supervised by the federal government of Nigeria. That is what we see. If anybody has explanations different from what we have, those people should come out now and tell us. Silence is not an option in this matter. Body language does not communicate anything than affirmation of the issues of the charges we are raising. But the people at the receiving end, those who are targeted for this slaughter, must now take responsibility for their own lives. The demand that has been made by the terrorists for the persons they are holding in captivity, and the articulation of that demand by that victim of that train, I would say victim in quote, because we are entitled to read all kinds of things in between. Is he an innocent victim of that situation? Has he become the spokesman of the people to now say the government knows, and he will be saying, yes, he may have been speaking under duress, but what if not? What if there's a scheme? What if there's a collusion at that level? These are the questions we must ask. And we are saying this not to entertain people. We are saying this that we are at war, and the people who are the victim, who are the targets of that enemy that is invading, seem to be distracting themselves with all kinds of things. Some are still talking about the election in 2023. Over which country? The country that is being overrun, the country that people are being slaughtered in this number across the length and breadth by the same invading force. Then we come to why nothing has happened to push back this invasion. We see that our president, who had for long been life grand patron of Mieti Allah, the same Mieti Allah that proudly takes responsibility for the activities of Fulani herdsmen, the fourth most deadly terror group on the face of the earth. And that same commander-in-chief president, who already is their patron, grand patron, life grand patron, will dip hands into the treasury and take 100 billion naira in our very view to hand over to that Mieti Allah. Where did that money go other than to, buy, finance the operations of the Fulani herdsmen? We're establishing the connections between the people who are doing this terror and the government that is supposed to be, defending us from them or pushing them back from us. Against the backdrop of the collusion alleged by former Chief of Army Staff, General T.Y. Danjuma. So our interpretation of the whole situation is that it appears as a script playing. Looking at Afghanistan and hearing what had been said by the people who we are looking up to as our government, we saw the spokesman of the president not too long ago, I think, what's his name again, Femi Adesina, who said, look, you either give up your land or you give up your life, advising all of us to please give up our land so that we can have our lives. If there's a demand now that is not money, because they said that their demand now is not money. So we're asking very loudly, what is that thing that is not money being demanded by these terrorists who appear to be enjoying some collusion from the government of Nigeria? And if anybody was thinking that collusion talked about was in 2018, in this very week of April, in the first week of April, 2 times I saw with my eyes on live national TV, first on AIT and then on Arise TV, where a retired captain of the Nigerian Army who had left off from the military intelligence wing was telling Nigerians and the whole world on live TV that from his involvement, from what he knows, that the government of Nigeria, the military of Nigeria, has the capacity to cordon off this terror and take them out. That the capacity is there, the men are willing and able, but that there's a problem, that their commander-in-chief does not seem to want to solve that problem. That the commander-in-chief, our president, is the reason why the military, because he's also the one who has to, give direction, who is the one that should be leading the fight. So if he's the reason why the military that has the capacity to stop this is not stopping it, the Umar, I think the name of the captain is Umar Babangida or so, on AIT, today is 7th or so, this was 4th and 5th of April in 2022. Live national TV on AIT. Let somebody find out whether there was some captain retired, Umar Babangida, that went on national TV to say from what he knew, from what he was dealing with in terms of offering advice both to the federal government, to the military, to the governors who have to manage the crisis, that there is capacity to solve the problem, and that Nigerians should be asking their commander-in-chief, their president, why that capacity is not being deployed. That the president is the reason why the military is not doing anything. And if you take it, further back to the collusion that was alleged, you could see very clearly that there's corroboration of all the suspicions by people who are now involved, people who can tell that there's something wrong with the whole situation. And if this president, a Fulani man, is presiding over a federal government in which Fulani invaders are turning up, everything that can stop them is in place, but they are not being stopped. And even with the latest incidents in which the airport in Kaduna was struck, and then in 2 days the train was struck, the day after the train, they still came out to that expressway to block it, and then somebody in Kaduna was telling us they were just crossing the road. We're entitled to think aloud the way we're thinking now. But if anybody thinks that people are just going to fold their arms until they are slaughtered to the last, that's not going to happen.
Nigeria is at the point of no return. Former U.S. diplomat. It said the country is in its last phase. The Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, and the Harvard Kennedy School in the United States have said that Nigeria as a nation is at a point of no return, having showed all the signs of a failed nation. The organization, which made a disclosure in a research finding released through its senior fellow and former U.S. ambassador to Nigeria, Ambassador John Campbell, and Mr. Robert Rodberg, who is the founding director of Harvard Kennedy School's program on interstate conflict and President Emeritus World Peace Foundation, said Nigeria is currently in its final phase from which it would eventually collapse. The organization said their position was not based on emotion or the fancy of using pejorative words that describe the situation, but on a body of political theory developed at the turn of this century and elaborated upon case by case ever since. Its report said Nigeria has since moved from being a weak state to a fully failed state, having manifested all the signs of a failed country, including the inability of government to protect the citizens, large-scale violence, and festering insurgency. According to them, President Muhammadu Buhari admitting that the federal government has lost control of the situation is the first step towards the restoration of stability. The duo warned that Nigeria's failure as a state comes with negative consequences for peace and security in West Africa sub-region, as well as Europe and the US. Nigeria has long teetered on the precipice of failure, but now, unable to keep its citizens safe and secure, Nigeria has become a fully failed state of critical geopolitical concern. Its failure matters because the peace and prosperity of Africa and preventing the spread of disorder and militancy around the globe depend on a stronger Nigeria. Its economy is usually estimated to be Africa's largest or second largest after South Africa. Long West Africa's hegemon, Nigeria played a positive role in promoting African peace and security. With state failure, it can no longer sustain that vocation, and no replacement is in sight. Its security challenges are already destabilizing the West African region in the face of resurgent jihadism, making the battles of the Sahel that much more difficult to contain. And spillover from Nigeria's failures ultimately affect the security of Europe and the United States. Indeed, the thoughtful Nigerians over the past decade have debated often fervently whether their state has failed. Increasingly, their consensus is that it has. The report published on foreignpolicy.com on Tuesday said the report further says there are 4 kinds of nations: the strong, the weak, the failed, and the collapsed. According to previously published research estimate of the 193 members of the United Nations, 60 or 70 are strong. The nations that rank highest in the listings of Freedom House, the Human Rights Report of the U.S. State Department, the Anti-Corruption Perception Indices of Transparency International, and so on. There are 3 places that should be considered collapsed: Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen. 80 or 90 UN members are weak, Weakness consists of providing many, but not all, of the essential public goods, the most important of which are security and safety. If citizens are not secure from harm within national borders, government cannot deliver good governance, the essential services that citizens expect to their constituents, things that citizens expect from their government. Possibly a dozen or so states have failed, including the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Central African Republic, and Myanmar. Each lacks security, is unsafe, has weak rules of law, is corrupt, limits political participation and voice, discriminates within its borders against various classes and kinds of citizens, and provides educational and medical services sparingly. Most of our failed states are violent. All failed states harbor some form of violent internal strife, such as a civil war or insurgency. Nigeria now confronts 6 or more internal insurgents, and the inability of the Nigerian state to provide peace and stability to its people has tipped a hitherto very weak state into failure. According to political theory, the government's inability to thwart the Boko Haram insurgency is enough to diagnose Nigeria as a failed state, but there are many more symptoms. At a bare minimum, citizens expect their states to keep them secure from external attack and to keep themselves within their borders. The bargain that subjects long ago made with their sovereigns was being kept from harm in exchange for allegiance and taxation. When that quid pro quo breaks down, a state loses its coherence, its social fabric disintegrates, and warring factions subvert the social contract that should provide the fundamental foundations of state. Nigeria now appears to have reached the point of no return. Indeed, few parts of Nigeria are today fully safe. The report added, John Campbell is a former U.S. ambassador to Nigeria. And then I take it from here and add that who feels it knows it. Nigerians can testify to the fact that the country has collapsed long time ago. And the last 7 years have witnessed a state in which the central government is a direct sponsor of terrorist activity by the Fulani terrorist herdsmen. The central government, through the Chief of Defense Staff and National Security Advisor to the President, provided over £1 billion funding to Fulani herdsmen terrorists through their parent owners, Mieti Allah. Elements of terrorists are in the government, including the current president, Major General Muhammadu Buhari. Issa Pantami is still the Minister of Communication, a non-terrorist sympathizer. There are other elements. There is even the Sheikh Abubakar Gumi, whose father was playing the same role that he's playing now, establishing terrorist groups, now called bandits. They are all over the country. Nigeria's fall is already known to Nigerians, but nobody wants to call it out straight. It's unfortunate that Nigeria is still existing while people are being killed in hundreds. Muhammadu Buhari is sending sympathetic comments to Ukraine or to Europe. Wherever calamity hits people, Muhammadu Buhari, through his pressmen, will release some kind of condolence to those countries. When hundreds of his own citizens are killed or kidnapped, he will say nothing. They want to kill all these things so it doesn't get out of the door to the rest of the world. And so it's up to Nigerians to make the right call and decide, demand, and insist on a binding multi-regional referendum. That's what it's all about. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. NINAS has done most of the heavy lifting. Check it out at www.ninasvoice.org for guidance and steps and processes leading to referendum. That is what will give Nigerians lasting solution. Not creating more states or more local governments or who becomes the next president. This foolishness have got to stop. This state of confusion has got to be seriously addressed. It's been your guy, Stephen. Have a very pleasant day, wherever life finds you around the world. Listen to Femi Falana, the attorney, as he speaks on the rogue constitution of Nigeria. the criminal document that allowed foreigners to invade the country by the invitation of a sitting government of the country. Like when the government becomes the #1 enemy of state, you have the situation that you have in Nigeria where ISIS will now find the country a very good place to move in. Now, the loss of Nigeria occurred essentially when Muhammadu Buhari got into office. That was the final death knell on the coffin of Nigeria. Here.
Now, what the National Assembly has continued to do is to amend an illegality, the so-called 1999 Constitution. It is Decree 24 of 1999. Signed, when you see the so-called Constitution, deliberately, the man who signed the law, you won't see his signature. That's fraud. Because when you read the law, the person that signed the bill into law, his name will be there. He will sign, and then the date of his signature. Decree 24 of 1999 was signed, promulgated by General Abdulsalami on the 5th of May, 1999. But today you will not see his name in that document. It's a fraudulent document. Now, and what is that document saying? It says, we the people of Nigeria have enacted, made, and given to ourselves this constitution. No, that is not true. It was given to us, imposed on us by the last set of military dictators, headed by General Abdulsalami Abubakar. And because that document is okay for members of the ruling class, all of them, regardless of political, ethnic, regional, or religious inclinations, they are all comfortable with the document. So the status quo is okay, including all those who are campaigning now to be president. It is to retain the status quo and perhaps adjust here and there. That is the only thing they are saying. So those who are contesting, particularly on the platform of the ruling party, are saying, we are going to continue. We want to continue the programs of the Buhari administration that has put our country under. Nigeria has become a huge job in the Committee of Nations. And so for any set of people to say you want to, package this rickety bill, not to panabit it, it's not going to move. So when they are talking of continuity, it can only be a continuity of disaster, continuity of injustice, continuity of corruption. They are pardoning themselves now. I'm sure you are aware. A man came to power and said, I'm going to fight corruption to me. Now, the only two governors that have been jailed, you now say you want to pay after stealing billions of naira. And somebody asked me this morning, Mr. Fallon, what is your reaction? I have no reaction. So what do you mean? My reaction is that all criminals, all thieves, all petty thieves in our prison should be released. All. Yes. You know why? Because under Section 17 of their Constitution, there shall be equality, equal rights for all citizens. Including petty thieves. And Section 42 of their Constitution says there shall be no discrimination on the basis of class, gender, whatever. So you can't take out two people on the basis of the fact that they belong to the ruling party. It's illegal. You take them out and leave the rest there. I can assure you, if the government does not release others, and I'm going to suggest to lawyers whose clients are likely to be left in custody to go to court and challenge the discriminatory treatment meted out to their own clients. Because just 2 weeks ago, a Nigerian was jailed for stealing noodles and spaghetti. 5,000 naira in Abuja. And he pleaded with the judge, I have no food. And the judge jailed him 6 months with 20,000 naira fine. Although we asked a lawyer in Abuja to pay the fine. But we are talking of justice and fair play. And that was the oath of office taken by this guy. That we are not going to be fair to any citizen. So, if you want to pardon your friends, you must also extend presidential pardon to all thieves in Nigeria. Because if the big thieves are being asked to go away, you must also extend that facility to others. Apart from...
See, that's why I call Nigeria a crime scene. And Nigeria is not just a crime scene to Nigerians, but a danger to the rest of the world. Because out of Nigeria, we've gotten a young man that was flying from Europe to North America, wearing bomber in his body, because that's the way he was raised. Nigeria's problem will spread to the rest of the world if the rest of the world chooses to do nothing about it. Nigeria's case is far worse than Ukraine-Russia conflict. Nigeria is home to ISIS, the Islamic State. Nigeria is home to ISIS that got chased out of northern Iraq and Syria. They relocated to Nigeria. They have taken over Boko Haram. And there are other emerging terrorists, including Fulani terrorists, in Nigeria. The president is operating under current constitution that gives him massive powers to run Nigerians as he sees fit, as he likes. Sometimes he says they have attained the optimum level. They have no idea what to do again. And yet he's still in office. How does that happen? When someone said that they can't, there is nothing more they can do. They are done. They should be out. And so Nigeria's constitution is the document that have allowed Nigerians to become slaves right in their own country, having an enemy of state presiding as the president of the country. One who is interested in other nations' affairs like Niger Republic, where the parents of the president emanated from. Nigerians need to wake up. The following warning has been in circulation in the last few years. Unfortunately, Nigerians are not thinking, or they are not seeing, or they are not reasoning, or they are not paying attention to what matters. That Nigeria is getting encircled by foreign terrorists that are being imported into the country by the presidency, by governors like Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State, who has been rightly fingered as one of the commanders of the terrorist groups, especially the Fulani terrorist groups. That Nigeria is getting encircled by ISIS, Boko Haram, and other emerging terrorist groups coming from the Arewa states, going across Nigeria. Their plan is to overpower indigenous Nigerians and take over Nigeria and Islamize it and reduce it to even below Afghanistan. That's their mission. Here is what a man who is alive to what is going on had to say about Nigeria. And ignoring it will be to the destruction of those that are not taking things serious as they are happening.
And they develop action plans for North Central, indigenship for the Hausa Fulani. They want to provide social services. They want to give promotion to officers of Middle Belt and then capture resistant tribes by force, which is what I showed you part of it. Southeast, OIC says Christianity in the Southeast appears formidable, but it is mercantile Christianity. So it can be bought and it can be sold. That's the word. It can be bought and it can be sold. They studied us, and they said all you need to do is give the Igbo man sufficient money. He will drop the Bible, he will pick the Quran. And it is working beautifully. As of today, half of Abakaliki has converted to Islam. As of today, the largest Islamic study center in Nigeria is in Igbo land, in Ebonyi State. If you monitor the news, January this year, 18 young Igbo men converted to Islam at the National Mosque in Abuja.
Maybe this is why we have people from Abakaliki hiding in the forest of Imo State and Anambra State, killing and destroying and eating the flesh of our people in Anambra State and Imo State out of Abakaliki in Ebonyi State. Now you can establish the link, the nexus between what is happening in Anambra and Imo State, traceable to people from Ebonyi State, and the role of Islamization and Fulanization. This is it.
And they developed pro-action plans for North Central, indigenship for the Hausa Fulani. They want to provide social services. They want to give promotion to officers of Middle Belt and then capture resistant tribes by force, which is what I showed you part of it. Southeast, OIC says Christianity in the Southeast appears formidable, but it is mercantile Christianity. They say it can be bought and it can be sold. That's the word. It can be bought and it can be sold. They studied us, and they said all you need to do is give the Igbo man sufficient money. He will drop the Bible, he will pick the Quran. And it is working beautifully. As of today, half of Abakaliki has converted to Islam. As of today, the largest Islamic study center in Nigeria is in Igbo land, in Ebonyi State. If you monitor the news, January this year, 18 young Igbo men converted to Islam at the National Mosque in Abuja. It was carried live on NTA. The governors of Sokoto and the governor of Bauchi gave each one of them 5 million naira each. Your governor, Rocha Sokorocha, gave them 2 million naira. Ex-governor Juzo Kalu gave them 1 million naira. Of course, Rocha has now turned around and said no, that he did not give them any money. Something that NTA carried. I've had the privilege to go to some parts of Igbo land and do this presentation. I have told the Igbo brethren, don't expect bomb. There will be no AK-47. Expect Naira rain. They will pump money into Igbo land. And they are pumping money into Igbo land. If you are from the East, please get in touch with our people there. Tell them everything is not money. Don't sell your birthright. 3 plans for Igbo land: encourage Muslim businessmen to go into partnership with the Igbos, encourage Igbos to become Kachuriaras, encourage Igbo girls to marry Hausa Muslims. That's the plan. They have activated it. I'm telling you something that was planned 30 years ago. And as you are sitting down here, if I ask you, can you show me the strategy document of the church? The church has no plan. We are just trying to draw up one now. The church has no plan. Islam has put its own in place 30 years ago. They are implementing it step by step. Southwest. Islam said concerning Yoruba land, both Islam and Christianity are superficial. That is, if a Yoruba man tells you he's a Muslim or if he tells you he's a Christian, you say, don't mind him. It's not a serious one. He's not committed to any other religion. That the real religion of the Yoruba man is traditional worship. Their strategy for Yoruba land is that they will start an Islamic movement that looks like Christianity. That Islamic movement will be meeting on Sunday morning. They will call themselves brothers and sisters. They will do wedding like Christians. They will do vigil like Christians. They will do praise and worship like Christians. If you buy land for your campground on Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, they will buy their own land. When you are having your Holy Ghost service, they will have their holy service without the ghost. So that in the process of time, the Muslim in Yoruba land will see no difference between Christianity and Islam. When you now go out on evangelism and you are trying to convert Muslims, they will tell you, Kilode, they are serving the same God. Why? Whatever you are doing in the church, they are doing in the mosque. OIC agenda. It's been in place. You are seeing it with your eyes, but you don't know what you are seeing. 30 years ago. The question now is, what is your response? South, nothing much. All they said is, let us look for radical youths in the South. Give them scholarship in Arab nations, convert them, and send them back. Their first experiment at Sadi Dokubo, it worked beautifully. They've taken hundreds of youths from Niger Delta. They are in Kuwait, they are in Dubai, they are in Iran. They are there now, and they are taking them, and they are giving them scholarship, giving them money. Those ones are come back. They will come back. They may not convert to Islam, but they will have a soft spot for Islam. Go to the south, to the north, to the Niger Delta now. If you are from Niger Delta, go back home and find out how many houses in your town were owned by the indigenous 10 years ago, and how many houses in your town are owned by Muslims. You will be shocked. They have bought nearly all the houses. In Niger Delta, Port Harcourt, Yenagoa, Bayelsa, they are buying properties there. Why? They want the oil and the gas. We are looking at it and we don't know what we are seeing. When Islam plans 25 years in advance. They are master strategists. It is the church. Jesus Christ says the sons are wiser in their generation than the sons of light. It is true. It is the church that doesn't plan. They strategize, they plan. They have laid the foundation to take the whole of Nigeria. But it is not too late. My brother, it is not too late. That God is still talking now, it is not too late. So let us wake up and pick race and reverse whatever they planned to do. I've mentioned, let me quickly read this one out for you as I round up. OIC wrote a letter which we were able to get a copy with the seal of Babangida on it in 1990 February. 2 points there that I want to draw your attention to. Point number 3, Babangida was instructed by OIC, place total ban thereafter on all form of worship by Christians, Ahmadiyas and all tribal religions. 4, impose Sharia law on Nigeria. This was in 1990. Islamize all universities, colleges and schools and courts of law in the, now can you see it please? You can't? In the Federal Islamic Sultanate of Nigeria. They've changed the name of your country. It's not Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is Federal Islamic Sultanate of Nigeria, with the Sultan of Sokoto as the spiritual head. Wake up. This is how it is worldwide. Terrible rage against the church. Worldwide. Mr. Olisa Agbakoba is already fighting this in his individual capacity. We may not have time to talk, but I quickly need to mention this. October 1988, the Christian Council of South Africa wrote letters to leaders of the church in Nigeria, warning them, now let me read it out for you, that there is a proposed plot by northern Muslims and the Arab OIC supporters to destroy churches, carry out mass murder of Christians in Nigeria with more intensity in the northern states of Nigeria. I was at the West African Theological Seminary doing this presentation when one of the elderly lecturers there got up and said, that is correct. I received a copy of this letter in 1988. I made copies and I gave it to leaders of the church. But the question is, what did the church do? Nothing. 1988. And what was described by the Council of Churches of South Africa in 1988, we are seeing it with our eyes. Carry out mass murder of Christians in Nigeria with more intensity in northern states of Nigeria. It's not a lie. So if anybody thinks that Boko Haram is restricted to the north, go think again. Unless the church rises and stops them, Boko Haram will come to the south. You know, they came to Osun State a few weeks ago. I hope you heard the story. They brought a bomb inside a bank in Osun State. People were vigilant and they saw that two Hausa men who came carrying a bag left the bag and they walked out of the bag. So people ran out and they called the police. And the police came and saw that it was a bomb and they defused it. I'm sure you've not forgotten that last year they came to bomb the Third Mainland Bridge. I'm sure you remember. They were to bomb it on Friday. God exposed it on Wednesday. You forgotten? Aha. They don't give up. The church holds the key. But before the church can pray, and God will hear, and God will answer, the church must first and foremost return to repentance. The church must first and foremost return to discipleship. The church must return to holiness, because we cannot continue like this and expect God to hear us. Pastor, let me go. I think I should stop, because if I continue, I keep seeing things that I think so. Before I leave, let me mention this. There are 50 nations in the world that persecute Christians. 50 nations in the world. As of today, the worst nation where Christians are persecuted is Nigeria. Nigeria carries 66% of all the Christians killed worldwide. I'm not even quoting Nigerian sources, I'm quoting World Watch List. They said between November 2011 and October 2012, we recorded 1,201 killings of Christians worldwide, which gives an average of 100 killings a month, of which 791 happen in Nigeria. 66%, which means persecution of Christians is worse in Nigeria than in Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, Egypt, Libya, all of them combined. It is worse in Nigeria. If it has not gotten to you, it's on its way, but it will not get to you. My job is to give you this information so that you can go and reassess your Christian life as an individual and as a church. I show you this map. This is the map of Africa. Every area that is green there that has Muslim majority today used to be a Christian nation. The church fathers, early church fathers were based in North Africa. Islam overran everybody. Islam is pushing down. Christ is pushing up. We are meeting at that red line. 90% of all the conflicts in Africa take place along that red belt. 90%, which proves that primarily every conflict in Africa is primarily a religious conflict. It's not a political conflict. It's Islam pushing down. And if you look carefully, that is where the middle belt is. And that's why I'm appealing to Christians in Nigeria, particularly in the South. Plateau State is our responsibility. Benue State is our responsibility. We must do everything possible to reinforce Christianity in the middle belt. Because if Islam should penetrate middle belt, the South is gone. Thank you very much for your attention. I give you a prayer point. If you will open your Bible to Jeremiah chapter 10 verse 11. The Bible says that the God that did not create the heavens and the earth. That's what I want you to pray. Thus shall ye say unto them, the God that did not make the heavens and the earth, even they shall perish from the earth and from under this heaven.
There is no way out of Nigeria except the South going for referendum with Middle Belt. When you hear the Northerners, these terrorists, when you hear them talk, they speak of the North, the type of North they used, the one they said the minorities of the North will be their willing slaves. There will be willing tools in their hand for them to dominate the rest of Nigeria. Today, even as Benue State, Plateau State, Taraba, Nasarawa, all these middle belt states, including Southern Kaduna, as they are coming under attack by these blood-thirsty Fulani terrorists, their spokespeople actually have courage to speak of the North. Like they are talking about the 19 states that's supposed to be in that North that has been broken a long time ago. The North, what is left of the North today, is a minority state, 12 states. They are 12. They are a minority because the Middle Belt has been separated from their own calculations by the killings that has been targeting Middle Belters. And so these minority Sharia states, we need to subject ourselves through referendum to have a clear separation, a demarcation line, to enable our people have sovereignty to protect our people all over Nigeria and all over the world. This is what it's all about. Nigeria cannot avoid this from happening. Thanks and have a great day. This is your guy, Stephen, speaking. I can't wait for the referendum vote to happen. Nigeria can never escape it. Otherwise, the alternative would be greatly a very painful experience. It will be a dire consequence upon Nigerians. The following warning has been in circulation in the last few years. Unfortunately, Nigerians are not thinking, or they are not seeing, or they are not reasoning, or they are not paying attention to what matters. That Nigeria is getting encircled by foreign terrorists that are being imported into the country by the presidency, by governors like Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State, who has been rightly fingered as one of the commanders of the terrorist groups, especially the Fulani terrorist groups. That Nigeria is getting encircled by ISIS, Boko Haram, and other emerging terrorist groups coming from the Arewa states, going across Nigeria. Their plan is to overpower indigenous Nigerians and take over Nigeria and Islamize it and reduce it to even below Afghanistan. That's their mission. Here is what a man who is alive to what is going on had to say about Nigeria, and ignoring it will be to the destruction of those that are not taking things serious as they are happening.
And they develop action plans for North Central, indigenship for the Hausa Fulani. They want to provide social services. They want to give promotion to officers of Middle Belt and then capture resistant tribes by force, which is what I showed you part of it. Southeast, OIC says Christianity in the Southeast appears formidable, but it is mercantile Christianity. They say it can be bought and it can be sold. That's the word. It can be bought and it can be sold. They studied us, and they said all you need to do is give the Igbo man sufficient money. He will drop the Bible, he will pick the Quran, and it is working beautifully. As of today, half of Abakaliki has converted to Islam. As of today, the largest Islamic study center in Nigeria is in Igbo land, in Ebonyi State. If you monitor the news, January this year, 18 young Igbo men converted to Islam at the National Mosque in Abuja.
Maybe this is why we have people from Abakaliki hiding in the forest of Imo State and Anambra State, killing and destroying and eating the flesh of our people in Anambra State and Imo State, out of Abakaliki in Ebonyi State. Now you can establish the link, the nexus between what is happening in Anambra and Imo State, traceable to people from Ebonyi State, and the role of Islamization and Fulanization. This is it.
And they develop action plans for North Central, indigenship for the Hausa Fulani. They want to provide social services. They want to give promotion to officers of Middle Belt and then capture resistant tribes by force, which is what I showed you part of it. Southeast, OIC says Christianity in the Southeast appears formidable, but it is mercantile Christianity. They say it can be bought and it can be sold. That's the word. It can be bought and it can be sold. They studied us, and they said all you need to do is give the Igbo man sufficient money. He will drop the Bible, he will pick the Quran, and it is working beautifully. As of today, half of Abakaliki has converted to Islam. As of today, the largest Islamic study center in Nigeria is in Igbo land, in Ebonyi State. If you monitor the news, January this year, 18 young Igbo men converted to Islam at the National Mosque in Abuja. It was carried live on NTA. The governors of Sokoto and the governor of Bauchi gave each one of them 5 million naira each. Your governor, Rocha Sokorocha, gave them 2 million naira. Ex-governor Jules Okalu gave them 1 million naira. Of course, Rocha has now turned around and said no, that he did not give them any money. Something that NTA carried. I've had the privilege to go to some parts of Igbo land and do this presentation. I have told the Igbo brethren, don't expect bomb. There will be no AK-47. Expect Naira rain. They will pump money into Igbo land. And they are pumping money into Igbo land. If you are from the East, please get in touch with our people there. Tell them everything is not money. Don't sell your birthright. 3 plans for Igbo land: encourage Muslim businessmen to go into partnership with the Igbos, encourage Igbos to become cattle rearers, encourage Igbo girls to marry Hausa Muslims. That's the plan. They have activated it. I'm telling you something that was planned 30 years ago. And as you are sitting down here, if I ask you, can you show me the strategy document of the church? The church has no plan. We are just trying to draw up one now. The church has no plan. Islam has put its own in place 30 years ago. They are implementing it step by step. Southwest. Islam said concerning Yoruba land, both Islam and Christianity are superficial. That is, if a Yoruba man tells you he's a Muslim or if he tells you he's a Christian, say don't mind him. It's not a serious one. He's not committed to any other religion. That the real religion of the Yoruba man is traditional worship. Their strategy for Yoruba land is that they will start an Islamic movement that looks like Christianity. That Islamic movement will be meeting on Sunday morning. They will call themselves brothers and sisters. They will do wedding like Christians. They will do vigil like Christians. They will do praise and worship like Christians. If you buy land for your campground on Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, they will buy their own land. When you are having your Holy Ghost service, they will have their holy service without the ghost. So that in the process of time, the Muslim in Yoruba land will see no difference between Christianity and Islam. When you now go out on evangelism and you are trying to convert Muslims, they will tell you, Kilode, Sebolon Kono Lansing. They are serving the same God. Why? Whatever you are doing in the church, they are doing in the mosque. OIC agenda. It's been in place. You are seeing it with your eyes, but you don't know what you are seeing. 30 years ago. The question now is, what is your response? South, nothing much. All they said is, let us look for radical youths in the South. Give them scholarship in Arab nations, convert them, and send them back. Their first experiment at Sadi Dokubo, it worked beautifully. They've taken hundreds of youths from Niger Delta. They are in Kuwait, they are in Dubai, they are in Iran. They are there now, and they are taking them, and they are giving them scholarship, giving them money. Those ones that come back, they will come back. They may not convert to Islam, but they will have a soft spot for Islam. Go to the south, to the north, to the Niger Delta now. If you are from Niger Delta, go back home and find out how many houses in your town were owned by the indigenous 10 years ago, and how many houses in your town are owned by Muslims. You will be shocked. They have bought nearly all the houses. In Niger Delta, Port Harcourt, Yenagoa, Bayelsa, they are buying properties there. Why? They want the oil and the gas. We are looking at it and we don't know what we are seeing. When Islam plans 25 years in advance. They are master strategists. It is the church. Jesus Christ says the sons are wiser in their generation than the sons of light. It is true. It is the church that doesn't plan. They strategize, they plan. They have laid the foundation to take the whole of Nigeria. But it is not too late. My brother, it is not too late. That God is still talking now, it is not too late. So let us wake up and pick race and reverse whatever they planned to do. I've mentioned, let me quickly read this one out for you as I round up. OIC wrote a letter which we were able to get a copy with the seal of Babangida on it in 1990 February. 2 points there that I want to draw your attention to. Point number 3, Babangida was instructed by OIC, place total ban thereafter on all form of worship by Christians, Ahmadiyas and all tribal religions. 4, impose Sharia law on Nigeria. This was in 1990. Islamize all universities, colleges and schools and courts of law in the, now can you see it please? You can't? In the Federal Islamic Sultanate of Nigeria. They've changed the name of your country. It's not Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is Federal Islamic Sultanate of Nigeria, with the Sultan of Sokoto as the spiritual head. Wake up. This is how it is worldwide. Terrible rage against the church. Worldwide. Mr. Olisa Agbakoba is already fighting this in his individual capacity. We may not have time to talk, but I quickly need to mention this. October 1988, the Christian Council of South Africa wrote letters to leaders of the church in Nigeria, warning them, now let me read it out for you, that there is a proposed plot by northern Muslims and the Arab OIC supporters to destroy churches, carry out mass murder of Christians in Nigeria with more intensity in the northern states of Nigeria. I was at the West Africa Theological Seminary doing this presentation when one of the elderly lecturers there got up and said, that is correct. I received a copy of this letter in 1988. I made copies and I gave it to leaders of the church. But the question is, what did the church do? Nothing. 1988. And what was described by the Council of Churches of South Africa in 1988, we are seeing it with our eyes. Carry out mass murder of Christians in Nigeria with more intensity in northern states of Nigeria. It's not a lie. So if anybody thinks that Boko Haram is restricted to the north, go think again. Unless the church rises and stops them, Boko Haram will come to the south. You know, they came to Osun State a few weeks ago. I hope you heard the story. They brought a bomb inside a bank in Osun State. People were vigilant and they saw that 2 Hausa men who came carrying a bag left the bag and they walked out of the bank. So people ran out and they called the police, and the police came and saw that it was a bomb and they defused it. I'm sure you've not forgotten that last year they came to bomb the Third Mainland Bridge. I'm sure you remember. They were to bomb it on Friday. God exposed it on Wednesday. You've forgotten? Aha. They don't give up. The church holds the key. But before the church can pray, and God will hear, and God will answer, the church must first and foremost return to repentance. The church must first and foremost return to discipleship. The church must return to holiness, because we cannot continue like this and expect God to hear us. Pastor, let me go. I think I should stop, because if I continue, I keep seeing things that I think so. Before I leave, let me mention this. There are 50 nations in the world that persecute Christians. 50 nations in the world. As of today, the worst nation where Christians are persecuted is Nigeria. Nigeria carries 66% of all the Christians killed worldwide. I'm not even quoting Nigerian sources, I'm quoting World Watch List. They said between November 2011 and October 2012, we recorded 1,201 killings of Christians worldwide, which gives an average of 100 killings a month, of which 791 happened in Nigeria. 66%, which means persecution of Christians is worse in Nigeria than in Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, Egypt, Libya, all of them combined. It is worse in Nigeria. If it has not gotten to you, it's on its way, but it will not get to you. My job is to give you this information so that you can go and reassess your Christian life as an individual and as a church. I show you this map. This is the map of Africa. Every area that is green there that has Muslim majority today used to be a Christian nation. The church fathers, early church fathers were based in North Africa. Islam overran everybody. Islam is pushing out. Christ is pushing up. We are meeting at that red line. 90% of all the conflicts in Africa take place along that red belt. 90%, which proves that primarily every conflict in Africa is primarily a religious conflict. It's not a political conflict. It's Islam pushing down. And if you look carefully, that is where the middle belt is. And that's why I'm appealing to Christians in Nigeria, particularly in the South. Plateau State is our responsibility. Benue State is our responsibility. We must do everything possible to reinforce Christianity in the Middle Belt. Because if Islam should penetrate Middle Belt, the South is gone. Thank you very much for your attention. I give you a clear point. If you will open your Bible to Jeremiah chapter 10 verse 11, the Bible says that the God that did not create the heavens and the earth, that's what I want you to pray. Thus shall ye say unto them, the God that did not make the heavens and the earth, even they shall perish from the earth and from under this heaven.
There is no way out of Nigeria except the South going for referendum with Middle Belt. When you hear the Northerners, these terrorists, when you hear them talk, they speak of the North, the type of North they used, the one they said the minorities of the North will be their willing slaves. There will be willing tools in their hand for them to dominate the rest of Nigeria. Today, even as Benue State, Plateau State, Taraba, Nasarawa, all these middle belt states, including Southern Kaduna, as they are coming under attack by these bloodthirsty Fulani terrorists, their spokespeople actually have courage to speak of the North. Like they are talking about the 19 states that's supposed to be in that North that has been broken a long time ago. The North, what is left of the North today is a minority state, 12 states. They are 12. They are a minority because the Middle Belt has been separated from their own calculations by the killings that has been targeting Middle Belters. And so these minority Sharia states, we need to subject ourselves through referendum to have a clear separation, a demarcation line, to enable our people have sovereignty to protect our people all over Nigeria and all over the world. This is what it's all about. Nigeria cannot avoid this from happening. Thanks and have a great day. This is your guy, Stephen speaking. I can't wait for the referendum vote to happen. Nigeria can never escape it. Otherwise, the alternative will be greatly a very painful experience. It will be a dire consequence upon Nigerians. The following warning has been in circulation in the last few years. Unfortunately, Nigerians are not thinking, or they are not seeing, or they are not reasoning, or they are not paying attention to what matters. That Nigeria is getting encircled by foreign terrorists that are being imported into the country by the presidency, by governors like Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State, who has been rightly fingered as one of the commanders of the terrorist groups, especially the Fulani terrorist groups. That Nigeria is getting encircled by ISIS, Boko Haram, and other emerging terrorist groups coming from the Arewa states, going across Nigeria. Their plan is to overpower indigenous Nigerians and take over Nigeria and Islamize it and reduce it to even below Afghanistan. That's their mission. Here is what a man who is alive to what is going on had to say about Nigeria, and ignoring it will be to the destruction of those that are not taking things serious as they are happening.
And they develop action plans for North Central, indigenship for the Hausa Fulani. They want to provide social services. They want to give promotion to officers of Middle Belt and then capture resistant tribes by force, which is what I showed you part of it. Southeast, OIC says Christianity in the Southeast appears formidable, but it is mercantile Christianity. They say it can be bought and it can be sold. That's the word. It can be bought and it can be sold. They studied us, and they said all you need to do is give the Igbo man sufficient money. He will drop the Bible, he will pick the Quran, and it is working beautifully. As of today, half of Abakaliki has converted to Islam. As of today, the largest Islamic study center in Nigeria is in Igbo land, in Ebonyi State. If you monitor the news, January this year, 18 young Igbo men converted to Islam at the National Mosque in Abuja.
Maybe this is why we have people from Abakaliki hiding in the forest of Imo State and Anambra State, killing and destroying and eating the flesh of our people in Anambra State and Imo State out of Abakaliki in Ebonyi State. Now you can establish the link, the nexus between what is happening in Anambra and Imo State, traceable to our, people from our Ebonyi State, and the role of Islamization and Fulanization. This is it.
And they developed pro-action plans for North Central, indigenship for the Hausa Fulani. They want to provide social services. They want to give promotion to officers of Middle Belt and then capture resistant tribes by force, which is what I showed you part of it. Southeast, OIC says Christianity in the Southeast appears formidable, but it is mercantile Christianity. They say it can be bought and it can be sold. That's the word. It can be bought and it can be sold. They studied us, and they said all you need to do is give the Igbo man sufficient money. He will drop the Bible, he will pick the Quran, and it is working beautifully. As of today, half of Abakaliki has converted to Islam. As of today, the largest Islamic study center in Nigeria is in Igbo land, in Ebonyi State. If you monitor the news, January this year, 18 young Igbo men converted to Islam at the National Mosque in Abuja. It was carried live on NTA. The governors of Sokoto and the governor of Bauchi gave each one of them 5 million naira each. Your governor, Rochas Okorocha, gave them 2 million naira. Ex-governor Jules Okalu gave them 1 million naira. Of course, Rochas now turned around and said no, that he did not give them any money. Something that NTA carried. I've had the privilege to go to some parts of Igbo land and do this presentation. I have told the Igbo brethren, don't expect bomb. There will be no AK-47. Expect Naira rain. They will pump money into Igbo land. And they are pumping money into Igbo land. If you are from the East, please get in touch with our people there. Tell them everything is not money. Don't sell your birthright. 3 plans for Igbo land: encourage Muslim businessmen to go into partnership with the Igbos, encourage Igbos to become Kachuriaras, encourage Igbo girls to marry Hausa Muslims. That's the plan. They have activated it. I'm telling you something that was planned 30 years ago. And as you are sitting down here, if I ask you, can you show me the strategy document of the church? The church has no plan. We are just trying to draw up one now. The church has no plan. Islam has put its own in place 30 years ago. They are implementing it step by step. Southwest. Islam said concerning Yoruba land, both Islam and Christianity are superficial. That is, if a Yoruba man tells you he's a Muslim or if he tells you he's a Christian, you say, don't mind him. It's not a serious one. He's not committed to any other religion. That the real religion of the Yoruba man is traditional worship. Their strategy for Yoruba land is that they will start an Islamic movement that looks like Christianity. That Islamic movement will be meeting on Sunday morning. They will call themselves brothers and sisters. They will do wedding like Christians. They will do vigil like Christians. They will do praise and worship like Christians. If you buy land for your campground on Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, they will buy their own land. When you are having your Holy Ghost service, they will have their holy service without the ghost. So that in the process of time, the Muslim in Yoruba Yoruba land will see no difference between Christianity and Islam. When you now go out on evangelism and you are trying to convert Muslims, they will tell you, Kilode, they are serving the same God. Why? Whatever you are doing in the church, they are doing in the mosque. OIC agenda. It's been in place. You are seeing it with your eyes, but you don't know what you are seeing. 30 years ago. The question now is, what is your response? South, nothing much. All they said is, let us look for radical youths in the South. Give them scholarship in Arab nations, convert them, and send them back. Their first experiment at Sadi Dokubo, it worked beautifully. They've taken hundreds of youths from Niger Delta. They are in Kuwait, they are in Dubai, they are in Iran. They are there now, and they are taking them, and they are giving them scholarship, giving them money. Those ones that come back, they will come back. They may not convert to Islam, but they will have a soft spot for Islam. Go to the south, to the north, to the Niger Delta now. If you are from Niger Delta, go back home and find out how many houses in your town were owned by the indigenous 10 years ago, and how many houses in your town are owned by Muslims. You will be shocked. They have bought nearly all the houses. In Niger Delta, Port Harcourt, Yenagoa, Bayelsa, they are buying properties there. Why? They want the oil and the gas. We are looking at it and we don't know what we are seeing. When Islam plans 25 years in advance. They are master strategists. It is the church. Jesus Christ says the sons of are wiser in their generation than the sons of light. It is true. It is the church that doesn't plan. They strategize, they plan. They have laid the foundation to take the whole of Nigeria. But it is not too late. My brother, it is not too late. That God is still talking now, it is not too late. So let us wake up and pick race and reverse whatever they planned to do. I've mentioned, let me quickly read this one out for you as I round up. OIC wrote a letter which we were able to get a copy with the seal of Babangida on it in 1990 February. 2 points there that I want to draw your attention to. Point number 3, Babangida was instructed by OIC, place total ban thereafter on all form of worship by Christians, Ahmadiyas and all tribal religions. 4, impose Sharia law on Nigeria. This was in 1990. Islamize all universities, colleges and schools and courts of law in the, now can you see it please? You can't? In the Federal Islamic Sultanate of Nigeria. They've changed the name of your country. It's not Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is Federal Islamic Sultanate of Nigeria, with the Sultan of Sokoto as the spiritual head. Wake up. This is how it is worldwide. Terrible rage against the church. Worldwide. Mr. Olisa Agbakoba is already fighting this in his individual capacity. We may not have time to talk, but I quickly need to mention this. October 1988, the Christian Council of South Africa wrote letters to leaders of the church in Nigeria, warning them, now let me read it out for you, that there is a proposed plot by northern Muslims and the Arab OIC supporters to destroy churches, carry out mass murder of Christians in Nigeria with more intensity in the northern states of Nigeria. I was at the West Africa Theological Seminary doing this presentation when one of the elderly lecturers there got up and said, that is correct. I received a copy of this letter in 1988. I made copies and I gave it to leaders of the church. But the question is, what did the church do? Nothing. 1988. And what was described by the Council of Churches of South Africa in 1988, we are seeing it with our eyes. Carry out mass murder of Christians in Nigeria with more intensity in northern states of Nigeria. It's not a lie. So if anybody thinks that Boko Haram is restricted to the north, go think again. Unless the church rises and stops them, Boko Haram will come to the south. You know, they came to Osun State a few weeks ago. I hope you heard the story. They brought a bomb inside a bank in Osun State. People were vigilant and they saw that two Hausa men who came carrying a bag left the bag and they walked out of the bank. So people ran out and they called the police. And the police came and saw that it was a bomb and they defused it. I'm sure you've not forgotten that last year they came to bomb the Third Mainland Bridge. I'm sure you remember. They were to bomb it on Friday. God exposed it on Wednesday. You forgotten? Aha. They don't give up. The church holds the key. But before the church can pray, and God will hear, and God will answer, the church must first and foremost return to repentance. The church must first and foremost return to discipleship. The church must return to holiness, because we cannot continue like this and expect God to hear us. Pastor, let me go. I think I should stop, because if I continue, I keep seeing things that I think so. Before I leave, let me mention this. There are 50 nations in the world that persecute Christians. 50 nations in the world. As of today, the worst nation where Christians are persecuted is Nigeria. Nigeria carries 66% of all the Christians killed worldwide. I'm not even quoting Nigerian sources, I'm quoting World Watch List. They said between November 2011 and October 2012, we recorded 1,201 killings of Christians worldwide, which gives an average of 100 killings a month, of which 791 happened in Nigeria. 66%, which means persecution of Christians is worse in Nigeria than in Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, Egypt, Libya, all of them combined. It is worse in Nigeria. If it has not gotten to you, it's on its way, but it will not get to you. My job is to give you this information so that you can go and reassess your Christian life as an individual and as a church. I show you this map. This is the map of Africa. Every area that is green there that has Muslim majority today used to be a Christian nation. The church fathers, early church fathers were based in North Africa. Islam overran everybody. Islam is pushing down. Christ is pushing up. We are meeting at that red line. 90% of all the conflicts in Africa take place along that red belt. 90%, which proves that primarily every conflict in Africa is primarily a religious conflict. It's not a political conflict. It's Islam pushing down. And if you look carefully, that is where the middle belt is. And that's why I'm appealing to Christians in Nigeria, particularly in the south. Plateau State is our responsibility. Benue State is our responsibility. We must do everything possible to reinforce Christianity in the middle belt. Because if Islam should penetrate middle belt, the south is gone. Thank you very much for your attention. I give you a prayer point. If you will open your Bible to Jeremiah chapter 10 verse 11. The Bible says that the God that did not create the heavens and the earth. That's what I want you to pray. Thus shall ye say unto them, the God that did not make the heavens and the earth, even they shall perish from the earth and from under this earth.
There is no way out of Nigeria except the South going for referendum with Middle Belt. When you hear the Northerners, these terrorists, when you hear them talk, they speak of the North, the type of North they used, the one they said the minorities of the North will be their willing slaves. There will be willing tools in their hand for them to dominate the rest of Nigeria. Today, even as Benue State, Plateau State, Taraba, Nasarawa, all these middle belt states, including Southern Kaduna, as they are coming under attack by these bloodthirsty Fulani terrorists, their spokespeople actually have courage to speak of the North. Like they are talking about the 19 states that's supposed to be in that North that has been broken a long time ago. The North, what is left of the North today, is a minority state, 12 states. They are 12. They are a minority because the Middle Belt has been separated from their own calculations by the killings that has been targeting Middle Belters. And so these minority Sharia states, we need to subject ourselves through referendum to have a clear separation, a demarcation line, to enable our people have sovereignty to protect our people all over Nigeria and all over the world. This is what it's all about. Nigeria cannot avoid this from happening. Thanks and have a great day. This is your guy, Stephen, speaking. I can't wait for the referendum vote to happen. Nigeria can never escape it. Otherwise, the alternative would be greatly a very painful experience. It will be a dire consequence upon Nigerians.
I've been tearing my heart out for the underdogs, the poor, the less privileged, and the Nigerian youths, nudging them to stick to their dreams and to never let anyone kill it for them, not even their parents. Yeah. I am glad that my consistency and tenacity has encouraged millions of youths to chase their own dreams and never give up on themselves. Though coming from an elitist background, know what it means to be poor. So that is why I am passionate about the poor. Because of my pedigree and my rich heritage, people always wonder, what is this affinity with the poor? The needy, the disenfranchised, and the downtrodden? What is it? But verily, verily, I say unto you, I have been poor at a point in my life. Like Jesus Christ, who became man to understand what it means to be a man. I tasted poverty when as a young man, I deliberately decided to chart my own path against my parents' approval. I hit brick wall, starting from ground zero. Yes, you can imagine, from America, Yankee, to the village. All just to prove to my parents that I can survive and succeed without endorsement or their support. 7 years in that village. 7 hard years I spent in the village coming back from America. I lost my self-esteem. I lost my confidence. I was overwhelmed with this inferiority complex. I almost went mental, golo, till an angel, yes, an angel, the late Tina Onwudiwe, the African Oyibo, yes, rescued me from the village. God bless her soul. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I see differently about holding on to the slogan, One Nigeria. What does that mean? Sometimes I feel like I'm knocking my head against the wall. Why are my people so arrogantly ignorant? Yeah, why? Why they be me like say they are mumuna full come? I'm getting tired of holding on to this One Nigeria dream. You know, they make sense to me again. Yeah. Many youths today don't even believe in the future of the shithole. Many have given up. Those who have the opportunity, then they jack out. Living in thousands, living this hellhole, being good or doing good. It's so anti-social. Many of us are like crabs in the bucket, pulling good things down because many now believe that anything, everything, and everybody is bad. And so, must be brought down, pull them down, who them be? Demonic forces at war. Many believe that everybody is a criminal. I still believe that there are a few good people, good, honest people in Nigeria. They may be, I don't know, but they're there. I know there are good and bad people everywhere. But the bad people, the riffraffs, people from the gutter, born through away, stray cats, idiots, betrayers, have taken over our space. Yes, that's what's happening. It's systematic. The few good men has gone into hiding. In Nigeria, they want us to believe that most Yorubas are here and nowhere. They're slippery, they're deceitful. The Fulanese think they were born to rule, even with their incompetence and their cluelessness. They want us to believe that most Igbos turn everything into a transaction. For money, they will kill themselves. They like to fix other people's environment, neglecting their homeland, the core of their existence. What kind of bullshit is that? Now, let's be sincere. You see this contraption called Nigeria? It's not working.
Yeah, and we never work.
Because the rulers have succeeded in fragmenting us. Yes, they've divided us.
That's where the strength of the Fulani lies.
Yorubas are deceitful. They also have Fulanese. They just want to dominate. The Igbos are tricky, cunning. You know, all they want is money, 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 money. They do everything for money. The minority tribes, they're all marginalized. Abi, government magic. But let me say this.
Here are some things that happened Tuesday, 28 December 2021, where OBJ spoke something about the oil and gas in Niger Delta. Yunugo, the president of the Ijaw National Congress, INC, Nigeria collapsing under fraudulent 1999 constitution, INC chief tells Obasanjo. Professor Benjamin Kaba has berated former President Olusegun for using the 1999 constitution of Nigeria to justify his claim that crude oil and gas in the Niger Delta territory belongs to the country and not to the people of the region. Ukaba, who spoke to the morning show program of the Arise television on Thursday, described Obasanjo's position as a second thought as it contradicts his earlier argument that the mineral resources of the Niger Delta were given by God for all Nigerians. He urged that the former president could not be relying on a constitution that had been variously rejected and described as a fraud and a military document imposed on Nigerians. Ukawa further said that the unitary character of the 1999 constitution, which Obasanjo deliberates, had become the major reason Nigeria was collapsing and all sides, as the constitution remained a faulty foundation for the country. He said the Nigerian 1999 constitution, which Obasanjo is now relying on, is a product of unrepresentative drafting and, to a large extent, must be the provision therein are military driven, so the constitution is fraudulent, satanic, and it has not served anybody any good. In fact, the 1999 Constitution is a foundation for the collapse of Nigeria. Every fabric of Nigeria, the economy, educational system, infrastructure are all collapsing. Reforming will not save the situation. We need all over restructuring because OBJ talked about reform and he believed that will help to normalcy the Nigeria. But we know that under a constitution that is faulty, not people-driven, but hurried put together a few weeks before the ascendancy of OBJ to power in 1999 cannot do us any good. So the various agitation across the country are clearly evidence for the Nigerian to work. We must do away with the constitution and go back to the basic. And in a federation, resources ownership, focal federalism are paramount, and every constitution that talks about federalism and does not recognize ownership of resources by the people is faulty. The INC chief stated that Section 140 of the 1963 Constitution, which Obasanjo made reference to, is in an open letter of reply to that of Ijaw Nation leader and the elder statesman Edwin Clark, who talked about the 50% of the proceeds from natural resources to the region in recognition of their ownership of the resources. Okaba contended that the former president was representing a class of people who had fought so hard to sustain a system that is colonial military driven and serve hegemonic interests against the interests of the people of Nigeria. He further said, so the 1999 Constitution remained an arbitrage, a problem, and is the reason why we were where we are today. And those who are fighting tirelessly to sustain the status quo are doing it for a self-seeking purpose to protect their hegemonic interest. It is high time we restructured and allow people who feel dissatisfied with the current system to seek self-determination. If not, like we said earlier, if they make restructuring impossible, then they made the rebundling of Nigeria inevitable.
Now, here is why it gets really interesting. An MBA chairman drags Buhari before Abuja court over 1914 amalgamated treaty. The Nigerian Bar Association chairman, Ilesha branch of Osun State, Barrister Komi Ajibola, has dragged President Muhammadu Buhari to the Federal High Court, Abuja, over the president's refusal to release to him the certified copies of 1914 amalgamated treaty and 2014 confab report, the one conducted by Goodluck Jonathan. Ajibola had, through a letter dated September 22, 2021, and acting based on the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act 2011, asked the president to release the said documents to him within 7 days. The human rights lawyer who filed the suit asked the court for an order of mandamus compelling the president to make available certified true copies of Nigeria Amalgamation Treaty of 1914 and Nigerian 2014 National Conference Report. Besides, Ajibola in the suit number FHC/ABJ for Abuja/CS/1425/21 asked the court to compel President Buhari to supply information on why the federal government will not convene the national conference where Nigerians will be given free and fair opportunity to discuss issues relating to the unity and harmony of one indivisible and indissoluble sovereign country. This is my comment. I have never seen anywhere any country is described as indivisible and indissoluble sovereign country. I mean, this is impossible. Nigeria did not fall from heaven. Nigeria is the work of, like, the creation of people. It was a business of the UK. And then we the indigenous people, are beginning to wake up from our slumber. And then we're asking questions, what's going on? This is not right. This is not the way it's supposed to be. Let's get our people involved. Let's go to our people, ask our people, what do they want? Do they want to be like, do they want Nigeria to continue going this way, or they want something better? Do they want a better deal? Do they want to, like, see real true change happen to them? In the middle belt, in the lower Niger territory, that is the former, the current southeast and south and like, we need a binding multi-regional referendum, a vote, a very simple democratic demand. It's a democratic process. We cannot just force ourselves, being together when it's not working. It's not going anywhere. According to him, based on the present circumstances where there are breakdowns in the nation's governance with insecurity, nepotism, terrorism, and unemployment, among others, the court should decide if Nigerian people can still continue to live in unity and harmony as one country, and on what terms and conditions. This guy is essentially telling us what Lower Niger Congress, NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, has been all about over the years till this moment, and until the mission is accomplished. He also asked the court to compel President Buhari to convene a national conference where Nigerians will have a free and fair opportunity to discuss and resolve issues based on the indivisibility of the country. Again, I reject this word, indivisibility. No country is beyond division. Not on this world, not in this planet. There is no country that is to be said to be beyond discussion, that there should be no discussion about its existence, about its continued as is. If there are areas within that country that doesn't feel like belonging, that should be a reason for referendum. Canada did it some years back in Quebec. Quebec voted to separate. Their vote failed by 1% maybe. Same thing with Scotland. Countries vote for this is a democratic process. British people do it. They do it in Canada. They do it in UK. They do it in Europe. In fact, Britain is the last country that seceded. Britain essentially voted and separated from the European Union. They are still coexisting. They are not after each other's lives. They are still doing business together. They are still relating. They are still members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. They still do other businesses together. There is no fighting between them. He also asked the court to compel President Buhari to convene a national conference where Nigerians will have free and fair opportunity to discuss and resolve issues based on the indivisibility of the country, rotational presidency, and other acts of governance. He particularly mentioned issues relating to the Igbo nation, where he alluded that there was a calculated plan to treat them as an outcast out of the nation's presidency. The NBA boss said he was in court because by the placement of the constitutional duty, every citizen of the country has the right to make positive and useful contributions to the advancement, progress, and well-being of the community where he resides. 100%. No date has yet been fixed for the suit filed on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. Let me say that there has been other suits that were filed many years ago. The Nigerian government has only gone to court to block those cases from moving forward because they have no credible counter to those demands. And it has always been about the unworkability of Nigeria. Now, what we have at hand is referendum. Let those that have ears hear and react to it and respond and continue to ask for information on where to go to find direction. Ndi Igbo, I am an Igbo person. Ndi Igbo are not asking for rotational presidency. We are asking for referendum vote against current constitution of 1999 upon which Nigeria is operating. We are asking for referendum, a binding referendum vote for Ndi Igbo to vote on whether to continue in Nigeria, along with in the South and all Middle Belt and Oduduwa land. All these people are asking for referendum vote, not rotational presidency, not president of Igbo extraction, because in a functional Igbo land, in a functional Lower Niger territory, in a functional Middle Belt and Southwest or Oduduwa nation, citizens from any other country that decides to move to Lower Niger territory and nationalize and become a citizen can vie for the presidency of the Lower Niger territory. And I believe Oduduwa nation will equally consider citizens of theirs from any other part of the world that supports the existence of the nation and is obedient to the rules will contest for the presidency of Oduduwa land, as long as it is for the progress of those regions. So we are not interested in Nigeria's presidency. Maybe I'm deflecting the tires of the one Nigerianists, especially the Nzuko Mona people, among others. They are behind the visit by Chief Amechi Mbazulike to the presidency begging for Nnamdi Kanu's release. They are behind that disgraceful visit because it reduced It reduced us greatly in a way they probably never thought about. But anyway, that's a discussion for another day. But we need a binding referendum. Let's make Nigeria better. That's the way to do it better. Let's go for referendum. Fix a date and give enough time to educate our people on what is to come. And they will go for it. Sudan did it. Yes, they are still having problem on both sides of the divide, but it's okay. Whoever finds the way out first will get better. Whether it's South Sudan or North Sudan. They should figure it out, but in our own case, we also need to trigger that process to start figuring it out because we're not getting anything right now. For International Religious Freedom, USCIRF, finds it unexplainable that the U.S. Department of State did not redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, and treated it as a country with no severe religious freedom violations. This is contrary to what is going on in Nigeria as we speak. Fulani terrorists that are being powered by the government are still going across state lines to kill and replace communities. USCIRF is disappointed that the State Department did not adopt our recommendations in designating the countries that are the worst violators of religious freedom, said USCIRF Chair Nadine Mienza. While the State Department took steps forward on some designations, USCIRF is especially disappointed with the removal of Nigeria from its country of particular concern designation, where it was rightfully placed last year, as well as the omission of India, Syria, and Vietnam. We urge the State Department to reconsider its designations based on facts presented in its own reporting. Pursuant to International Religious Freedom Act, IRFA, the countries the State Department designated as CPC, country of particular concerns, are Burma, China, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, that is North Korea, Eritrea, Iran, Pakistan, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. All besides Russia previously had been designated USCIRF. All besides Russia previously had been designated. USCIRF recommended CPC, country of particular concern designation for all 10 in its 2021 annual report, and also recommended that India, Nigeria, Syria, and Vietnam be designated as CPCs, country of particular concerns. This is done annually. It is reviewed every year. The State Department placed on its special watch list SWL, Algeria, Comoros, Cuba, and Nicaragua. USCIRF recommended in its 2017 annual report that Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Egypt, Indonesia, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Turkey, and Uzbekistan also be placed on the special watch list. USCIRF recently released a fact sheet reiterating its country of particular concern and special watch list recommendations, which explains the religious freedom violations in these countries, supporting USCIRF's recommendations. While USCIRF is concerned about the lack of designation for countries, USCIRF recommended Russia's designation for the first time as a CPC for engaging in systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom is welcome. USCIRF has proposed this action since 2017. For years, USCIRF has raised the alarm regarding the Russian government purge of non-traditional religions and religious freedom repression, said USCIRF Vice Chair Nuri Tokel. USCIRF also applauds the inclusion of Algeria in the State Department's Special Watch List designations this year, which USCIRF has recommended since 2020 due to continued enforcement of blasphemy laws and restrictions on houses of worship for minority religious communities. USCIRF also welcomed the State Department's designations of 9 entities of particular concern, EPC, entities of particular concerns, which are non-state actors that engage in systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom pursuant to IRFA. USCIRF recommended the designation of 7 of these actors, including Al-Shabaab that operates in East Africa, including Somalia, Ethiopia, that axis, Boko Haram of Nigeria, the Houthis in Yemen, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, Islamic State in the Greater Sahara, which might probably include ISWAP, a branch of ISIS, Jamaat Nasser al-Islam wal-Muslimin, which is JNIM, and the Taliban in its 2021 annual report.
Nigerian Union dispute: the folly of building on a rickety constitutional foundation, by Tony Nadi, Ninas, January 7, 2022. Responding to media questions about what seems to be a mobilization by political parties towards the 2023 round of national elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, co-convener and coordinating secretary of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, wrote as follows: knowing what we know now about the fraud of 1999, enacted by Decree Number 24 of 1999 and christened the 1999 Constitution, and seeing the monumental failures of the Nigeria erected upon the rickety foundation of that fraud, as well as the mind-boggling miseries of Nigeria trapped in what has become a union of death, it is most obdurate to continue the construction of Nigeria on the basis of that constitution, which has been repudiated and rejected countrywide. Those still planning to go to another round of national elections in 2023 under the fraudulent of 1999 Constitution are actually compounding the treason initiated by Abdulsalam Abubakar and his confederates in 1999, and are therefore the worst enemies of their own people. As they continue to defy the will of their people and undermine the sovereignty of their people, they will soon find themselves on a head-on collision with those who are being killed, impoverished, and enslaved under that constitution. We must now formally halt the preparations for any further renewal of our damnation in 2023 by way of another round of national elections under that caliphate-imposed engine of fraud called the 1999 Constitution. We must now go into a transitioning process to undertake the orderly decommissioning of the defeated 1999 Constitution and the distillation of fresh constitutional protocols dictated by the self-determination imperative for Nigeria's constituent components as ratified by referendums. This would be in a two-stage process that begins with regional self-determination referendums to either recommit or opt out of the failed and unworkable union defined by the 1999 Constitution. Depending on the outcome of the aforementioned regional referendums in the first stage, it is in the second stage that the question of negotiating or drafting another federating constitution would arise. All political parties in Nigeria must be told in clear terms that the issues confronting Nigeria and Nigerians now cannot be resolved by elections, since the winners of any further elections under the 1999 Constitution must swear to and govern by that Constitution. They cannot, therefore, be allowed to frame the grave issue of existential threats confronting the peoples of Nigeria at this time as capable of being resolved by the emergence of one party or the other in power after another election ritual in 2023. The 5-point proposition of the December 16, 2020 Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure activated by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, provides a clear, comprehensive, time-bound framework for the immediate undertaking the inevitable grand reconfiguration of the failed Lugodian of the 1914. Anything outside calling off the voyage to 2023 and the commencement of the remediation anchored on the sovereignty of the constituent components of Nigeria within the context of the self-determination imperative for those constituent components is an invitation to the unceremonious collapse of the rickety union. This is written by Tony Nadi, January 7, 2022, and is being read by Dr. Augusta Anosike. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberty. The voice of the peoples in the Lower Niger Territory. Today, we look into some current affairs. As we all know that Nigeria, as currently constituted, is supposed to be a secular state. But in practice, it is very far away from the reality. The 1999 imposed constitution is a master-slave document, and that makes it a monster. And it has become toxic to the indigenous peoples. And the peoples in the alliance territory are saying that 1999 constitution must be decommissioned. Christians are relegated to the back seat as infidels and slaves. So, we want to roll out some facts that most of the strategic positions and appointments are controlled by the northern Fulani Muslims. And the examples abound. Number 1. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Senate President is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Speaker of the House is a Muslim, but from the South. The Deputy Speaker of the House is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Secretary to the Government of Federation is a Northern man. The INEC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief Justice of Nigeria is a Sharia lawyer, a Fulani Northern Muslim. The President, Court of Appeal, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. EFCC chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. President, Federal High Court is a Fulani Northern Muslim. National Security Advisor is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Army Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Air Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Northern Muslim. The Comptroller General of Customs is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Defense Minister is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Managing Director, Nigerian Ports Authority is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Managing Director, NDIC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller General Immigration, Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Nigerian Correctional Center, Prisons, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Fire Service, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Director General, NYSC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. In addition to the above, the highest looters are found in the north, mostly Fulani Muslims. The richest in Africa, Aliko Dangote, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. 85% of petroleum marketers is a Northern Muslim, maybe dominated by the Fulanis. 80% of oil block owners are Fulani Northern Muslims. 99% of Almajiris are in the north, mostly the Fulanis. Highest rate of girl-child marriage are in the north and practiced mostly by the Fulani Muslims. The fourth world most deadliest terror group is the Fulani herdsmen, Fulani jihadists in the north. Boko Haram is a terrorist group controlled by the Fulani Northern Muslim. They are killing Christians and moderate Muslims in the north. Fulani herdsmen and Fulani militia are terrorizing farmers and Christians, mainly in the north and in the Middle Belt and South. 90% of Nigeria's past presidents and heads of states are Fulani Northern Muslim. Nigerian membership of OIC was arranged by the Fulani Northern Muslim. The poorest states and educationally backward areas are in the north, controlled by Fulani Northern Muslim. Fulani are culturally nomads. 2023 general elections is another game they plan to play against the South and Middle Belt regions of Nigeria, otherwise known as NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. They urge you to obtain PVC plastic cards while they hold all the money and AK-47 and AK-49 to control your lives, assets, and sovereignties once you vote them in. So, why should you allow yourselves in the South and Middle Belt regions to keep empowering the Fulani Caliphate domination by participating in the general elections that renew the life of the same Caliphate imposed 1999 fraudulent constitution? This is a big problem that needs an urgent solution. So, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, has offered a legitimate non-violent strategy, and it is a movement of the owners of the land. You in the Middle Belt, you in the Southwest, and you in the Lower Niger territories are urged to join NINA's movement today and exercise your inalienable right to self-determination. Power belongs to the people.
Power belongs to the people. Join the movement today and say no to 2023 general election. Say no to 2023 general elections. For more information, visit the websites www.ninasvoice.org and www.lowernigercongress.org. Thank you for listening, and tune in always and listen to Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from enslavement. Apparently, it is your voice of liberty.
Regionalism or disintegration will solve Nigeria's problem. Cleric. Senior pastor awaiting the second coming of Jesus Christ ministry at Adewale Giwa. Adewale Giwa has called on all Nigerians to embrace regionalism, saying it would solve many challenges facing the country. This is contained in the Punch newspaper of November 29, 2021, today. He also said the plan by the federal government to remove fuel subsidy and increase the pump price for petrol by 2022 was not a solution to the current economic problem of the nation. The cleric stated this at his church in Akure, the Ondo State capital, on Sunday during the 20th anniversary of the church. According to him, Nigeria could only grow if the country could adopt a regional system. He said even without the removal of fuel subsidy, people still find it difficult to live, so the removal of subsidy is nothing but nonsense. What Nigeria needs right now is disintegration, or we go back to the regional system of government. Anything aside that is a failure. Abraham and Lot had a similar problem in Genesis chapter 13. There was a crisis between the two of them. This is very true. This is very biblical. Abraham had to call Lot to resolve this issue amicably. When you go to the south, I will go to the east. When you go to the west, I will go to the north. Lot had to agree with him, and they separated. Who said separation is not in the Bible? Anybody that says that is deceiving himself. Amen. The problem is compounding, and for us to solve the issue once and for all, we need disintegration. Disintegration will address the issue of subsidy because each region will manage itself. That is the truth, nothing but the truth. Giwa, however, cried out that there were attempts to silence the church following different threat messages he had been receiving. Nigeria. The pastor said, "They cannot stop me from saying the truth, but the issue of the church is that they are divided. There is wide division amongst us. Some pastors are being antagonized for saying the truth. The same problem we are having in Nigeria is the same one we are having in Christendom. The insecurity issues due to the failure on the part of the government. With the amount of security vote being taken by the governors, they have been able to utilize it. Have they been able to utilize it very well? If the security vote is being managed very well, kidnapping will be a thing of the past. 2023 election is not our problem now. They should put aside that election. Amen. They should first address salient issues like insecurity, hunger, and lots of issues affecting this country. Only God knows what will happen in 2023. I must add that we need, there is no need for any further political activities, but we need a referendum urgently. And that is where NINAS comes in. NINAS presents the template, the model, the processes that will be followed to save more lives of Nigerians and restore dignity and peace among all our people and silence all the evil that is going on all over the place so that the cleanup process will start. That is what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Former Minister of Foreign Affairs Professor Bolaji Akinyemi yesterday argued that Nigerians would be disappointed if they were expecting the United States to treat the country the same way it treats Israel. Akinyemi was speaking against the backdrop of a threat by the United States to invoke the Leahy statute against Nigeria if there are established cases of human rights violations against the military and police, as opposed to its measured silence on alleged cases of similar breaches by the Israeli government. Now, this is my take here. If the case of Nigeria is to be compared with that of Israel, and then you consider the fact that Israel is fighting for her very existence against those that would want to destroy the country and wipe it off the map, it means that internally in Nigeria, Nigerians are faced with a very dangerous system whereby those in government are the enemies of Nigerians. And they are using the instrument of state to kill Nigerians who are demanding for the right leadership, who are demanding for respect for their own lives. So how do you compare the two? Anyway, Bolaji Akinyemi continues. He said this during an interview on The Morning Show, a program monitored on Arise News Channel. This day's broadcast arm. The renowned professor of international affairs stated that the dynamics of the relationship between the United States government and those of Nigeria could not be compared. Some security experts recently described the development as a clear case of double standard, as the United States had said Nigeria risked arms embargo for alleged violation of the laws on armed conflicts in the fight against banditry, terrorism, and other forms of violence in different parts of the Federation. Speaking in an interview with CNN International after a tour of some African nations, including Nigeria recently, the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken had said that his country would apply the laws against Nigeria if the allegations were found to be credible. However, while being very critical of Nigeria, the United States was said to have vetoed over 50 United Nations Security Council UNSC resolutions critical of Israel since 1972. During the last escalation of violence between Israel and the Palestinians, the U.S. had, according to reports, stuck to same playbook, blocking a joint statement calling for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Several resolutions condemning violence against Palestinian protesters and the illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank were also reportedly thwarted by the U.S. Of course, we also have laws in place. The Leahy Law, for example, that makes sure that if there are units that have committed abuses, we're not going to provide equipment to those units. If there is genuine transparency, accountability, and change that follows from these incidents and these abuses, I think that is very important, not only to our administration, it is also important to the U.S. Congress in making judgments about continuing to assist the security forces, Blinken had explained. But Akinyemi, during the interview, maintained that Nigeria would continue to be disappointed if it expected the same treatment given by the United States to Israel, stressing that the Jewish people in America are a very strong voice to be reckoned with. Again, here is my take. The Jewish people in the United States indeed are a voice to be reckoned with. Are the Nigerians in the United States voice for Nigeria, or they are actually exposing the crimes of the Nigerian government against the people of Nigeria? See the difference? The difference is so clear. The voices that are now coming out, Nigerian voices, are on side with the people of Nigeria, the indigenous people. They are the ones that were protesting in the US, and Nigeria went to recruit foreigners, paid demonstrators to counter the genuine aspirations of Nigerians at the UN. He said, look, you will only break your heart if you expect the United States to treat you the way it treats Israel. This is not hate speech on my part. I know better than to do that. But Jewish voters in the United States are very, very critical to the electoral success, especially in presidential elections. And there is no presidential candidate and no administration that goes out of its way to antagonize Israel or to do anything that may be perceived by the Jewish voters as being inimical to Israeli interests. They have a powerful voice in the media, which they will be prepared to use. I wouldn't mention names, so there will be no ad hominem attacks on my part. But there are powerful voices. There is one of the global media in the United States which work for Jewish interest, public interest organizations. They won't put it out there. But if you go and look at their profile, which would have been removed, so you would think that they are neutral, whereas they are not neutral. Like hawks looking after its chicks, those voices are looking out for Israeli interests. Akiyemi argued that Israel remained one of the few countries in the world that can afford to be rude to America without serious repercussions. Reason why a former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was rude to former President Barack Obama, who was perceived as not being pro-Israel enough. So there is no basis for you to try to differentiate between American attitude to Nigeria and American attitude towards Israel. That difference is very, very clear, he explained. He said it was a positive move by the Biden administration to remove Nigeria from the list of countries that muffle religious freedom, in line with the new American government's branding of being seen as highly democratic. He stressed that the State Department of the United States had probably found out that the terrorists were killing both Muslims and Christians in the north, reason the country's name was removed from the list of countries of particular concern, CPC. Everybody can see that that churches, mosques, reverend fathers, students in Christian schools as well as students in Muslim schools are all being brutalized, he stated, but added that there is not a doubt that there were religious issues in Nigeria. What the department is probably saying is that we share equally the sufferings of the two religious groups that we have, he posited. On pledges made by the United States during the African tour, he said, recall what I said earlier, which is that Americans are first-class speech writers and you've got to deconstruct what you are talking about for the real meaning of what they are saying. However, he said that Nigeria remained an important voice in Africa, stressing that despite the battery Nigeria's economy has received, the country cannot be ignored. Nigeria is self-destructive. There is no two way about it. Nigeria is a country at war against itself. Current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari is the #1 enemy of Nigeria, because they are working overtime to set the country on fire while thinking that they are flexing, that they are fighting to remain relevant. Over 2.6 million Nigerians have been displaced from their homes, 37,500 gruesomely massacred in cold blood, 244,000 turned into refugees within a short period of time. This is reported by Gravitas. While our so-called elder statesmen gallivant all over town in the name of global peace talk. Wanting more and a better life for the indigenous peoples trapped within Nigeria enclave does not equate to dismemberment. Rather, we seek to lift ourselves as a people to become better nations, manage our resources better, while lending a helping hand to other surrounding nations who are willing to move forward and live a life that is commensurate to what is found in our other civilized parts of the world. Ahead of the enforcement phase of the sovereign will of the indigenous peoples of Nigeria, NINAS, join the Daughters of Truth talk show, an American-based Saturday talk show, as we continue to push forward the conversation that ought to have been taking place more than 100 years ago. Highlights of this show would be: how did we become so insecure? 2. How did we become neck deep in debt to the extent that our indebtedness is now 33.1 trillion naira or dollars? I don't even know. Now is the time for us to set our children on the path of true prosperity, give them sustainable development and a meaningful life. We want to join countries like Singapore to build a civil society, not a military one where citizens are butchered at the whims, fancies and caprices of one or two bloodthirsty demons who have the rule over our people. Those who think otherwise should please relocate elsewhere, for this is our land. Amen. It's on Saturday, December 18th, 2021. Time is 9:30 Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Atlantic Time, which is Trinidad and Tobago, 4:30 p.m. local time in Nigeria, 3:30 p.m. London, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Please join Daughters of Truth talk show through the link or the website on Facebook. Just Google Daughters of Truth, you'll find it. And it's also going to be on Lower Niger Radio and Impact Africa Television Network. Representatives from the Ijaw nationality movement signed the resource control and self-determination. The Ijaw ethnic group on Thursday became the first to sign the Niger Delta People's Charter on Resource Control and Self-Determination. The pact was signed on behalf of Ijaw indigents by His Royal Majesty King Frank Okiabe Agadagba X of Baraun Kingdom. The ceremony took place in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State Capital. A statement by Ovunda Eni, Niger Delta Congress spokesman, disclosed. Former President, Nigeria Environmental Society, NES, Engineer Olu Anda Y. Ogosu, Engineer Olu Anda Y. Ogosu, Rivers representatives, signed the charter mid-November. A week earlier, Emeritus Professor Ebieberi Joe Alagoa, representing Bayelsa, gave his assent. The 88-year-old statesman lectured at the University of Lagos, UNILAG. The charter solicits over 70 signatures from Niger Delta nationalities, organizations, and the 6 South-South states. The document demands that oil and other natural resources be controlled by the people while pushing for exit out of Nigeria. It will be presented to the world on February 23rd, 2022, at the 55th anniversary of the Niger Delta Republic Declaration by the late Major Isaac Adakaboro. This is quote from Daily Post and reported by Wale Odonsi. Thank you for listening.
That will continue in consultations with people who did not get here amongst our people. Therefore, those of them who will refuse to come, of course, should know upfront that they are in Abuja entirely on their own accord.
Tony Nnadi addressed the press on the overall aim of the solemn assembly.
The map of Lower Niger, as can be found on their website, lowernigercongress.org, of 1885, showing how the peoples of the Lower Niger, the ethnic nationalities of the 11 states, to which Nigeria has fractured them, that map to be adopted as the geography of the territory we're discussing. The Ijaw, the Shekiri, the Urobo, the Igbo, all of the ethnics in those 11 states, have adopted that map of 1885 as the formations in which they will relate henceforth. The second decision is that they have mandated a referendum. The Solemn Assembly has mandated a referendum of the people in which our people, just like the Scottish referendum that happened recently, will be deciding whether they want to continue in this union of attrition that Nigeria has proved to be. There's also the mandate for wider consultations with the people ahead of that referendum by way of town halls and consultation with international stakeholders. The Assembly also decided that an asset protection and guarantee scheme be put in place immediately to take an inventory of the assets of the peoples of Lower Niger situated outside the Lower Niger, so as to avoid the experiences of 1970 in which they fled for their lives at the time genocide was being levied against them from other parts of the country. And in 1973, 3 years after they were dislocated from their places of abode, the government of Nigeria, by decree, seized their assets, called it abandoned properties, and never returned to them. And today we are seeing a repetition of the threat by the same people who seized those assets, against them. Finally, the Assembly also decided that a standing committee, an all-purpose standing committee, be put in place to discuss with those who might not have come here on a continuing basis, both local and international. I think we also decided that people from the Lower Niger who, for some, either by appointment or election, will be required to come to form government or do government business in Abuja on behalf of the peoples of Lower Niger from any part. The Assembly mandated a recall for consultation. They must come home and discuss with the rest of the people, otherwise they will be there entirely on their own. It doesn't matter that some people are rejoicing that the elections are being held and winners emerging, whether by appointment or by election. If you are of the Lower Niger and you are in Abuja to be part of the governance of that territory with the rest of Nigeria, we are requesting that you come home for consultation before you continue in that transaction.
Banners and placards by the ethnic delegations were unfolded, demanding an immediate referendum to determine their political future. The closing remarks and vote of thanks on behalf of the conveners was taken by veteran Niger Delta self-determination activist and head of the Ijaw National Delegation to the Assembly, Elder T.K. Ogoriba.
This will be the last and final part of the 3 series of the Solemn Assembly recording. Ibibio, Ijaw, all the nationalities were represented at the Solemn Assembly. Notes on the self-determination goal of the Ninas campaign and the formations. for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty, NINA Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINA's alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty, masquerading as Nigeria, are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains. The Fulani intention in Nigeria is to permanently take over the entire political space. Using the combination of brute force and guile, the caliphate strategy is to maintain tight control of political power via the imposed constitution by the key economic assets and levers of power are confiscated. The same constitutional impositions guarantee exclusive control of military power and all firearms, and those are used to facilitate the terror against ethnic nationalities by the government and the terrorists. The North do not mean well for Nigeria. Mina's alliance repudiates everything about the 1999 Constitution. In the face of the alliance defeat of the Caliphate title deed, which is the Constitution of 99, they already the rest of Nigeria to another round of elections in 2023 under the repudiated 1999 Constitution is the only viable strategy left in the hands of the Caliphate now. It's up to us to defeat them and make sure that they never rise up again. The alliance mechanism is to tackle the North. The alliance mechanism is exploiting the aforesaid delegitimization of the 1999 Constitution. Let us win the war peacefully. Stop the march towards elections of 2023. All political parties must shut down now if they are really for the people and not for themselves. Abnormalities and insanities. Thinking Nigeria, but God does not utter confusion. A 14-year-old cannot be admitted into university to study, but a 13-year-old can be married. Former governor actually traveled to another country, Egypt, to marry a 13-year-old. Yerima of Zamfara State. A school certificate holder cannot become a director in the civil service, but a school certificate holder can become president and commander-in-chief of the entire country. The country is among the major oil-producing countries in the world, but it imports fuel it consumes. It imports the fuel that it consumes, an oil and gas producing country, Nigeria. The country has the highest number of foreign doctors in the UK and North America, but its leaders travel abroad for their medical needs, like medical tourists. The country shoots armless protesters, but holds peace parleys with bandits, kidnappers, and terrorists. The country rehabilitates terrorists, but their victims languish in refugee camps. Victims of the terrorists are in fact, they bomb them from the air. The Nigerian Air Force bombs them from the air. God did not create any country. He located human beings in different territories and gave them all empowerments to survive. Whatever they turn out to be is entirely their choices and decisions. UAE and Qatar are deserts converted to paradise. Nigeria is paradise converted to hell. Nigeria is the epitome of confusion, and God is not the author of confusion. We can right this wrong. It is our difficult but surmountable task. Yes, we can, through multi-regional binding referendum vote. That's the solution. If we don't skirt around it, we can get to that solution in hours. And then we can plan on how to get ourselves cleaned up so that the healing process will start. Anything else is just dressing the target. The head of the octopus and the tentacles will be destroyed. Part 2. With great blessing comes great responsibility, by J.D. Greer. Africa is very blessed. However, Africans are some of the poorest citizens of this world. There seems to be nothing for Africans in Africa, as Africans are all migrating out of Africa. For over 400 years, it's either Africans are being stolen from Africa as slaves, or hardship is forcing them out of their land as self-made slaves. It takes two to tango. This weekend, as we continue to look at the several tentacles used to enslave and hold us down, it will be wise for us to find out if Africans played any role in their enslavement and predicament. What have we done with the blessings of Africa? Why have Africans not felt the blessings of Africa? Why haven't we kept our promises to one another? We allow social injustice, gender inequality, and discrimination to limit our potentials as a continent. We also allowed wickedness and lack of mercy eat deep into the fabric of our society, to the extent that those on top do everything possible to make sure those below do not make it up, while those below do everything possible to pull those on top down to their level. And people now prefer to jump to the top overnight rather than go through a process. That is Saturday, December the 4th, 2021. 9:30 a.m. Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Atlantic Time, 4:30 Homeland, 3:30 p.m. GMT, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Please join the Daughters of Truth talk show through the link and media outlets below. It's www.facebook.com/events. It's also available on YouTube or Lower Niger Radio 24/7. You can Google www.youtube.com/channel.
From the various states of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, they come in honor of the invitation of the Ijaw National Congress to its program titled All Ijaw Summit.
The point of fact is that
expectedly, issues concerning the aspirations of the Ijaw nation dominate discussions on the theme, the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question.
What we have in our country today is a unitary system of governance.
That's the governor of Bayelsa State.
And dressed in the borrowed robes of federalism.
Not surprisingly,
states and ethnic nationalities are increasingly clamoring for self-determination.
God bless you.
Or even in outright cases, secession.
Thank you.
An ideal situation will be the devolution of powers from the center to the states.
There you
While
go.
it is my cherished hope that Nigeria will find reasons to coexist peacefully, equitably, and justly, we cannot believe that all is well. Gatherings such as this should actually prepare us for the eventuality.
the country called Nigeria.
The sub-themes are redefining the Nigerian state and the Ijaw people, the imperative of Ijaw quest for self-determination yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and reforms in Ijaw national polity, the need for self-introspection. The program ends with a communique.
The Ijaw nation and Ijaw people will no longer depend on the Nigerian state
That's Professor Benjamin Ogaba,
for the protection of their environment.
President of Ijaw National Congress.
To this end, an autochthonous Ijaw environmental protection strategy is evolved so as to leave behind a sustainable land for future generations.
The Ijaw nation takes a stand for self-determination.
We have resolved from this summit to employ and engage all peaceful, diplomatic, and non-violent means and pursuits to actualize our rights to self-determination as a distinct people of common historical, linguistic, and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing to drive, to pursue this target of self-determination until it is achieved.
Amen.
A common denominator among participants is the leaking wellhead of ITAO's OML 29, the pollution in Nembe, and the cry of the people. Ovieteme George, Arise News.
The leakage is continuing and nothing is being done about it. The leakage in Nembe is ongoing. You can see the pipe leaking. Nobody is doing anything about it. Meanwhile, a northerner, Aminu Seira, wrote the following about the South. The Igbo people need to follow exactly what the Ijaw people are doing. We need to follow through with it. Ndi Igbo through Ohaneze needs to come out and make our position known. We're not interested in the next 2023 election. We're not interested in who becomes the president of a dysfunctional country, Nigeria. But we're interested in having a referendum to help us find out from our people whether they want to remain in Nigeria or they want to remain outside of Nigeria. This is what our people are clamoring for, not who becomes the next president of Nigeria. The president of Nigeria would do no Igbo any good. It may make a few people billionaires in Naira or dollars, but that's how far it can go. You will still be in jail under the 1999 Constitution if your neighbor, if your town's guy becomes the president. It doesn't change anything about your future, anchored on the 1999 Constitution. Now, this is what this Northerner had to say against the South. Notice how he addressed the Southerners. No Southerner will smell the seat of the president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments, says Aminu Seira. We are just watching the actions of the Southerners against the Northerners without taking any decision, without taking any decisive action against them, because we know where we are waiting for them. The North is telling the South that they have the population. Maybe they are counting the sands in the desert to outnumber the South, but we're not interested in the election. We're interested in a referendum that will happen before we even get far. That they are focusing on something else. So he says no Southerner will smell the seat of president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments. We have the number and we are at liberty to decide who becomes the next president of this country. We've watched Southerners humiliate, insult, abuse, kill, and torture our people, and as well destroy the means of livelihood of our people, doing their legitimate business in the South. In all of this, we never revenge because we know, wow, the Northerners are master of liars. These are the people that has been beheading people, destroying businesses and houses and lives across the North. When something happens in Europe, Christians in Nigeria get killed by Islamic extremists and terrorists in Nigeria, in Arewa, Nigeria. These people killed an old lady in Kano just a few years ago. They killed a teacher in Bauchi for removing Quran in the hands of a student that was using it to cheat in an exam. They killed that teacher, a Yoruba lady. Now they are telling us that they don't do nothing to the South. Wow. Anyway, any Southerner planning to contest the presidential position of this country will receive the highest humiliation and embarrassment he has never seen all through his life. These people hate us with passion, including our religion, and you don't expect us to allow them rule us. This is in line with Ahmadu Bello's position that the South must be treated as a conquered territory, with the minority in the North as their slaves to do whatever they wish, and never allow the South to have the rule over them. That's what this guy, Aminu Seira, is repeating here. We are meant to be at the top, not beneath, right from the origin of this country. We've not been defeated in an election, and it won't happen in 2023. They should continue destroying their region with sit at home while we are planning ahead of them come 2023. If the South does not follow through with what the judges did, I mean particularly Southeast, Ndị Igbo must follow through and make their position known in Nigeria. Ndị Igbo, we are not interested in any further election about who rules Nigeria. There is future beyond Nigeria. There is future beyond present Nigeria that is not working. There is something better. That is what Ndị Igbo should be suing for, not who becomes the next president of a dysfunctional country. Ndị Igbo must not die because of Nigeria, but Ndị Igbo can live outside of Nigeria. Outside current arrangement that is not working. A hijacked arrangement. Nigeria, as presently constituted and administered, is a rogue country, worse than North Korea. Worse than North Korea. I mean, North Korea even have road. Whether it's few, it doesn't matter, but they have road. Maybe there are not much cars on it, but they have road. Their electricity may be epileptic, but it's better than that of Nigeria. Referendum is loading. Referendum, multi-regional referendum is loading. Speaking of the indifference of Africans, especially those in diaspora, to what is happening in Nigeria, I did reference a Nigerian who has been living in North America for over 45 years, telling new arrivals into British Columbia or elsewhere that they should forget about where they come from and live their life fully here, because he believes that's the best way they can resettle in a different country and be themselves. People from other countries are doing the same thing. They are going back to their home countries and getting rid of whatever property they have there and moving over to their adoptive countries for good. That's what this guy is saying. But this American professor, Professor James Small, has a different perspective. He believes that it is selfishness, it is lack of wisdom, lack of foresight that enables Africans moving into the United States to only focus on themselves and don't even care about their people dying in Nigeria, in Somalia, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in every country wherever there is crisis in Africa. Africa don't care. Even when black people are killed in North America, in the United States for the most part, like Nigerians and African citizens of these countries, resident in these countries, they don't care. They just continue with their business. While Black Lives Matter movement is going out on the street, protesting, holding court every day, making sure that the world gets to know what is happening to their families, how their children are getting killed, how their young people are getting cut short, their life getting cut short by the state in North America. That is what is behind this professor's frustration with Africans moving into the United States, Canada, Australia, Europe, wherever. They need to bring a certain energy to be back to their home countries in Africa, especially Nigeria, where terrorists are taking over the country and overrunning communities and replacing them. with the tacit support of a sitting government. People are quiet. They are not reacting to it the way they should. Here, Professor James Small on this.
They would not even use an
Let me ask you this question, brother. You are always in Africa. You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festivals. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force.
Exactly.
You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse because somebody got on some printed clothes that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings, and then because they speak a language, try to make you play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. That our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, you had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomena. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
There you have it. If you leave Africa, go to the United States, takes the job that an African American born in the United States of descendants of slaves, they believe that you are an economic enemy. And because you are not involved in political movements for positive change, they believe that you are also an enemy because you are not helping to make the society a better place, either in Africa, for example, in Nigeria, or in the United States. That's the lot of the black man, the burden of the black man. They need to rise up and change, especially black Africans in diaspora or in Africa. They need to come to that realization. We must come to the realization that people's movement makes all the difference. Some of us might need to die, might have to die for others to live and live life more abundantly. I believe the high priest said this when Christ was brought before him. He said it's important that one of us die that the whole nation perish not. We should care about the greater number of us than individuals. If we go it alone, we will lose. But if we care for each other, if we work together, we will succeed. This has been your guy, Stephen, from the Lower Niger Territory Radio. Radio Liberty.
Now, yes, wonderful. That's how I want it. You see this line here? This was northern Nigeria. This is southern Nigeria. Can you see the landmass? When independence was coming, they conducted a census. The whole of this place had 17% of Nigeria's population. 17%. British, because of what they had in mind to create a political structure that will make this one's permanent majority in all political decisions to be made in Nigeria, so that they can sit in Buckingham Palace and talk to Sokoto Palace and take whatever they want in Port Harcourt and Lagos without talking to any of you troublemakers. That's the whole purpose. And they've had it for 100 years plus. And we're still here swearing to defend and uphold the constitution they imposed that make us slave. When did Azigboro arise? Was it not 6 years down the road that they declared Niger Delta Republic from the same disputation that have now brought about Ment and the Adventure? Was it any different? They didn't keep that. The other part, who is from the Middle Belt here? The killings that are going on in the place. If you look at this north now, it hasn't changed. These boundaries you see here have not changed. That north that begins from here, this is about Gakem area to Meduguri and Sokoto there. The portion in green, these 12 states that passed Sharia the other day officially. The balance, the one in purple, was where Ahmadu Bello wanted Sharia for the northern region, going into independence. That's when the British go away, it will be Sharia for his region. The other people, Joseph Tucker and all the ones from the Middle Belt, say, no, our people are not Muslims and we can't be part of one region if Sharia will be in place. They had to find common ground because they wanted a Middle Belt region. They fought and fought, they were being put down. The British settled it this way. They removed Sharia from the table and brought what they called penal code, so that those who are Christians can function freely, uninhibited in that. And that was the condition upon which the Middle Belt became part of northern region of Nigeria. Therefore, from the day in year 2000 that those 12 states, the portion in green in your map, from the day in year 2000 that those 12 states simultaneously imposed Sharia in their contiguous territory, they had moved away from that foundational agreement. They have seceded from the Union of Nigeria. They have seceded from the secular Federation of Nigeria. Having so seceded, they reinforce, they are now coming to overrun the rest of the place. And why do they have to resort to that? The constitutional instruments they put in place, including the one the British helped them to put in place since 1914 to 1922 to 1946. I'm sure you heard about Macpherson and Littleton, all the way to independence. That became 63, which collapsed in 66. I'm now landing in the one that is on the table. And what we must do, which if we don't do, we will pay in blood. If we don't do, we will pay in blood. It doesn't matter what the noise elsewhere is. When it came for the British to go, and they were asking those territories they had governed for over 70 years at the time. How do you guys continue when we go? They had governed them as 3 different countries. Nobody knew what they were doing in the north. Nobody knew what they were doing in the east or the west. Gradually, the meetings that began to bring them together started happening towards the 50s. By the time we came to 53, Enohoro moved the motion for independence because they thought they had come to where they could become independent. The northern delegates opposed it and defeated it. What was their reason? They said, oh, we cannot go from British colonialism, that we're backward. We're not yet in a position to compete with you. So if we go to independence now, the British will step away, you step into their shoes, then we remain where we are. You can go your own. The British didn't tell anybody why they wanted the Union to be. Remember that before then, Ahmadu Bello had cause to lament that this was the mistake of 1914, that Nigeria was a mistake of 1914. And not long after, Awolowo also had reason to say that this geographical expression, no, the ones who were building Nigeria did not believe in it up till that point. At what point did it now become something that had become non-negotiable, sacrosanct, indivisible? Because they've managed to impose, constitutional models away from what was agreed. Because by the time they were getting ready, they had to make themselves constitutions. Like you have Germany and France and Portugal going into European Union. All the negotiations of what they would do for themselves and what they will allow the European Union authorities to do for them. The federal government is supposed to be a union office for independent units. And that was how they came. Yes, that's how they came to where they became one country, to have accepted that level of autonomy. And it was Ahmadu Bello that made that demand. In all, by 1966, the 5 constitutions that defined the federation, the coup came, those constitutions were toppled. All those who are talking about restructuring and how it will happen, those constitutions that were toppled defined the Federation of Nigeria. From the moment they were toppled, the Federation of Nigeria ceased to be. The country was still in place. And a rogue federal government emerged. Elements who, wearing the garment of that Nigeria that had died, began to run riot, seizing the assets of all the federating units, which were contributing only 15% of their income, as they agreed to, for the upkeep of the center. The center didn't own anything. So we came from being a federation into this unitarism. And by the time they were going to hand over in 1979, they had found a way to also work out something that became a constitution that was not discussed. And it was that constitution that was not discussed, in which they had created all kinds of structures from the 4 regions they met that were on ground in 1966. We have now 36 states created by decree. So a new majority has emerged. Each of the states have 3 senators at the place. So, 4 local government areas, in which Kano alone has 44, and Lagos that had the same 20 local governments with them at the beginning is still keeping 20, whereas Kano had been broken into Kano and Jigawa. Between the 2 of them, they have 71 local government areas. What are they bringing to the treasury? Nothing. All the money Nigeria has to spend is between the oil money, the port money, and the VAT that is raised here. These people who bring nothing take 72% as of right in the place of sharing. And they're the ones who decide what other people...
Yeah, they decide the fate of other people. People in Jigawa became the owners of the oil and gas deposits in the eastern flank of the country. I mean, the basis for Nigeria's existence isn't even there. By the confession of Ahmadu Bello. So we keep forcing ourselves to be where nobody wants to be. Until Southern and Middle Belt indigenous nationalities rise up and demand, without being settled, for a binding multi-regional referendum, all that we're doing is a waste of time. All those politicking, all those positioning themselves, talking about 2023 as if our life and redemption lies on it, they are deceiving themselves. The cat is already exposed. It's out of the bottle. They cannot deceive us forever.
Nigeria nationhood, cohesion, do we have one? I know we don't have one. Nigeria is still yearning for nationhood after her independence since 1960. Perhaps one of the greatest fault lines we have is the way itself by which we came together, cobbled together by Lord Lugard on the 1st of January 1914. Perhaps one of the most or the strongest fault lines is the way we were even named when we were formerly called Royal Niger Company Protectorates. And one young lady felt that name was too long. And she wrote an article in the London Economic Times on the 8th of January 1897. I said we should call that country, that area around the Niger area, which was how we came by the name Nigeria. We didn't really agree that we were going to be one country. The Berlin West African Conference of about 1844 to 1845 merely partitioned West Africa amongst the Portuguese, the Germans, the English people, and all that. So it was not as if we agreed to come together as one nation, which is why everyone is still suspicious of the other one. We already had the Hausa city-states, the Igbo city-states, the Karen Bonu Empire. Remember, we had great kingdoms, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire. Remember the great role of Oba Ovorami Nogbaise, the man who told the British, don't visit Benin during that holy month in December of 1897. And the British said they must visit. And of course, the guards who were in charge of the moat seized them and killed them. That was what led to the infamous Benin Punitive Expedition of 1898, February, led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't we know about people like great kings like Oba or like King Jaja of Opobo? They were already there. Moremi, Queen Idia. So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. A trade that was to ravage us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudo Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe, a small village near Agenibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her? That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays and you see the various town unions, because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And My bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimums of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today had just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words, unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven. After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually decree number 24 of 1999. So the American Constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian Constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can now enjoy the legitimacy, the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people, because it is not autonomous. It is not people-driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran, after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems, so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you're warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic a great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered. He never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace. There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
While the oil and gas extracted from Nigeria is getting smuggled out of the country, after being shipped out as crude and being refined and returned to the country, it's now getting smuggled out of Nigeria to neighboring countries where it fetches the smugglers more money. while Nigerians don't even have it. Or where they have it, they are now talking about increase, like doubling the price, thereby making life unlivable for the people. So this is the country that some people want to die for instead of going for referendum.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits out of selling Nigerian fuel illegally. Smugglers sell the stolen petrol at significantly lower prices than conventional service stations do. Our reporter Blaise Iyong spoke to illegal vendors and their customers in the city of Marua in northern Cameroon.
Official petrol stations like these are losing business to illegal fuel traders in Cameroon. Stolen fuel from neighboring Nigeria is readily available for trade in the country. For 7 years, Abdulaziz Aduka has been selling illegal fuel in Marua, northern Cameroon. The 27-year-old says he sells at least 1,200 liters of petrol daily.
This illicit fuel has been the main source of income for me and my family. I'm able to put food on the table and take care of my family's needs.
This is one of the warehouses where fuel is stored in this city. The illicit fuel is smuggled to Cameroon through its vast land and sea border with Nigeria, and then transported by vehicle to distribution points like this. Even when Nigerians are faced with fuel shortage, the supply is constant in Cameroon. Cameroon produces its own fuel, but the stolen Nigerian petrol is far cheaper here. Motor taxi rider Sylvain has not been to a petrol station for 6 years.
This fuel is very cheap, and that's the reason I prefer to use it. At the petrol station, sometimes, not even sometimes, the price is always fixed around 664 CFA francs. However, the illicit fuel is sold for 350 francs, maybe 400, or when it's expensive, it can be sold for 500 francs. And that's why I use the illicit fuel.
Though the sale of smuggled fuel is illegal in Cameroon, the trade is done in the open. It's hard to walk 300 meters without seeing someone selling fuel in most parts of the country. Abdurrahman Ali makes $40 from selling fuel in a good day. He says the authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
A country at war with itself, like Nigeria, will have her resources getting into wrong hands. Just like the Nigerian government fell into wrong hand, so also other Nigerian resources has fallen into wrong hands from the 60s till this moment. And that's why Nigeria is not at peace. That's why Nigeria is bleeding for a referendum, multi-regional binding referendum to be conducted by the United Nations. Until this takes place, well, this kind of development will continue to be a common feature. Nigeria will continue to experience disquietness at all levels.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits.
The authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
We have people sent by the city council who take money from us and allow us to continue the trade. We pay a little under $4 every month.
These are Cameroonians
Once this
speaking.
fee is paid, we're allowed to do business.
Cameroonians,
No one comes here to stop us.
Cameroonians trading
We're
on
not
Nigeria's
worried about
fuel.
anything.
That's
The
what
exact
happens
number
to a
of stolen
third
Nigerian
country.
fuel that enters Cameroon is not known. But according to local media reports, the illegal trade is about $5 million a year. It is said to provide good income for smugglers and local vendors.
NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination, is an alliance of ethnic nationalities from the Middle Belt, Southwest and Lower Niger region. On the 16th of December 2020, NINAS declared a constitutional force majeure against the illegitimate 1999 constitution. NINAS demanded that the federal government acknowledge the constitutional grievances expressed by the ethnic nationalities, as well as begin the decommissioning of the 1999 constitution, and no further election should be conducted on the 1999 Constitution until all grievances are resolved. To support NIAS and the constitutional force majeure, sign the petition at www.ninasffm.org/register to end 1999 Constitution now. To speak with Ninas, call the number 0823-425-4584 or 070-5924-9885. NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination, is an alliance of ethnic nationalities from the Middle Belt, Southwest, and Lower Niger region. On the 16th of December 2020, NINAS declared a constitutional force majeure against the illegitimate 1999 Constitution. NINAS demanded that the federal government acknowledge the constitutional grievances expressed by the ethnic nationalities, as well as begin the decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution, and no further election should be conducted on the 1999 Constitution until all grievances are resolved. To support NIAS and the constitutional force majeure, sign the petition at www.ninasffm.org/register to end 1999 Constitution now. To speak with NINAS, call the number 0823-425-4584 or 070-5924-9885.
Here's Abakoya's position today. On Deadline, Ibadan, December 2nd, 2021. Constitutional grievances, union dispute, and countdown to the enforcement of the people's will. Abakoya declaring that no further national elections in Yoruba land under the fraudulent 1999 Constitution, whilst demanding the immediate release of Sunday Igboho and rejecting any increase in petroleum prices. Between December 2020 to December 2021, the NINA CFM Constitutional Force Majeure implementation has moved from enlightenment to mobilization, and it's now heading to the enforcement threshold. Here is Abakoya on their release earlier today.
wọ́n ní àwọn ọlọ́pàá àbáwọn kiri kan ní wọn gbọ́dọ̀ jáde àgbọ̀gbọ̀ bí wọ́n jáde alápàdé mo sí ẹni tó lè kojú kìnìún nínú gbé. Agbẹ́kọ̀yà ń fi àsìkò yìí yàtọ̀ sí lẹ́tà tá a fún àwọn kábíyèsí wa a sọ fún wọn pé constitution yẹn ẹnìkan ò lè máa yẹ nìkan jẹ àwọn alákàwé jù ní Nàìjíríà Haúsá kan wà lè máa jọ ìdálẹ́wà lórí lójoojúmọ́ lọ ká dákẹ́. Constitution wa tí wọ́n bá lè dágbé wọn lé lọ 1960 láti fún bàbá owó lọ́wọ́ kí wọ́n jẹ́ ká jókòó ká ṣe constitution mi láì ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kò ní síbò 2023 o. ṣe lénìí tá a torí ẹ̀ dálé lórí ni pé kí ìjọba àpapọ̀ ìjọba Nàìjíríà kó lọ bá ìjọba Benin àti Nàìjíríà kan fọ torí koríko kí wọ́n fi Sunday Igboho sílẹ̀. Sunday Igboho kì í ṣe kírímínà. Sunday Igboho kì í ṣàpànìyàn. Sunday Igboho kì í ṣe kidnapper. Sunday Igboho ó ń gbìjà aráàlú ni nítorí pé insecurity yìí ó ti pọ̀ jù. Kò sábò tó péye ní Nàìjíríà. Ohun tí Sunday Igboho ṣe nìyẹn kí wá ṣe pé ó ti wá di ọ̀daràn. Ìkíní, ìkejì, fuel price yẹn nípa epo rọ̀bì tá a lò kí wọ́n má try láti increase ẹ̀. Kí wọ́n má try láti increase ẹ̀. Kí wọ́n má try láti increase fuel price. Ìkẹta, kidnapper kí kálukú sá lọ Àgbẹ̀kọ̀yà ti jáde. Kí gbogbo kidnapper sá lọ ráúrá báyìí. Gbogbo South West gbogbo tó bá gbà la máa fún gbogbo wọn báyìí. Ìkẹrin, ebi ń pa aráàlú. Buhari, ebi ń pa aráàlú. Èmi ò mọ nǹkan kan tẹ́ ẹ ṣe. Ẹ jẹ́ kára ó ní kára aláàrú kára dẹ̀ wọ́n. Tẹ́ ẹ bá ń kọ̀ntínú báyìí. Kò dáa. Ìkẹrin, restructuring. Constitution tá ń lò kò dáa. Constitution decree àwọn sójà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe constitution mi tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ti 1960. Lè máa continue kí ìyà máa jẹ wá. Gbogbo Boko Haram lẹ ti fi lẹ̀. Gbogbo Boko Haram lẹ ti fi lẹ̀ fi Sunday Igboho lẹ̀. Sunday Igboho ọ̀pààyàn kò ṣe kankan. Tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá wá fi Sunday Igboho lẹ̀. Restructuring ó ṣe pàtàkì. Ẹ jẹ́ ká restructure Nàìjíríà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká restructure Nàìjíríà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká padà sófin 1960. Àwa akàwé amọ̀ntí ń lọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ju gbogbo yín lọ. Àfófin amúnisìn. Àfẹ́kẹ́nìkan máa fẹ́rù kan ṣẹ́rú. Ajáde tán báyìí ní àbẹ̀rù yín o. Ọlọ́run ọba nìkan lẹ bẹ̀rù. Lè pa àyàn kẹ́ ẹ tún jí. Tí ẹ lè pa wá. Lè dàgbẹ́kọ̀yà mú. Olúwa ń gbọ́. Tí ẹ bá fẹ́ ká jáde tán, á jáde tán tá a tán pẹ̀lú yín. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, àbẹ̀rù, àwa ò gbọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀sùn. Ìgbésẹ̀ àwọn àgbààgbà ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, àwọn kan wọ́n ṣàwọlé.
Between December 2020 to December 2021, the NINA CFM Constitutional Force Majeure implementation has moved from enlightenment to mobilization and is now heading to the enforcement threshold.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINA's campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty, NINA Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINA's alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, it has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty, masquerading as Nigeria, are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
Amidst the union dispute declared by the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, on December 16, 2020, when the regional political merchants are done with their horse-trading charade labeled political solution to separatists and secessionists, they will dismount from their high horses and soberly engage the self-determination questions arising from the grave constitutional grievances inflicted by Nigeria's imposed unitary constitutional order on the peoples of the distressed Federation of Nigeria. Until then, let folly reign in the refugee camp of regional renegades called Abuja, said by Tony Nadi, December 2nd, 2021. There's something else that is like this. That one had questions to ask. Here it goes. Wale Arishekola asked the following questions. He says, if anyone has any answers, they should please wake him up and in the morning and let him know what the answers are to these questions. What suddenly happened to the Bring Back Our Girls movement? Have all the girls returned, or it was a mere selfish project by aggrieved individuals? Number 2, why has Duzuki not gone back to court to face charges for his monumental fraud since he was granted bail last year? Does bail mean all charges have been dropped forever, or has he been going to court secretly? Number 3, those who promise that they will expose the sponsors of Boko Haram as soon as possible, what are they still waiting for? Are the sponsors still elusive 5 years down the line? We haven't heard the name of the name or prosecution of any sponsor. 4. Where is Sadiq Oguche, the mastermind of the Nyanya bombing, and Kabiru Sokoto, who was apprehended for the Suleja Catholic Church bombing? Where are they? 5. When Boko Haram members repent, unquote, and get rehabilitated, how do they not mention their sponsors? Also, how do we monitor them to ensure they don't go back to rejoin the terrorists? Number 6. Where are we on the sensational NDDC/off-mic exposure? Are the people just going to get away with such monumental fraud as exposed by Ababio and Co.? 7. What is the outcome of EFCC's investigation into the alleged multi-billion naira financial misappropriation and embezzlement by the chairman and commissioners of Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission and illegal use of the commission's money against President's directive to buy expensive luxury cars for themselves and their spouses? Number 8. Where are we on the Magu issue? Is he still on suspension or has he been removed? Was he found guilty or was it just a setup? Number 9. How did the police arrive at discharging Abba Kyari without releasing the circumstances surrounding his involvement and vindication by the Special Panel of Investigation? Does it mean that FBI lied? Is it the duty of a police officer, crime investigator, to mediate between a teller and an international criminal? Number 10. When will we see the report of the NNPC audit that was promised to be released within the first 6 months? Anyone with sensible answers to any of or all of the above is invited to help out. This is courtesy of Advocacy for Good Governance Social Network. Again, the whole thing that contains all that Wale, what is his full name again? Wale Arishekola, the whole thing that, the 10 questions he just put out now, they are all embedded in the Constitution of Nigeria. The 1999 Constitution is the reason all the problem, all the headache, all the stomach upset, all the challenges, all the lack of water, electricity, road, infrastructures, all the discrimination, all the bloodletting, all the Fulani terrorists. Muhammadu Buhari. It is because of that constitution. That's why we are where we are. And so the earlier we get it sorted out, the better for everyone. And it is the best thing that can happen to Africa, that we get it sorted out. Others will come to learn it from us. So check out ninasvoice.org, Lower Niger Congress.org.
See how it works. The amendment that allots direct funds to the local government areas automatically removes the control of the governors over the local government areas. Part of what will come with that is that INEC is also taking over the conduct of local government elections over and above the state electoral commissions that were doing that before now. Between the two, the governors are pushed aside. The governors are removed from being in control of the affairs of local government, and that means the communities across the length and breadth of Nigeria. When you combine that with the other amendment that talks about new rules for citizenship and indigenship by registration, you will then see that the grand objective of these amendments is to take hold of control of the grassroots countrywide, of the local governments countrywide, and also make provision for how the invaders, the Fulani, will be documented as indigents and citizens across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Between the two, I tell you, you have lost your sovereignty, you've lost your land, because it is whoever INEC will process that will become council chairman. And it is whatever the council chairman will do that will become what you get to see. The Ruga, the whole purpose is to give a head start to the Ruga that had been rejected in all the forms it had come before. They've come in the name of local government autonomy to curb corruption and all that kind of nonsense. It is for the purpose of giving constitutional framework to the Ruga that they've been planning all this while. That's just what it is. There's no other thing to this whole amendment charade.
Speaking of the indifference of Africans, especially those in diaspora, to what is happening in Nigeria, I did reference a Nigerian who has been living in North America for over 45 years, telling new arrivals into British Columbia or elsewhere that they should forget about where they come from and live their life fully here, because he believes that's the best way they can resettle in a different country and be themselves. People from other countries are doing the same thing. They are going back to their home countries and getting rid of whatever property they have there and moving over to their adoptive countries for good. That's what this guy is saying. But this American professor, Professor James Small, has a different perspective. He believes that it is selfishness, it is lack of wisdom, lack of foresight that enables African Americans, Africans moving into the United States to only focus on themselves and don't even care about their people dying in Nigeria, in Somalia, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in every country wherever there is crisis in Africa, Africa don't care. Even when black people are killed in North America, in the United States for the most part, like Nigerians and African citizens of these countries, resident in these countries, they don't care. They just continue with their business. While Black Lives Matter movement is going out on the street, protesting, holding court every day, making sure that the world gets to know what is happening to their families, how their children are getting killed, how their young people are getting cut short, their life getting cut short by the state in North America. That is what is behind this professor's frustration with Africans moving into the United States, Canada, Australia, Europe, wherever. They need to bring a certain energy to be back to their home countries in Africa, especially Nigeria, where terrorists are taking over the country and overrunning communities and replacing them. With the tacit support of a sitting government, people are quiet. They are not reacting to it the way they should. Here, Professor James Small on this.
They would not even use an app.
Let me ask you this question, brother. You are always in Africa. You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force.
Exactly.
You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse because somebody got on some printed clothes that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings, and then because they speak a language, try to make you play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or that's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. That our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, you had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomenon. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
There you have it. If you leave Africa, go to the United States, takes the job that an African American born in the United States of descendants of slaves, they believe that you are an economic enemy. And because you are not involved in political movements for positive change, they believe that you are also an enemy because you are not helping to make the society a better place, either in Africa, for example, in Nigeria, or in the United States. That's the lot of the black man, the burden of the black man. They need to rise up and change, especially black Africans in diaspora or in Africa. They need to come to that realization. We must come to the realization that people's movement makes all the difference. Some of us might need to die, might have to die for others to live and live life more abundantly. I believe the high priest said this when Christ was brought before him. He said it's important that one of us die that the whole nation perish not. We should care about the greater number of us than individuals. If we go it alone, we will lose. But if we care for each other, if we work together, we will succeed. This has been your guy, Stephen, from the Lower Niger Territory Radio. Radio Liberty. Here's news carried by the South China Morning Post, one of the largest national circulating newspaper in China. It reports that China is making an offer to send security team to Nigeria. This is in continuation of China's effort to take over institutions and space in Nigeria, just like they have done to Sri Lanka, to Uganda, Zambia, and other countries, poor countries where they are, third world countries where they are going to set foot and spread their tentacles. The West African country has been battling a series of insurgencies, and China has expressed concern about its citizens. China is expressing concern about Chinese citizens in Nigeria, and as a result, they want to send their military advisors, their military people. It's about the institutions. Remember, they've been given loans that are not being paid for. Unpaid loans that are not being serviced. That is a precursor to taking over institutions. That's what China is doing here. Military and security training is a long-established method for Beijing to enhance its influence in Africa. China has offered to send criminal investigation experts to Nigeria to help tackle the country's security problems. They love Nigeria, China. The Chinese ambassador, Kui Jianchun,
disclosed the offer on Wednesday during an event at Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria to celebrate a Chinese-funded scholarship. China never gives you anything for free. No. China does not give you nothing without something in return. And they're going to finish Africa. Just like they did to Sri Lanka. They took over Sri Lanka as a seaport. The same evil China is opposing UN probe of Tigray abuses by the government in Ethiopia. That's the type of country China is. UN Human Rights Council meeting requested by UN voted to set up 3-member team to investigate alleged abuses in the Ethiopian civil war. Just weeks before, Foreign Minister Wang Yi reiterated Beijing's support for the Ethiopian government because they are getting contracts from them. Current government of Ethiopia gave China contract to build, one of the contracts to build rail line that ran from Addis Ababa to Djibouti, because at the departure of Eritrea, Ethiopia became landlocked. China built that rail line on loan, and they provided the workers too. China.
And the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination are calling for a new constitution that will capture the needs of all ethnic nationalities in the country. It warned that nothing will get better in Nigeria under the unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Professor Yusuf Turaki, who spoke at the press conference on behalf of the NINA's board of conveners, warned that any attempt to conduct the 2023 general election with the 1999 constitution may lead the country to a failed state.
The idea of anarchy, because some people are fixing the constitution, if you don't allow the National Assembly to fix the constitution, there will be anarchy. Not at all. What we're asking is that this 1999 constitution, let all Nigerians phase it out. And then we have a good way of developing a constitution, legitimate constitution for the whole of Nigeria. The way this present 99 constitution is being implemented is not to the best interests of some sections of Nigeria.
Those politicians that are talking about elections under that constitution are telling us that our sovereignty is now with them. I pray they don't find out on the streets, like it happened in many jurisdictions, that our sovereignty is not with them. And talking about the election that is coming, is Nigeria meant for election or election for Nigeria? People are talking about debt. People are talking about impoverishment that has made Nigeria the global capital for poverty. Everything that will fail has failed. And we know that it is this constitution that is directly responsible for everything we complain about.
The constitutional force majeure and the countdown to the enthronement of the will of the people. Being the text of a stock-taking status and next steps statement presented December 19, 2021 by the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, at a World Press Conference in Lagos, 1 year after the December 16, 2020 activation of the Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, CFM. Team, terminating the fraud of 1999 protocols. Dear compatriots and gentlemen of the press, whereas A, by a joint multi-regional constitutional force majeure CFM proclamation, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, declared a union dispute on the ground of grave constitutional grievances with a 5-point demand and a 90-day period of notice to the government of the Federation of Nigeria, within which formal commitments must be made by the federal government of Nigeria for the resolution of those grave grievances, failing which the people of the Alliance territories may reconsider the limited toleration and allegiance being extended to the disputed 1999 Constitution. An online petition addressed to the UN Security Council was launched by NINAS to keep the international community abreast of the development in Nigeria regarding the aforementioned union dispute. B. For ease of reference, we reproduce here the 5-point demand of the NINAS CFM, Constitutional Force Majeure, which now stands as the 5-point proposition of NINAS to peoples of Nigeria, currently being pursued vigorously by the peoples themselves to retrieve their sovereignty, hijacked since 1967 by the federal government. Unquote. 1. A formal announcement by the federal government of Nigeria acknowledging the constitutional grievances and sovereignty dispute now declared by the peoples of South and Middle Belt of Nigeria. 2. A formal commitment by the federal government of Nigeria to the wholesale decommissioning and jettisoning of the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria, as was done by the government of apartheid-era South Africa in 1990, to commence the process by which the apartheid constitution of the then South Africa was eased out. 3. A formal announcement by the federal government of Nigeria suspending further general elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, since winners of such elections will swear to and govern by that discredited Constitution. 4. A formal initiation of a time-bound transitioning process to midwife the emergence of fresh constitutional protocols by a 2-stage process in which the constituent regional blocks will at the first stage distill and ratify their various constitutions by referendums and plebiscites, and in the second stage negotiate the terms of federating afresh as may be dictated by the outcomes of referendum and plebiscites. 5. A formal invitation to the peoples of the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria to work out and emplace a transitional authority which shall specify the modalities for the transitioning process, including the composition and mandate of the transitional authority, as well as the time frame for the transitioning and other ancillary matters. At the expiration of the 90-day notice, March 16, 2021, a 30-day period of consultations was extended to the state governors and other elected officials from March 17, 2021, after which another 120-day period of consultations was extended to the peoples of Nigeria and the stakeholder segment of the international community from April 17, 2021. Concluded August 16, 2021. Thereafter, a million-man freedom march was staged at the UN headquarters in New York, September 14 through 24, 2021. During the 76th session of the UN General Assembly. D. The outcome of these notices and consultations has been spectacular and successful as they forced to the front burner a much more enlightened debate around the agitations for a grand reconfiguration of the damaged constitutional foundations of the distressed Nigerian Federation, producing a countrywide consensus against the unitary constitution of Nigeria. E. Specifically, the federal government of Nigeria, in response to the NINA's constitutional force majeure, rushed to the National Assembly for constitution amendments targeted as some kind of palliative to the grievances raised. But the National Assembly, for the first time, confessed it does not possess the constituent powers required to make or remake constitution for Nigeria. This is the first part of the press conference of yesterday. The second part will follow accordingly. It's a press statement from NINA's alliance. NINA's alliance is intact and focused on its stated mission, despite the resignation of its erstwhile chairman, Professor Banji Akintoye, and the exit of his faction of Ilana Omo-Oduwa. This is a statement by NINA's Board of Conveners issued December 1st, 2021. Gentlemen of the press, an emergency conclave of the Conveners of Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, was held today, December 1, 2021, to review, amongst other things, recent developments in one of our alliance organizations, Ilana Omo-Oduwa, the resignation of Professor Banji Akintoye from the chairmanship of NINAS, and the exit of his faction of Ilana Omo-Oduwa from the NINAS Alliance. This statement is to address the deluge of inquiries that was poured into the NINA Secretariat from concerned members of public regarding these developments. 1. Let us record that the Secretariat of NINAS, while reaching out to all sides involved, had on the 18th of November 2021 issued a statement to calm altercations arising from an Ilana Omo-Oduwa press conference addressed November 18, 2021 by the Deputy Chairman of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, Otumba Shade Olukoya, concerning months of lingering difficulties within Ilana Omo-Oduwa, bordering on certain actions and liaisons of the leader of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, Professor Banji Akintoye, that could imperil the self-determination campaign of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, inviting Professor Akintoye, therefore, to step back from his role as Ilana leader in order to abet the many conflicts and controversies emanating from the aforementioned actions and liaisons. 2. While frantic mediation efforts were still being made by the Secretariat to douse tension, Maxwell Adeleye, who described himself as Communications Director of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, issued and massively circulated in the media outlandish falsehoods in which he avoided the well-known issues rocking Ilana Omo-Oduwa and claimed, amongst other things, that the sum of $350 million naira was disbursed by Abuja to procure the Ilana press conference of November 18, 2021. Adeleye also deliberately created the impression that NINAS was somehow behind the Ilana press conference of November 18, 2021. 3. Unfortunately, and to our utter shock, Professor Banji Akintoye, who knew for certain that these claims of Maxwell Adeleye were just fabrications, went on to corroborate the fabrications in a virtual meeting of a Yoruba global audience the next day, putting names and motives to Maxwell's falsehoods. In that virtual meeting, Professor Akintoye said that the money from Abuja came from Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and given to Otumba Shade Olukoya for the purpose of dragging him, Akintoye, off the stage. To compound matters, Professor Akintoye went on to allege that Otumba Olukoya had been pressuring them in Ilana to help work Vice President Yemi Osinbajo into becoming the next president of Nigeria. We do hope that Professor Yemi Osinbajo will take up this matter with those who crafted and circulated this tale. 4. The statement issued by Maxwell Adeleye on behalf of Professor Akintoye and 43 others, November 30, 2021, conveying the resignation of of Professor Banji Akintoye from the chairmanship of NINAS, as well as the exit of his faction from Ilana Omo-Oduah from the NINAS alliance. Even more egregious falsehoods. I'll go over that 4 again. The statement issued by Maxwell Adeleye on behalf of Professor Akintoye and 43 others, November 30th, 2021, just yesterday, conveying the resignation of Professor Banji Akintoye from the chairmanship of NINAS, as well as the exit of his faction of Ilana Omo-Oduah from the NINAS alliance, contained even more egregious falsehoods. The false impression was deliberately created by the said November 30, 2021 statement that there was a type of self-determination being pursued by NINAS and LNC that was different from the type that Ilana Omo-Oduah was pursuing. This is strange because the objectives, roadmap, and strategy outlines of NINAS are very clearly stated in all of NINAS public communications over the years, particularly the December 16, 2020 NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation. Combined with the earlier falsehood that Abuja had procured the November 18, 2021 press conference, it is clear that the orchestrations of the departed faction of Ilana were targeted at deceiving the public into believing that NINAS was somehow working for other objectives apart from its clear-cut and unwavering pursuit of self-determination for all the indigenous nationalities of the Alliance territories, being the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria. Number 5. For the records and for the avoidance of doubt, Professor Banji Akintoye was first introduced sometime in 2018 to NINAS by Otumba Shade Olukoya, who had been involved with the processes for many years. While our initial discussions were going on, the emergence of Atiku Abubakar on the as the presidential candidate with restructuring credentials, unquote, sucked in a great number of people towards the 2019 election in what became known as articulation at the time. And so it was that our new associate, Professor Banji Akintoye, went off with his other associates in the articulation gambit. We moved on to the historic NINAS Joint Multi-Regional Freedom Park Proclamation of December 11, 2018, which firmly set the basis for the Constitutional Force Majeure of December 16, 2020. The engagements with the policy beltways of Washington, D.C. took the whole of January to July of 2019 and was followed by the August 2019 visitation of the UN Special Rapporteur into Nigeria to investigate widespread extrajudicial killings. It was only in the last quarter of 2019 that Professor Akintoye contacted Otumba Shade Olukoya to fully join the NINAS fold. The chairmanship of NINAS fell on him on account of the zeal, clarity, and commitment he displayed towards the NINAS propositions. It is therefore not true that Professor Akintoye provided leadership for NINAS since inception, as claimed by Maxwell in his November 30th, 2021 statement. Professor Akintoye came 2 years ago into a process that took over 22 years to get to where it is now. There is no doubt whatsoever that Professor Banji Akintoye meritoriously advanced the NINAS campaign, particularly in Yoruba land, reaching out to his associates across the country and substantially shattering the long-standing jinx around the Igbo-Yoruba collaboration, which he said was Chief Obafemi Awolowo's solemn prescription in the last days of the sage, who was Professor Akintoye's political mentor. Credit for this feat will forever go to Professor Akintoye, and we wish him good health and longevity, even as he veers off in another direction in search of the destination we all identified in NINAS. 6. In closing, the NINAS Board of Conveners is pleased to announce to all the organizations across the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria which have been clamoring to join NINAS Alliance that modalities has been in place to admit all organizations that publicly and fully subscribe to propositions and prescriptions of the December 16, 2020 NINA's constitutional force majeure proclamation into regional delegations to NINAS. I'll go over 6 again. It's not done. In closing, the NINAS Board of Conveners is pleased to announce to all the organizations across the south and middle belt of Nigeria, which has been clamoring to join NINAS Alliance, that modalities has been in place to admit all organizations that publicly and fully subscribe to propositions and prescriptions of the December 16, 2020 NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation into regional delegations to NINAS. These modalities will be made public in the second week of December 2021 by the NINAS Secretariat. Signed for NINAS Board of Conveners, Tony Nadi, the Convening Secretary, December 1, 2021.
Whatever form of insecurity you can think of, Nigeria has it aplenty. Whether it is food insecurity, educational, health, economic, electricity, job, developmental, physical insecurity, they are all there and increasing by the day. The type under consideration here is physical insecurity from Fulani militia or Fulani terrorists and from Islamist terrorists, aka bandits or Boko Haram. And there are reports that at times these two groups of killers carry out joint massacres. They carry out joint operations. What one believes are the causes of this type of insecurity depends on the amount of research, if any, that one has done, plus, most importantly, on one's level of morality. There are two broad opinions for the causes of this insecurity. Some say that it's due to bad governance, while others say it's an agenda to eliminate the indigenous peoples in order to grab their lands. Whichever of these two opinions, the big question is, why are Nigerians preparing for general elections in 2023 while there is such a raging insecurity? Included in that question is the fact that in Nigeria, general elections are violent events in themselves, with the use of thugs and killers in a do-or-die contest that in itself also adds to the already present insecurity. By now, with the long history of mankind behind us, Nigeria would be expected to know what is good for community. For instance, the basic knowledge that security is an essential ingredient for economic growth and national development. Not only does that attract investors, both domestic and foreign, but it puts people's minds in the right frame of calmness in order to innovate and progress. Right now, with all the kidnappings and armed killers moving about freely, even simple traveling has become so very stressful, and not just because of the terrible condition of the potholed roads. In December 2020, the influential U.S. House of Representatives non-partisan Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission held an important hearing on conflict and killings in Nigeria's Middle Belt. What was clear from that hearing is that increasingly evidence was pointing to genocide unfolding in the Middle Belt. Reports from various sources and events in Nigeria since then show that this slaughter for land grabbing is spreading at an alarming rate. In fact, in the presentation made by Baroness Cox during the hearing, she provided a slide with information that as at May 2020, 350 Igbo villages had become occupied by Fulani herders and Shua Arab mercenaries. The slide also stated that as at that time, Boko Haram had killed 43,000 people and Islamist Fulani had killed 19,000. In that same hearing, it came out that Nigeria has no effective civilian security, no effective police protection, and terrorists appear to enjoy freedom of movement. All this means that organized criminals are terrorizing Nigerians across the land.
This hearing had confirmed what Nigerians knew through experience. It is that Nigeria is a terrifying place, and thousands who can are fleeing the country, heading mainly for Western countries. A difference between the people of Western countries and the people of Nigeria is in how they each deal with existential threats. The way that violence and evil are spreading in Nigeria and the horrific manner that entire communities are slaughtered, and with even children maimed and raped, then hacked to death, is alarming. Yet, there has been no adequate response so far from the majority of citizens, especially in the Middle Belt, if I must add. Under such an atmosphere of massive insecurity, the regular news being promoted by government, by mainstream media, by NGOs and CSOs, by church leaders, by scholars, and by influencers is that Nigerians should begin to prepare for elections in 2023. It is as if the massacres going on in the country mean nothing. It is as if the lives of the slaughtered mean nothing. It's as if the plight of those displaced by the extreme violence means nothing. Over 3 million Nigerians are scattered in IDP camps in Cameroon, Chad, Niger Republic, and other places. Nigeria has over 3 million of her citizens in refugee camps. Sometimes they are called internally displaced people, IDP. Previously, in September of 2019, United Nations Special Rapporteur for Extrajudicial and Arbitrary Executions, Agnes Kalamard, had described Nigeria's arrangement as an injustice pressure cooker. That gives rise to extreme concern, and warning signs are flashing bright red. Experts have clearly shown that it is the imposed 1999 Constitution, a forgery that creates injustices, enables insecurity, and facilitates corruption. Those approaching elections of 2023 will renew the life of that illegitimate 1999 Constitution when the winner swears an oath of office to uphold it, defend it, and govern by it. Those pushing for election 2023 seem blinded to realities. Their hearts are fixed on the personal gains they get under the illegitimate 1999 Constitution, and not on the horrors and tortures that victims of massacre enabled by that Constitution have gone through and would go through. They are so held captive by selfish interests that they fail to see that the only thing that happens to a brutal and barbaric country is the complete collapse, then termination of such a place. So, it is judged as sensible to prepare for election 2023 with such raging insecurity going on. I will take that again. So, is it judged as sensible to prepare for elections 2023 with such raging insecurity going on? Or should concern for victims of insecurity and citizens lead citizens to say, let us suspend preparations for elections 2023 to first deal decisively with the killings as has been mapped out by the non-violent NINAS movement using the orderly process of constitutional force majeure based on United Nations processes and international law. Visit www.ninasvoice.org. This is an article, opinion from Ndidi Uwechu of NINAS. Thank you for listening.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINAS campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty, NINAS Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINAS Alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, it has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would have followed the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS Alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS Alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty, masquerading as Nigeria, are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS Alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
Dr. Okpara arrives at Umuahia Ibeku, his hometown, for a civic reception in his honor. He's accompanied as usual by his wife, Mrs. Adama Okpara. Mrs. Okpara is a dutiful housewife, humble and unassuming. Prayer before the reception. In the address of welcome, read by the Secretary of the Umuahia community, tribute is paid to Dr. Azikiwe for appointing one of their sons as his worthy successor. a tiger skin and a cow for the premier. Tiger skins are a traditional gift for gallantry. Mrs. Okpara, in her turn, receives a woven native cloth from the women's section. In response, the premier says that he is the servant of his people, and no servant is greater than his master. On behalf of his wife and himself, he thanks the community for its fine gifts and the kind sentiments expressed in the address of welcome. A Bende traditional war dance. The Bende are a warlike people with a long history of victories over their enemies in days gone by. What joy and comfort for the premier to be able to turn from official cares and worries to the parents who laid the foundations of his career. The premier ends his first official tour by attending Students' Day at the Uzwakoli Methodist College, his alma mater. He has a reunion with former colleagues and makes new friends. Eastern Nigeria, side by side with the other members of the Federation, is forging ahead. Its young premier, Dr. Michael Okpara, pursues a policy based on the philosophy of live and let live and a decent life for all. The people of Eastern Nigeria respond wholeheartedly also to his appeals for agrarian evolution. Farming has become the order of the day in the eastern region, and communities are voluntarily offering land for the farm settlements proposed by Dr. Okpara's government, bringing hope for a better life, not through mere slogans, but through deeds, and building up agriculture as the only solid basis for true development. Like her premier, Eastern Nigeria is young, progressive, and open to the world.
Important clarifications today, November 22nd, 2021, regarding campaign platforms. Originally released February 13th, 2021. This public communication dated February 13, 2021 is being reproduced today, November 22nd, 2021 to provide background information on the emergence of the Nigeria Indigenous Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, from a clear, cohesive strategic intervention process that dates back to the 1999 imposition of the current Nigeria Constitution. In summary, post-NADECO 1994-1998 and after the countrywide deep consultations that took over 5 years, the Pro-National Conference Organizations, PRONACO 2005 to 2006, was a sovereign conference initiative involving all the nationalities of Nigeria to restore, upgrade, and reinforce the Aburi Consensus of 1967 as basis of the defunct Federation of Nigeria. The MNN Movement for New Nigeria 2006 through 2017 was the implementation phase of the PRONACO Consensus, excluding the Sharia Caliphate, which is the 12 Sharia states in the Ariwa, which had unilaterally seceded from the Secular Union of Nigeria, beginning with at year 2000 when they started declaring Sharia law in the north. The 2007 through 2019 legitimacy suits against the fraudulent 1999 Constitution was instituted by the arrowheads of Movement for New Nigeria, while mobilization continued to rally the non-Sharia rest of Nigeria, South and Middle Belt, into stepping up to take back their sovereignty, hitherto hijacked and confiscated by the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria erected upon the 1999 Constitution. The MNN Lagos Declaration of June 30, 2011 set the parameters for that recovery. Guided by the imperatives of the relevant international protocols, the regional self-determination processes mandated by the said MNN Lagos Declaration of June 30, 2011 culminated in the regional solemn assemblies of 2015, 2017, and 2018 in Port Harcourt, Ibadan, and Makurdi, covering all the nationalities of the Alliance territories. It was the completion of these regional solemn assemblies in 2018 and by the mandates of those regional solemn assemblies that the processes previously being driven by the MNN Alliance organizations since 2006 were taken over by the Alliance of the various regional people's organizations, since the self-determination they all seek is a people's right. Hence, the transmutation of the MNN Organizations Alliance into the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, or NINAS, in the last quarter of 2018. This was the February 13, 2021 clarification note on campaign platforms. The Lower Niger Congress, LNC, is a platform aggregating the self-determination initiatives of the pre-1966 Eastern and Midwestern regions, South, South, and Southeast, currently fractured into 11 states. As outlined in the first few paragraphs of the Aladema Epistle of 2012, the LNC has a core that reached out and built an intra-regional alliance within the nationalities of the Lower Niger, then the multi-regional alliance that brought in the Yoruba and Middle Belt, MNN, that later bettered NINAS, and the international alliance that extended to the policy beltways of Washington, D.C. and New York. The Movement for New Nigeria, MNN, was an alliance of self-determination organizations across the South and Middle Belt, enlightening and mobilizing the people ethnic nationalities of the South and Middle Belt being the alliance territory. The Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, is an alliance of the people's indigenous ethnic nationalities of the Southern and Middle Belt, who, in response to the invitation of the self-determination organizations of the alliance territory, stepped forward for the assertion of their self-determination rights of the peoples of the alliance territory, since it is a people's right, as the name shows. MNN was a special purpose vehicle and a decoy to rally those enslaved in Nigeria together to dismantle the apartheid-like 1999 Constitution. That task was substantially completed by the December 16, 2020 Constitutional Force Majeure. It is now safe to inform us that, in reality, MNN was actually a movement for New Nigeria, and the strategic decoy objectives of presenting the MNN platform as Movement for New Nigeria has been fully achieved, and so shall gradually retire the mention of MNN in our public communications, and instead focus the attention of the public to NINAS as the alliance that has emerged from the years of painstaking work to lead the people of the alliance territories into the extrication of their sovereignty that has been hijacked and confiscated by the caliphate proprietors of One Nigeria, who seized the carcass of the defunct Federation of Nigeria to erect the toxic One Nigeria since the 1966 demise of the Federation of Nigeria. The MNN decoy strategy information was shared with all the Biafra agitation groups in confidence, but that trust was heinously breached by Nnamdi Kanu, who instead chose to hoist that Movement for New Nigeria name tag before his hoodwinked gullibles as evidence that the LNC was working for heavily financed by the Fulani to preserve one Nigeria and frustrate the restoration of Biafra, unquote. Knowing for obvious reasons that the LNC was not going to respond to this falsehood from inside Nigeria. The LNC laser beam onslaught against 1999 Constitution was also deliberately presented by the rogue franchise merchants to their gullibles and the rest of our people as proof that the LNC was only after Constitution amendment. These are some of the deep roots of the heavy debilitations the LNC had to endure and reason why any dealings with the clear-minded criminal called Nnamdi Kanu is ruled out. With the 1999 Constitution distressed, the peoples of Southern and Middle Belt Nigeria, cooperating under the aegis of Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, have stepped in to extricate their sovereignties from the defunct Federation of Nigeria in readiness for fresh protocols within the context of their inalienable right to self-determination. Let us please be guided so we don't confuse the public and inadvertently continue to arm the rogue Biafra franchise with propaganda materials. This was issued by Tony Nadi of the LNC NINAS on February 13th, 2021. Thanks for listening.
It's time to end Nigeria so that people who want development can go ahead. By Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka of the Sokoto Catholic Diocese. I have never been as unsure of Nigeria's future as I am now. After independence, in order to build a great nation, each country went to work. But in Nigeria, after independence, our people went to pray and fast. So while we were praying, Malaysia came to Nigeria and took our palm seedings and built a great factory of it. While we were praying, Singapore went into investment in technology. While we were praying, India went into information communication technology, or ICT. While we were praying, China went to massive industrialization. While we were shouting Allah Akbar, UAE went into massive infrastructural development. While we were binding and casting Lucifer, Japan went into technological development. While we were speaking in tongues, Denmark went into education of her citizens. While we were mounting big speakers in our places of worship, United States of America was mounting man on the moon. After our prayers, God, being a wise God, decided to reward us according to our labor. Since those that went into industrialization, technology, infrastructural development, ICT, education, etc., have been rewarded accordingly, it's only wise God rewards us with our efforts in prayers. That's why today Nigeria pastors are competing in building the biggest churches. That's why there are more prayer houses and worship places than hospitals and schools. That's why people rush to prayer houses for medical and business solutions instead of hospitals. That's why we don't do business proposals before jumping into business, since we are going to back it up with prayers. And when such collapse, we blame devil. That's why it's a sin to say anything negative about pastors and imams. That's why our pastors don't consider the opinion of engineers while building and blame devil when the building collapsed. Let me add here that exactly this was done by late TB Joshua when his building went down at Ikotu. Instead of looking at the structural defect, he was blaming some unknown aircraft that passed his building. Anyway, that's why faith in God replaces building pillars, and when it collapsed, we blame it on Lucifer. That's why our pastors are making sure they plant church branches instead of schools in every street in Nigeria. That's why we always wait for God to do that which ability to accomplish He had already handed over to us. That's why we want our teachers to labor on earth and come to heaven for their rewards. Nigeria is a prayer-loving, God-fearing nation. Religion has taken the place of technology, infrastructure, education, and all. When we are traveling, we ignore all necessary road requirements, servicing of our vehicles, and pray. And once we pray, we can put a half-fit vehicle on the road and blame our stepmother or mother-in-law if anything goes wrong. That's why there are more people dying on our roads than wildlife animals in the wilderness. Because we pray and fast and leave everything to God when God has given us all we need to survive and build a nation. God help us. I don't think there's anything that needed to be added to this. Nigerians are hypocritical. Christians and Muslims, all their prayers are just make-believe. They are very well captured in the description of the Pharisees and Sadducees, the hypocrites. We're not serious with our religious postulations. We deceive and mislead ourselves, claiming that we are doing the will of God. Unfortunately, that's not true. And God cannot be mocked. That's why it says that we will reap whatever we sow. Nigeria has been sowing in deception. And that's why we have a constitution that is not the people's constitution. 1999 constitution was maliciously, wickedly, devilishly crafted to put Nigerians in chain. That's why nothing is moving with the country as we speak.
On insecurity, the governor of Benue State points directly to the right direction, that the federal government of Nigeria is an accomplice. By autumn, February 10, 2022, today. Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom on Wednesday said the reason for his constant cry was that he was not elected to preside over displaced persons or dead bodies. Ortom stated this when he received in audience the Director General of the Administrative Staff College of Nigeria, Mrs. Cecilia Gaya, who couldn't come by herself but was also represented by Goodluck Audu. The governor said, having foreseen the danger herdsmen invasion on communities might pose to the nation, he decided to raise the alarm, and his administration came up with the anti-open grazing law. I must add that Benue State has seen a lot of killings by the Fulani jihadists, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, brought into the country, and some paid by the governor of Kaduna, Nasser El-Rufai. He admitted it on a live TV appearance that he traveled to countries in Africa to pay these people money to stop killing, yet they're coming. So he was funding them to come and do their job that way. And the federal government opened up the borders for these criminals to come in and kill people all over the place, going as far as the Akwa Ibom, southeast, south-south, middle belt, lower Niger territory area, Oduduwa land. Sunday Boho is in jail because of these people, their activities. And for trying to stop them, they planted gun and everything and invaded his house and killed a few number of people, and killed animals too. Nigerian government officials are animal abusers, just as they are abusing their own people. That's why the priest will sit in the water, the fake priest sit in the water, telling people to essentially drown animals in order to make money. Anyway, the governor saw something happening and made a law for open grazing through the state assembly. He said his allegiance was to his people, and he lamented that he faced death threats as a result, but was not afraid of death. Ortom said, "At 61, I am no longer afraid of death. In fact, I have prepared my will so that if I die, my people will not fight over my property." God bless your heart. I feel so sad when I try to make public what is happening in Benue State and across Nigeria, I must add, and people castigate me and insult me, but I remain committed to serving my people. Which southeastern governor can open his mouth and say this boldly, that he remains steadfastly to serving his people, other than attending to the caliphate's business interest and the British business interest in our area?
They don't care about our people. That's why criminal gangs are taking over the southeast, killing people at Umuchu, at Kulabia, at Uga, at Onitsha, at Aba, all over the place. They are invading Newi, everywhere. They are killing our people. And they claim to be fighting for our liberation. They snatch vehicles in the open. Police are on the run. Police, the so-called police, maybe that's why they are taking less bribes now, because they cannot even take bullets anymore. They see unknown gunmen, they run. The roads of Imo State is now dominated by police that are not wearing uniform. You can see them wearing all kinds of rags, like disguising themselves so that the unknown gunmen don't recognize them easily. And of course, I was not elected to preside over IDPs, that is internally displaced people's camps, and dead people. And if something is beyond me, at least I can raise the alarm for others to come and help me to solve this problem. Well, Governor Otam, I must advise you, if you ever tune into this people's channel, Lower Niger Radio, if you ever hear it online, there is a group that deliverance of your people in Middle Belt as in the Lower Niger Territory and the nation. Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Hook up with the leaders of this group and have a chat and take it from there. Reference achievable for your people to be secure. It is done all over the world. Eritrea did it to get out of Ethiopia. South Sudan did it to get out of Sudan, which is now not Sudan. East Timor did it to get away from the chokehold of Indonesia. Scotland has done it once in my lifetime. I saw them go to vote, but they failed. Quebec did it 1995. They also failed by a percentage point or so. Europe have always gone to referendum to resolve differences. UK went through referendum to get out of the European Union just not up to 3 years ago. So many countries has gone through this process. Africa's own must not be different. That is what we serve the people of Benue State, people of Adamawa, people of Taraba, people of Plateau, people of Anambra State, Imo State, Abia State, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Yoruba Land. Sunday Boho will not be in jail now if Nigeria has been a just society. And it is because of that we call for referendum, a multi-regional binding referendum to be supervised by the United Nations. That is the vote our people want to vote for. Not who replaces Muhammadu Buhari under the same constitution of 1999 that is fully rejected and repudiated by all our people in the Middle Belt, Oduduwa Land, and Lower Niger Territory. He accused the federal government of complicity in the security problem in the country. And of course, I was not elected to preside over IDP camps and dead people. If something is beyond me, at least I can raise the alarm for others to come and help me to solve this problem. He accused the federal government of complicity in the security problem in the country. On the training of civil servants by ASCON, Otam said the civil service remained the engine room of any administration, as it was responsible for the success and failure of any government. So what is the situation with Nigeria? Leadership failed Nigeria, leadership that is based on a very criminal document, the constitution that allows idiots to rule over princes and princesses. Forgive my French. This is what has destroyed the country further. And since nothing good can come out of this 1999 constitution, the right decision to make for Nigerians is to stop further election, to repeat the same cycle all over, because another thief can only come to protect the interest of other thieves, just like what they did in Abia State. Ojo Zokalo robbed Abia State, and at the end of the day, he replaced himself with another crook, who after robbing the state, now put this other one that talks about hot water and pouring hot water on the asphalt to cause road well built to start melting. That's what do they call him? Ibazu from Ngwangwa. Anyway, the whole thing is this. For us to know true freedom, we must go through referendum. Anything short of this is a waste of time. And the government knows that this is the right solution to take. They know that things are not going very well, but they are just deceiving themselves, carrying on as if everything is okay. Nothing is okay. Nigeria is in crisis. Nigeria is in deep crisis. Nigeria is imploding from within. There's a lot of hatred among the people. The people are feeling insecure everywhere. There is a lot of horrible things going on. I saw flaring going on at Port Harcourt. If you come out in the night, you would know why Port Harcourt is hot in the afternoon, because there is flaring going on all over the place, gas flaring by oil companies. Fire is burning in the city. The pantries, the palm fronds are getting burnt. Literally, you can see it burnt. The grass, the green, everything is looking like it's burning up. In a country where oil and gas is being extracted and nothing is being enforced to protect life and the environment. Nigeria hates everything in Nigeria, including the land. That's unfortunate. This has been your guy, Stephen.
The land everywhere at every level. Somehow Buhari's regime has ushered in death in such a manner that no longer shocks, saddens, or some occasions, but never shocks anybody. On the streets, on the farms, in the villages, in towns and cities, in the woods, now schools and colleges. Even in churches, death has become a national totem, hanging in the Nigeria space and signifying the most tragic period in the country's history since the Civil War. If only current National Assembly had teeth and were alive to its responsibilities, for being fully rubber-stamped, the NAS shares in no small way the failure of this government. From all indications, the Buhari presidency has been at least complicit in various forms of death, and NAS has stood idly by and at times cheering when one hears a senator, Smart Adeyemi, on the floor of the state calling for Nigeria to invite a foreign power to take over internal security responsibilities of the government. One wonders if such a call was coming out of mischief or ignorance, or if the Urumiri pandemic has hit the Senate. Which country outsources its sovereignty to a foreign power? Which foreign power is willing to send its boys and girls without cause to die patrolling the streets and woods of a foreign land? The Senate knows, or ought to know, that the impeachment and removal of even a threat thereof of a very incompetent president will bring a big change of attitude and policy, and some serious crackdown on insecurity, with banishment of debt as a totem of our national policy. Such a change would be for the better, but sitting there with heads buried in the sand, speechifying hollow and meaningless anger insults our intelligence. Death came to Bowen, a school in Lagos, because the kids there see death on television every single day. It became the new normal for them. Here is Smart Adeyemi and what he had to offer. In fact, let's begin with the child that got killed in Lagos school. He had already been crippled before his family was called to come and pick him up. He couldn't stand on his feet before dying in a school where he's supposed to be taken care of. He was beaten down mercilessly. Nigeria is a death trap. Nigeria is a shame to humanity. Let's get to Smart Adeyemi's contribution to this.
Arise to Smart Adeyemi, and I represent the good people of Kogi West. And like Mr. President will attest to it, I personify the masses of this country. And each time I speak from the language of the man on the street. Mr. President, insecurity is a serious problem today in Nigeria. And there comes a time when you cannot but speak the truth, irrespective of the sentiments you may share. Today, Mr. President, all of us have been threatened. Our families, our nation, our state. Order. A lot have been said this morning, Mr. President, and I want to thank you for giving us time to speak expressly on this issue. Like my sister was saying, there comes a time when talk will talk itself. There comes a time when truth will become like a torchlight in the midst of silence. So you are forced to talk. Mr. President, we need not run away from the fact that more than ever before in the history of our nation, this is the worst instability we are facing. In fact, this is worse than the Civil War. Are you Mr. President, the solution is very simple. Today there are a lot of misgiving, a lot of misinterpretations of what is happening. Some people believe, some people in government are supporting this move. Some people believe, some people sponsor those who are destabilizing our nation within the country. The answer is very simple. We cannot pretend that we are capable of confronting the situation in our hands. America, as powerful as they are, when the pandemic came, got to a point that China had to claim they came to their rescue. We shouldn't pretend that we needed foreign support now. Let nobody deceive us, Mr. President. A lot of billions of naira have been voted for security services. Nothing is coming out of it. We wouldn't wait until our nation gets bombed. Let us shout and call for foreign support. I am a APC man and I've been supporting my party. But the president should get to know that it has gotten to a point that we who are supporters, who are members of the APC, we can no longer keep quiet. The president must rise to the occasion. You will not see the truth and you are afraid to say it because you will die. We must open, Mr. President. The nation is on fire. The president must rise to the occasion. It costs us nothing to get foreign support. We must rise to the occasion. We must bring in people to save this country, or else we will be consumed. Every one of us will have a chapter for history. Whenever the history of this period will be written, whatever is our position, we have a chapter. We cannot keep quiet any longer. It has gotten to a point that we cannot sleep with our two eyes closed. We are not free. Our children are not free. The president must rise to the occasion. There is no nation that is so powerful that doesn't need support of other nations. Individual cannot say you will leave the world without any other person with you. So we must rise. The situation is our security system has collapsed. It has failed. And because it has failed, we need to look for foreign support. It costs Nigeria nothing. Forget the ego, forget the superiority of Nigeria in African nation. Today, we are facing serious problem. If our nation is to survive this period, I'm not in doubt that the security architecture we have today cannot cope with what we are facing. Every part of this country is threatened. From the north to the south, nobody is safe. Nobody can travel 50 kilometers in our nation. I feel like shedding tears for a country that we grew up, where nobody harassed you when you travel from Lagos to Maiduguri. I done it in times past. Today I cannot travel from here to Kaduna to Niger State where I was born. The president must know that this is a bad time for our nation. We must look for foreign support to save this nation. This is my position, Mr. President. We must rise to it. They are killing people in the east, in the west, in the south, in the north. We should shut down the National Assembly. Let's shut down. If we cannot save this country, we stay in our homes. Our country is bleeding. People are in poverty. There's no food. People are hungry. Insecurity is threatening us. We cannot pretend. It's better we're not here. That's the next thing that here. People are dying. Every day Nigerians are dying. We must rise to the occasion. And so me, Mr. President.
We are still dressing the surface of the wound without dealing with the core symptoms. Nigeria's problem is the constitution. Let's subject this country to referendum. It's a peaceful call. It's a democratic demand. Skirting around it cannot heal Nigeria. Skirting around it or trying to avoid it will not fix Nigeria. What will fix Nigeria for the long term? Referendum vote. And that's what Ninas is calling for. It will happen in the Middle Belt, in the Lower Niger Territory, and in the Oduduwa Nation. This is the most patriotic step to take. Unfortunately, do those in government have any chest for this? Are they even thinking? Or they are partying every day like nothing is going wrong with the country? Well, your guess is as good as mine. Here is Ahmadu Bello's mission statement and battle script of October 1960. October 12th, barely 11 days after Nigeria's paper independence, on October 1st of 1960. Here is what he had to say. The new nation Nigeria, the new nation called Nigeria, should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. This is 1960. Now consider how the North went to set up Sharia during Obasanjo's presidency. And Obasanjo, who has always been a slave to the Arewa, called it political Sharia. That was effective separation from Nigeria, but Obasanjo didn't react very well. Instead, he sent Nigerian military to go, the same Janjaweed soldiers, to go and kill off people of Odi and Zaki Biam. Now, or even the killing of Masob members or imprisonment across Southeast. Now, this is how Nigeria has been going. Consider what this Ahmadu Bello said in 1960 to what Muhammadu Buhari is carrying out today. And you get to realize why Nina's movement is the way to go. The dominoes are falling for Nigeria. It's all going. The union is going down. So all that we're doing, we're buying time. But the country is already gone down the cliff. Only a multi-regional referendum will rescue the situation. Anything else is merely postponing the evil day. And that's very unfortunate.
unitary constitution of Nigeria is the source of all of the problems we have been trying to resolve. Everything that has brought Nigeria to where it is, that is now wobbling to some kind of catastrophic collapse, are coming from that constitution. All the contents of the treasury, the principles for managing the resources, so that's the custodians of the treasury, the custodians of power in Nigeria are not to be accountable to the populace for the contents of the treasury. Anybody talking about the rule of law in Nigeria under this constitution is just wasting his time. All atrocities committed in the name of government were put beyond the reach of the court to probe into. These same principles have matured into express provisions that became the quota system. They call it federal character. In that mediocrity, you bring the worst of everybody to come and manage everything for everybody. Go and look at the autopsy report on Nigerian Airways, on Nigerian National Shipping Line, on NITEL, on all the agencies of government that have been run aground. It was simply mediocrity. Attended the constitutional conferences for the review of Nigeria's constitution in 1953, 1954, 1957, and 1958.
The welfare of millions of people for generations to come may be affected by the wisdom which we here display. If Nigerian leaders and our British partners are to prove themselves worthy of their trust, now is the time for us solemnly and truly to dedicate ourselves to seeking the greatest good of the greatest number of our people in Nigeria. It is to this end that my colleagues and I pledge ourselves. The first main task of the conference is to resolve those problems which defied solutions in 1957 and to evolve for Nigeria a constitution of which both the British and the Nigerian peoples can be proud. The second is to get Her Majesty's government to agree to April 2nd, 1960 as the target date for Nigeria's independence. Independence for Nigeria in 1960 is imperative. But independence for Nigeria as a corporate entity is not enough. The peoples of Nigeria must at the same time be guaranteed their freedom. We must ensure that in an independent Nigeria, individual citizens throughout the land enjoy liberty, human dignity, and equality under the law. There must be one Nigeria with one constitution and one law for all. Let us therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, close our ears to the counsel of despair, which says that we cannot here at this conference agree on a constitution. If there's any doubt among us as to what should be written into the constitution, let us, as Democrats that we profess ourselves to be, refer such problems as the goal has.
Unfortunately, the Nigeria that Awolowo and Zik were working on died even within a week by the thoughts and actions of Ahmadu Bello. who considered the country less than 10 days after independence to be the estate of his grandfather, Ottoman Danfodio. And that Nigeria continued to die and is even fully dead as at November 2021. Nigeria is a dead country by the actions of those at the corridors of power, by the criminal constitution that rendered citizens slaves in our ancestral lands. And so that Nigeria that Awolowo was talking about, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo was talking about, turned out to be a mirage. It was never meant to be. It was a mistake that is now begging to be corrected. In the year 2021, the call is much more louder now than it was even before 1957, 1960. Regional referendum is unavoidable now, and NINAS is right on the mark. Please, I want to apologize to our listeners up front. The reason I have been mentioning the rogue franchise that has destroyed essentially our place, that has caused Nigerian military to be wearing rags along the road from Port Harcourt to Anambra State. You will see them even beyond. You will see Nigerian police essentially not showing up in uniform. Instead, they are scared of the unknown gunmen. Places like Olo are completely destroyed. You will see broken glasses as you come to an intersection in Olo where Nigerian police and other security agencies are extorting our people, taking money from them right at the middle of the road. In fact, they are using POS to transfer money to Nigerian police and the Nigerian Civil Defense, Custom, Army, immigration and prisons. You can name it, anything that is bearing arm in Nigeria. They are on the road collecting money from Port Harcourt to anywhere you're going in the southeast or south-south. But in Olo in particular, the place is destroyed. Olo is the epicenter of the war that is going on between Nigerian military and members of the ESN and unknown gunmen and known gunmen. All those things, all those people like holding people on the middle of the street and snatching their vehicle and continuing wearing red gowns or black gowns or blue gowns, all kinds of things going on by our own people, on our own people. I mean, that's against what other people are very envious of the Igbo people. The Igbo people are known to be very productive people. That's who we are. People may wonder why I'm mentioning Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB and the joke they're playing on our people. It's because I just went through the whole experience firsthand. You know, here's a simple definition of economic activity. An economic activity is a process that, based on inputs, leads to the manufacture of a goods or the provision of services. The very things others are envious of Igbo people is what the IPOB using ESN ex-cons who escaped prison at Owerri or somewhere there in Imo State. They are using unknown gunmen, including the Nigerian military and police. They are joining in the game. And what you're seeing is that there's a lot of insecurity in our place. To go from one place to the other, you will see a dozen or more police checkpoints along the way. Within 30 minutes drive, you can see another police checkpoint from the one you are standing on right now, like 300 meters away. The very things others are envious of Igbo people, which is economic activity, is being shut in by a group that claims to be fighting for Biafra. Our people on Echezikwe Chiche, like Ndibai or Nzuzu. That the people that are destroying you wouldn't be the people trying to save you from current danger in Onia, which is Nigeria, because Nigeria is a dangerous place to be. As a country, as a land, the way it is now. In fact, the land is so hot, like if you go to River State in Port Harcourt, you will be feeling like not stepping out on the street for the rest of your life. Because it is very hot. The flames are setting the place on fire. Now, how could you destroy the things that others are very envious of you? The thing that made the Hausa man to be jealous of Igbo people.
The thing that made people to sell land many times over to Igbo people in Lagos. I saw it. If you buy land, the moment you go to dig in to do anything, they come again and tell you they are money, and they start demanding money. The Igbo were making trade and making money to buy these things. I saw Alaba market when it was only the electronic side before the madness that went through there. Now, if you turn out to be a movement that is looking for the salvation of Ndi Igbo, and you start destroying and shutting Igbo people in every Monday, in fact, they shut them in 4 days last month because of what Nnamdi Kanu had a court appearance. I mean, is this about Igbo people or a war from Nnamdi Kanu against Ndi Igbo over the killing of his parents? Because he blamed Ndi Igbo for the death of his parents. Is this a war between the haves and the have-nots? Is this a war between the people that broke out of prison and those that have not committed any crime yet, that haven't gone into prison? What is going on? We are made poorer and weaker by their attacks. Igbo must fight back and secure our towns and villages from invading criminals waving Biafra flag like they really are working to realize an independent state or an independent state of Biafra. Which one are they looking for? To put Ndi Igbo in a state or a federation, a nation that is called State of Ndi Igbo? Are they trying to put us in a particular state, or we are becoming people, a nation, by their actions? This has been your guy, Stephen. Have a nice day. With the work Ninas is doing, the old issue of trust and suspension among the ethnic nationalities has been reduced to the barest minimum, as every indigenous ethnic nationality has been empowered to obtain her sovereignty and run as fast as possible to establish their people's self-determination. Things have changed and are changing. It's new dispensation. It's a new era. As we organize our people according to the UN standard of operation, once an information comes out, please let's think of how we can benefit from it as a people. Once your people are okay in their ancestral land, collectively we will be okay and empowered to drive out all aggressors. The indigenous peoples have the common core value of all men being born equal and have right to life. The aggressors do not. So please let this be the focus and let's fight this bloodless war together and fast too. Thanks. Check out Ninas on Facebook, on YouTube, on the internet, www.ninasvoice.org.
Because what you are asking, hold on one minute, is that this constitution should not be. And you expect that a total overhaul. Let me finish. You want a total overhaul of this constitution, and you liken it to the South African appetite. Okay, tell us the process to get into what you are saying, because the president also, do not forget, assumed office, or all the people you expect to do something about it, assumed office based on this document. So what is your practical step to getting this done?
South Africa in 1990 came to this bus stop where we have just arrived. The sitting government that was elected, and there was a parliament, Frederick de Klerk, he now, for the first time up to that time, accepted that the apartheid constitution could no longer be the basis of the South African society, because it was imposed by a white minority to take the lands and the rights of the blacks, and that is exactly what we have here. The Ijaw lost their land and their oil and gas to Nigeria because some military president under Gowa seized it by decree. The Lagos port belongs to Lagos people. Nigeria takes more than 2 trillion naira from this port every year. But from independence to date, not one controller general of custom of Yoruba origin. And therefore, if Gani Adams now say, how did we come to this? And he pick up arms, the discussion that should be holding is one in which the government of the day will have to accept that this apartheid constitution can no longer be the basis of Nigeria. We are not anarchists. In the suit we filed in 2007 against the constitution, we asked the court to give an order that will compel them within a period of 18 months to remain in office and work out that discussion that will lead to a new constitution. That's not too much to ask for, because South Africa did it. They accepted that the apartheid constitution had to go, and they called everybody.
Now, he's relying on them to work out a new constitution.
No, they are not saying so. In that terms of reference, they say how to incorporate whatever.
I'm asking you how you intend to arrive at a new constitution.
How it will arrive at is that the people, those who are trapped here, before going to make a central constitution, because a federation should have a federation of many constitutions. Up to 1966, we had 5 constitutions, because each of the federating units were like countries of their own that were now coming to cooperate, like Germany and France and Portugal doing European Union. That was the kind of constitution Awolowo had to manage Western region. That was the kind of constitution Obara had to manage Eastern region. But some people woke up in 1966, threw all of those things away, and now locked us into this unitary arrangement. So we're saying that the first step is to ask those who will come, because tomorrow morning they will now begin to announce the names of their friends who are going to meet. We are not going to pay any attention to whatever government does. The conference is already on, and steps are being taken to take a referendum from those who are working their way out of this union, because the union has collapsed. If we do not accept in good time that it has collapsed and go to sit down to discuss how we will revive it, I tell you that under the instruments available to those who are choked here, and 3.5 million people have been killed in eastern Nigeria on this same question. OD have been wiped out, Okerenkoko have been wiped out, Obakere have been wiped out. All kinds of things are going on. Just the other day, 78 students were massacred in their sleep, because some people must be in power in Nigeria. They say they will make the country ungovernable, and they are making it ungovernable to date. And we are still thinking that there's a Nigeria. That Nigeria that will include a Sharia belt, in which I cannot function in Sokoto or Kano or Maiduguri. I will not be part of that Nigeria. I will rather invest all my energy in how to take out my portion. If those who are saying they are conquered us and they are going to keep us by all means for all times insist that we cannot discuss, then we do whatever comes within our reach to do to take our portion.
Now, let me ask you, Mr. Nadi,
yes.
if at the end of the day we are having reactions from Afenifere, for instance, we are having reactions from Ohanes and Igbo, we are having reactions from Arewa Consultative Forum,
been with all
how
of them.
be it speaking, saying that they do not, they will not agree for the name sovereign to be added to whatever conference. Now, let me ask you, would you say that these groups do not represent the blocks which they say they represent?
They do not speak for
and
the people.
If you do not agree with their representation, who are the people that you are talking to at this at this point about
back to
ethnic
75%?
nationalities?
Tambuwa said that all of them politicians constitute only 25%. He said it on the floor of National Assembly the day they resumed last week or so.
that they constitute only 25% of the country's population. I'm here to speak on behalf of that unrepresented.
And the ROI is not speaking for
no,
anybody.
They all have vested interests. They all have things they share with people in government. What we're saying is that let us accept that Nigeria was not our making in 1914. Let us accept that the little discussion we had all the way to 1960 got toppled in 1966. Let us then accept that the product of that toppling, which is the current constitution, because from 1966 to date, all the 36 states that were created, who created them? Now they call me Abia State or Imo State or somebody else, Bayelsa State. There is none of the people in those places, like Delta State, cannot, the people of Delta in some areas were agitating for some autonomy. You now create a state and put the capital in Asaba. From that time to date, Delta State had not been the project of Ijo, Urobo, Ishekiri, and all of
Mr.
them.
Mr. Nadi, would you not rather wait? Let's just see this process. Because you have acknowledged that this is actually an act of statesmanship by Mr. President.
I commend him. I commend him.
To prove you right or wrong, is it not a bit too early?
I was actually expecting to see your name in that list.
Of course, they know they will not put my name on any list of people who are going to be discussing, who are going to a meeting in which Nigeria is held sacrosanct, in which somebody will write in the terms of reference that the outcome of the conference will be integrated into a constitution, meaning that they want to preserve that constitution by all means. And we are saying we will not touch one alphabet from inside this constitution. So these are the two grounds, these are the two positions that will have to be married through the next few days.
But in the event that this conference is convoked,
yes,
in the event that the different nationalities meet and do discourse,
yes,
would you now throw away all of that? Because your view can be seen as extreme. It is either this. It is either all or nothing. Do you think
there is no halfway? There is no halfway in the matter of reconstruction. If you want to put a 40-story structure on this ground now, you know it will take it. But the first thing that will happen is that bulldozer has to enter here to level it, to be able to put up a new structure. Anything that is built on this foundation of falsehood, and if you let us take it down to our people. In saying that we the people, we are saying that we have submitted by ourselves. So it's a forged signature by which Nigeria is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day and sharing the money, $250 million every single day in Abuja, to the exclusion of the owners. If you come to the provisions inside the Constitution, you then begin to see a chapter 2 that provides for all the good things of life, but a clause in section 6C, and shame on the lawyers in Nigeria, including the justices of the Supreme Court, that will hold this document up and say it's a constitution. Because those who wrote it had taken all of the content of the Treasury as their own by that provision, to say that nothing is for the citizen except as they deem fit. That is the unjust.
So Nadi, before we let you go on this segment, like Victor asked, and yes, it's the heart of the matter.
The thing to do is to
allow
the ethnic nationalities
and have this discussion without what they are saying, and this scales through.
If somebody,
what does that
Abacha held a conference, but Obasanjo held a conference. What happened to them? Because somebody sat in Abuja, like David Mark is sitting, to tell us that it is how they do it that we have to accept. What we're saying is that they must accept that sovereignty belongs to the people and let them organize themselves and send those who they will truly wish to discuss their future for them in a conference that will end in a referendum.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We have been speaking to Mr. Tony Nadi, who is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and the convener Movement for New Nigeria. Thank you once again.
The story have never changed. It's the same thing. All the cosmetic measures being applied on Nigeria to make Nigeria, to get Nigeria going, is not working, because everything that is being done by the senators, by the members of the House, or even executive branch or the judiciary, they are all skirting around the fact that the foundation is faulty. Nigeria's foundation, rooted on 1999 Constitution, is a fraud, and you don't expect this fraud to fix itself. Nigeria needs a surgical operation. That's the only thing that will work. Nigeria government isn't only in bed with the terrorists, but they are enabling them, protecting them, and the president doesn't speak against them because they are his tribesmen and members of Islamic movement that wants to overpower Nigerians and institute Islamic State across Nigeria, not just in the Arewa part of Nigeria. It's unfortunate. Just yesterday, Tuesday, over 30 passengers in a bus got burnt in Sokoto. And these are most likely southern travelers in that state that got burnt. You will never hear the president speak against them. President Buhari fails to describe Sokoto bus burning of 30 Nigerians by bandits as terrorism. This is being reported by AtlanticPosting.com on December 8th. Nigeria President Muhammadu Buhari has continued to make light of the significance of the mass murderous campaign of some killer tribesmen, his tribesmen, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, who had been categorized in the Global Terrorism Index as the 4th deadliest terrorist group in the world, by failing to describe the Tuesday mass murder by bandits in Sokoto of 30 Nigerian travelers who were burnt down in a bus. President Buhari said, while expressing sadness on Wednesday, a day after, over the gruesome attack on innocent travelers on Wednesday, I am very distressed at the manner of death visited on these hapless citizens who were undertaking a legitimate journey to another part of the country. It shows that the evil this administration is confronting is one that requires the support and involvement of all Nigerians. No, your government is the one enabling the terrorists. You gave them over $300 million just a few years ago. The military and police does not confront them because they are the president's people. They are doing the work of Allah to kill non-Muslims, especially to kill Southern Christians. I extend deep condolences to the families of the victims as I assure that the security agencies will continue to give their all, yes, to bring to an end the oppression of these despicable people. However, President Buhari should know that only terrorists embark on mass murder of scores of people. Bandits go pillaging and robbing. According to a report by Reuters, at least 30 passengers on a bus in Nigeria's Sokoto State were burned to death when gunmen touched it on Tuesday. Police and residents said, in yet another reminder of growing insecurity in Africa's most populous country. Gunmen, known locally as bandits, have in the past year carried out violent attacks targeting villagers and commuters traveling on highways and kidnapped hundreds of school children for ransom in the north of the country. I must add here also that Benue State, Plateau State, these states in the Middle Belt has been experiencing mass murders, mass killings by the same government, that the same terrorist Fulani group that has even threatened the state governor, the governor of Benue State, Governor Autumn. His life has been threatened by the Fulani. And yet, the maximum ruler in Abuja doesn't see the need for state police. He doesn't see the need for referendum. This is what we're talking about. Referendum is unavoidable in Nigeria to address all these killings, all these extrajudicial killings and state collusion in the act of terrorism against the indigenous nationalities. Sanusi Abubakar, spokesman for the Northwestern Sokoto State Police, said the bus was carrying 24 passengers when it was set alight by armed men and that 7 people had escaped with injuries and taken to hospital. The 2 residents who reached the scene and helped retrieve bodies told Reuters that the bus was overloaded and the bodies were burnt beyond recognition. Nigeria always distorts the facts. Every time, from the top to bottom, the president goes to the UN floor, and right on the floor of the United Nations, he is lying, telling the rest of the world lies, talking about famine as against terrorist activities that his government is supporting. He will be talking about desertification, how people are leaving Libya to go other places, without talking about the fact that he opened the borders of Nigeria to let in terrorists to oppress the people. They counted body parts of at least 30 people, including women and children. The residents said the villagers were ambushed on a road linking the Sabon Bini local government area and the village of Gidambawa in Sokoto State. Bandits move around on motorbikes and are known to hide in forests, where they often keep kidnapped victims while awaiting ransom payments. Now, this is the Nigeria that we are seeking to reset by way of referendum. And this is the message of NINAS. Referendum. The people need to get involved in what is going on to themselves, to their lives, through referendum vote. It's a democratic process. The Nigerian government is skirting around it. The president said that those who are talking about referendum haven't described what they mean. Well, Mr. President, it is a vote. People will vote yes or no. In the simplest way of explaining it to you. Hopefully you will get it one of these days, and soon too.
The hashtag NSAS report finally here. A lot of people, even though it's not been officially released, says it brings closure and a step towards healing for some of the victims.
Well, so many things have happened in this country that you don't know exactly where to begin to have an analysis, when it does appear that the government actively encourages the killing of its citizens, when the Constitution of Nigeria says the primary purpose of government is to protect lives and property. And I was waiting since 2-3 days to hear one fellow who answers Garba Shehu of Shehu Garba, who is a principal, is a senior advocate, always defending herdsmen and anybody who kills people in Benue and Plateau. And I haven't heard anything that Nigerian citizens were killed. Federal government hasn't said anything. A Supreme Court judge was almost kidnapped and attempted an attempt on her life. The federal government hasn't said anything. The Attorney General is there wishing thin and wishing down what he probably supposes. So, things are getting so confused that the only way to put it is that someday everybody will sit down to a banquet to face the consequences of his or her actions. That is the only preview, that no matter what it is, you must sit down at a banquet, either at God's judgment or even here on earth, to be able to answer the responsibility entrusted upon you by people, and you fail them. Because you are guilty of the good you never did, or you failed deliberately not to do. So, and there are so many examples of them in this country, that NSAS is another, obvious thing. But thank God, with the courage of the judge and of Lagos State government, everybody knows, it's an APC top government. Yes. A performing government of APC too. Not just that it's an APC, it's a performing government of the situation notwithstanding. And they had the courage to say this, That shows you again, there are two governments. Somebody is running this government.
How do you think the government at the center, the APC at the center, will perceive the Lagos State government and the way because one would have expected, going by the way things are done in Nigeria, the pressure would have been mounted on by the Lagos State government on the panel, not to come out with this kind of report, which they came out with.
But it is obvious, if you hadn't been back when I was here last, I did say that two people are running the government of Nigeria. It is now very clear. Malami, the Attorney General, and Lai Mohammed, the Minister of Information. Because repeatedly, Malami had done things that, in a normal situation, he should be in jail. The president of this country nominated Mago as chairman of EFCC, and Malami wrote a letter to the National Assembly that he was corrupt. The president resubmitted the name again, and he read the same letter again. He's still the Attorney General of the Federation, and the senior legal law officer and advisor to the president of Nigeria. And look at what has happened with the $480 million. Where do you begin? His office was supposed to be involved in the attempted kidnap of Justice Mary Odili.
Allegedly.
Well, whether you call it allegedly or not.
Because he has denied.
Who in this country, people deny something. The people who were caught, are they from the moon?
The magistrate.
What has the federal government done to ascertain who came to that judge, to the magistrate, who gave the magistrate instruction? Somebody must have given him an instruction to do what he did. Nobody is interested in those things. So if Mary Odili had died, this is the story we'll be telling in this country, one of the finest in this country. If those hooligans had done something, we're all sitting there and say, oh, that's the way God wanted her to go. That's the typical Nigerian attitude. So I don't think President is in charge. There are people doing his dirty job for him, and I think he's comfortable with it. But unfortunately,
would you call it dirty job, or would you say he is excluded from the main conversations of governance? Because again, you are only as good as what your team tells you.
Well, I don't know whether, how else do you describe what Malami is doing? It's not a dirty job. Because it is convenient. They call it defense of the presidency, but is that defense of the presidency? What Shehu Garba is doing, is that defense of the presidency? When you remove truth from facts. You know, there's somebody I told that the best form of revenge is not to be like the one who committed the offense in the first place. Because time heals, reveals every secret. If you take time, the truth will be coming out. I don't know how he's going to end up, but it is unfortunate that this is what Nigeria is. But tell me how these citizens of this country can be patriotic with things like this, killing young boys and girls, students of higher institutions by their own government because they are demonstrating for what? Police brutality. That would have expected government to be interested. At least have a national inquiry. Let there be scapegoats, scapegoats, authentic scapegoats, not made-up scapegoats.
Yes, I was going to
that
say
you
that.
could use as an example to show that you are protecting your sons and daughters. And everybody has a right to demonstrate. In fact, I used to tell somebody that demonstration, protest, is a catalyst for dialogue. Once you protest, somebody must pay attention. And in paying attention, you invite the person to discuss. You know, it also follows what is happening in the Southeast. How can a young boy who was not born during the Civil War, in prison, languishing there, and Igbos religiously? In fact, somebody was telling me, a good friend of mine, was telling me that we should stop going to church on Sunday, used to work and then go to church on Monday, because the compliance Igbos have for Monday now is total. Nobody is interested. They tell you to hell with the money they will make on that day, just to make a point. Whether that point they are making is positive or negative, they're not interested.
But people like Fadam Baka has come out to refute that and say that it is causing more problems for the Southeast.
I don't listen to anything Fadam Baka says. Since he started selling Chimaroke will die, that person will die. That is not the job of a priest. It's a fake priest for me. No person who is a child of God, not to talk of a priest, will say that somebody will die. That's not what the Bible tells us. So since that incident, Chimaroke is still in the Senate. He has not died. So why should I take him serious? He says anything he likes, and there are people who are deceived. They call it adoration. I don't waste my time talking about such people. Absolutely not.
All right, Chief Danolasi, let's talk about Anambra governorship election. We had a number of discussions before that election, counting down to that election. It's now come and gone. You had some predictions about that election, and you're thinking about that election as well. Are you satisfied with the outcome?
Satisfied would be an understatement. Because on two different occasions, twice here and one on Chinese television, I said, how do you begin to look at? Not because he attended my university, which is about the best in the country, I must unapologetically say.
Modestly so.
The best and the first.
Then.
Still best.
Then.
Still. So, and when you look at his pedigree, where he's coming from, it is difficult. Apart from the candidate of PDP and that of the Labour Party, brilliant guys, and I said it on TV that they're brilliant, and each of them I told them their shortcomings, why they will not make it. It's difficult to see how you place in a civilized community a former advisor to the government, consultant to World Bank, governor of Central Bank, who stabilized the banking industry. People, we have short memories or convenient amnesia in this country, that there were times banks collapsed in this country. And those who were governors of central bank, they're still existing. People lost everything. I bought shares of more than 30 million naira in a bank, Oceanic Bank or something. It collapsed. I lost it up to today. I had 1.5 million shares. It came down to 50,000. I mean, what do you call it? But this young man came in, stabilized the banking industry. How many years now? Nobody's afraid to put his money in the bank. Isn't that a credit? That you believe that somebody like that will, do his excellent best, because he's a first-class student. And you don't expect anything less, So when you put him, comparatively looking at my brother, the APC candidate.
Smile through the new year with a healthy, bright smile.
Southeast, our own homeland, our own base, the place that makes us indigenous. Accusing some Yoruba leaders of supporting Kanu, he said, God will punish them and throw them into the pit of hell. They are urging you, fooling people to destroy our land. Sunday Boho is there. They are not destroying Lagos, Oshobo, and Ibadan, or anywhere else. But they are telling you to destroy Igbo land, and you are happy destroying our land. He also heard some unprintable insults at Obasanjo for allegedly supporting Kanu. I am an Igbo man. I've never denied, and I will continue to be. Me too. You are not more Igbo than me, so stop this nonsense. I will chase you everywhere, every corner of the way, and bring you to book, and I'm doing it. I don't just talk. My mouth and my hand and leg work together. I told you I would destroy IPOB. All the best of IPOB are with me. Those other people will come and join me too, because they know I stand on the platform of truth. I support Asari Dokubo here 100%. He makes perfect sense. It's reality. Dokubo's outburst comes as a rumor circulated on the social media, quoting Obasanjo to have said, with what I saw at UK Parliament, I can boldly say that Nnamdi Kanu has gotten Biafra. It was posted on Tuesday by Daily Times Nigeria on their verified Facebook page with a picture of Obasanjo attached. However, this piece of information cannot be confirmed. This was reported by Sahara Reporters. I mentioned Maxwell Adeleye, who was secretary to a faction that is actually part of NINAS, because Shade Olukoya is still a founding member of NINAS and a great lady that I respect and highly esteemed in NINAS movement. That Yoruba is part of NINAS, and they are doing it the right way. They are defending the interest of all the nations, South and Middle Belt, the nations, the federations, the countries in the South and the Middle Belt as one. I got their back. I will support them. I will continue to support everyone as one family, as one. But this particular element that is supporting Nnamdi Kanu, that is actually bringing destruction to Igbo land, reducing Igbo land to a dysfunctional environment. Supporting them is working against the interest of the Southeast. I was in Warri. I had to quickly leave the Southeast for Warri when Nnamdi Kanu had court cases on Monday, which was, now it's official. It's every Monday lockdown of the Southeast. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, when Kanu appeared in court, the entire Southeast was also shut down. People were killed at Umuchu. People were killed at Ogais, I understand. People were killed at Ekulobia.
cow sellers, meat sellers had their tables upturned and their meat burnt and the Okada destroyed by these enforcers of this sit at home. And IPOB tells us that they are not their members, and some morons somewhere actually believe that cock and bull. IPOB, Ima Powerful, the elusive Ima Powerful that has no face, tells us that IPOB have nothing to do with it, and we take it line, hook, and sinker. It is not poisonous. It doesn't kill. It's the gospel truth. This is working against the interest of Ndi Igbo. Ndi Igbo, wake up from your slumber. Teta Nonora, stop taking deception for real. Join the movement that is actually getting you somewhere. And that is the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. That group that contains South-South, entire South-South, and Niger Delta, Middle Belt. A greater portion of Oduduwa Nation. Because all these few people that are calling for Biafra, they are pro-Tinubu. Maxwell Adele, I dare you to make a release against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Make a release, news release, calling out Tinubu as an ex-con, like ex-convict of the United States justice system. Call Tinubu out on that. If you are real, if you are going for genuine actualization of Oduduwa nation state, just like we are looking at Lower Niger Territory as well as Middle Belt nations, imagine, simultaneously through binding multi-regional referendum. Have a nice day. This has been the voice of Lower Niger Territory.
I must add that anyone that is calling false messiahs for us is not with us. They are against us.
Ninas, where we came from, where we are, or the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the asset, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of your right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, the better half of those in the legal profession gathered at several conferences and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a country-wide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to revoke the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanuro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the joint multi-regional vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the solemn assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, an LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
You are always in Africa. You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force. You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India.
Professor
that
James
you're looking at an
Small
African
speaking.
cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language. But they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings, and then because they speak a language, try to make you play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. That our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, we had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomena. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
True. It's true.
In the idea.
Selected to write a constitution, wrote a constitution. 40 people in the Supreme Military Council promulgated a constitution for us. Under General Abubakar, government in which I served, I was in executive council. I never saw the draft constitution. And I was Minister of Information. It was my responsibility to publicize it to the country. On the day of swearing in of Obasanjo, we didn't have a copy of the constitution. I didn't know who was printing it. And my ministry was supposed to pay for the printing. And Obasanjo was sworn on a constitution that had not been read by anybody.
Wow.
And the National Assembly could not be constituted until 4 days after he swearing in, because there was no
copy of the Constitution. You cannot build on website. And country cannot live on falsehood.
Such a fraud. Such a fraud. That's what Nigeria is.
From being a federation into this unitarism. And by the time they were going to hand over in 1979, they had found a way to also work out something that became a constitution that was not discussed. And it was that constitution that was not discussed, in which they had created all kinds of structures from the 4 regions they met that were on ground in 1966. We have now 36 states created by decree. So a new majority has emerged. Each of the states have 3 senators at the place. So someone said 4 local government areas in which Kano alone has 44, and Lagos that had the same 20 local governments with them at the beginning is still keeping 20, whereas Kano had been broken into Kano and Jigawa. Between the 2 of them, they have 71 local government areas. What are they bringing to the treasury? Nothing. All the money Nigeria has to spend is between the oil money, the port money, and the VAT that is raised here. These people who bring nothing take 72% as of right in the place of sharing. And they're the ones who decide what other people will get, who they give more, who they give less. And in all of this, democracy, let me just refer to the documents you have in one of the documents you see where we try to define democracy, that we do not have a democracy because democracy is the government of the people, by the people, for the people. In those three legs of definition, government of the people means that you, in exercise of your right to your sovereign right, decide the supreme laws of the land. The constitution we have on the table today did not come from that process, and so we have not decided whether we will live together or how we will live. The second leg is of the people, meaning that only your vote can send people to government house. And when they get to government house, they can only function according to that constitution you already made. Do we have that? The third leg, for the people, meaning that those who wield government powers must do so not only in accordance with what was put in place in the constitution, but for your benefit. The reason we don't have the things that should have been coming to you as citizens is that you have not written the script of what should happen. And so you have in this constitution provisions that exclude responsibility towards you. Section 6C of your constitution absolves government of all responsibilities towards you. They don't owe you any school, they don't owe you any hospital, they don't owe you anything. Anything they do, they are doing out of the milk of human kindness. That is one. You have appropriation provisions. Section 81, Section 82 hands over the keys to the treasury to the president. Section 121, 122 hands over the keys to the treasury to the governors. So they don't owe you any obligation. They have the spare key to the treasury. They have immunity in Section 308. At what point are you going to get anything from them? How did you come about that constitution? By imposition. And what all the cry and demand for repairing this place goes to is to say, let us accept we have departed from the foundation of being a federation. Because if we were a federation, Lagos Port would belong to Lagos, oil and gas of Niger Delta would belong to them. The middle belt, where killings are going on unabated, unchallenged, will have the right to defend themselves because they will have guns. The Constitution has 68 items on the exclusive list, all written by decree, that make it impossible for the middle belt to touch any gun. You saw where the governors went crying, and the president said, go home and live in peace with your Fulani of Benin. If we do not remove that from that constitution, nothing will resolve that question. As it is for those killings, so it is for electricity. I cannot generate electricity because it's on the exclusive list. Lagos has 40 million people. It cannot generate electricity. Imagine the day comes that California cannot generate electricity and have to wait for Maine to come and give them electricity. They will leave the union. Imagine the day that Texas is no longer in control of its oil fields. Would they remain in the union for 24 hours? And it's supposed to be a federation. What is a federation? So we're in a fraud now in which the federation that collapsed is being sustained by brigandage, and they have imposed a constitution that we can no longer question. And anybody who says, what are you doing? What was Abiola's offense? Do you know why Abiola was killed? The servant does not rule over his master. So it's not only Jonathan that had to be chased away because he wasn't one of those who could preside. These same people are doing the killings in the Middle Belt, doing the killings in the East, doing the killings in the West. They are the ones who seized everybody's asset. They are the ones who imposed this constitution. And you join them to go to elections under that constitution. By what constitution would they govern? Anybody who wins in this election, by what constitution is it going to govern? You are reinforcing your enslavement. And if they kill you in the process, it's your ignorance that killed you. We've been going all over the place trying to tell people that this is what is the case. They are not listening. We went to the men of God in the land, without exception, quietly. Sir, here's the problem. If Desmond Tutu did not join Mandela in South Africa, would you not still be in apartheid now? Where are all men of God? If not for people like this, who say, look, enough of this thing being said in quiet places. There's nothing I've said here that I've not said on national television. There's nothing I've said here that I've not said to the faces of those who have been governing Nigeria with this illicit decree. They are committing treason against the rest of us. They are committing treason against the rest of us because they put our signature on the document that sees our assets, that sees our life. And we say, we have tolerated this document for 20 years, since 1999. We will not tolerate it any further. All of you, by the time they finish the election, less than 1,500 people will be sworn in as the ones who have won in the election. 180 million people are in danger. And they have managed to get you to come be on one side or the other. Put your mind the day after the election. The people who win will have to swear to defend and uphold your enslavement. The summary of what we're telling our people now is that processes had been undertaken. The majority, the whole of the South and the Middle Belt, have been told and shown what the problem is. That constitution must go down. Those who are going to contest under it are doing so for their intestines, not on your behalf, whatever they say. If you do not wake up and go to what will work for you, you are not only going to remain in your situation, they will come to where they turn up at your doorstep with their AK-47 on their mission to conquer. Let us leave it there.
This is yet an opportunity for our people to get the message and act accordingly. For they say that to be forewarned is to be forearmed. If the tsunami that is to come catches anyone who have had this message unprepared, you probably has a hand in it. You wanted it that way. The project is to free all the indigenous nationalities, all the people captured in Middle Belt, Southern Nigeria, which includes the Yoruba nation, the Igbo nation, the Ijaw nation, all the Southern nations. This message is to open your eyes and remove all the impediments on your way to see reality and to take the right steps. We are going to make this possible by pulling together, by working together, and not by setting ourselves on fire internally. Once we're able to get this done, our freedom, our jailbreak cannot be blocked. But we are the ones to make it possible by acting on genuine information such as this one. Thanks, you've been listening to the radio Lower Niger Territory. It's been your guy, Stephen. Have a blessed day wherever life may find you under the sun. And keep your eyes on the prize, which is the freedom, the genuine freedom of our people, not the British fraud or the caliphate criminality that is present there in Nigeria. The mission is to set our people free in the most purest manner. Stay blessed.
Here's a very interesting article from Nigeria. A Catholic priest has just been sent on an indefinite leave of absence. He has just gotten suspended. Catholic priest gets suspended. A Catholic priest has been sent on an indefinite leave of absence by the leadership of the church over some discriminatory remarks. This, I understand, took place in Benin, in Edo State. The priest was said to have banned the use of Igbo songs and choruses in any of the church's activities at the Holy Trinity Church, Ewu Owa Berigbe in Ikorodu, Lagos State. Reverend Father James Anelu was said to have argued that the Igbo people tend to dominate the church everywhere you find them, and as such must be contained. Wow, this guy is better a politician than in the priesthood. So why don't he just resign immediately before the Catholic Church fire him? They should fire him immediately. The Catholic Church has suspended Reverend Father James Anelu, the parish priest of Holy Trinity Church, Ewowa Berigbe in Ikorodu, Lagos State. In Lagos State. The Punch reports that Reverend Father Anelu was suspended by the church leadership for banning Igbo songs and choruses in his parish. In a disclaimer, the Catholic Church of Lagos, Alfred Martins, directed Reverend Father Anelu to proceed on an indefinite leave of absence. This guy is a racist, right?